Hello. Good morning, everyone, or good evening. We had some interesting decisions made in terms of the captain's meeting. So in the Bermuda Bowl, we got the schedule for today's sets on screen. Now, I wasn't familiar with conditions of contest, but we see in the Dorsey Trophy, USA 2 and USA 1 are not playing each other. So this basically means Norway ended up choosing China, and then Switzerland, who was the second place seed among USA 1, Italy, and Israel, ended up picking Israel. I think that was a big mistake, at least for Switzerland. We'll see if they do manage to pull out the victory. I was thinking that I was going to try and watch a bunch of the Switzerland-Israel match, but we do have... so first set, we're going to be doing Switzerland-Israel, certainly. And then second set, we're going to have, I think, Poland against Italy will be the only Bermuda Bowl matchup. And then in the third set, we're going to have USA 2, USA 1, or Switzerland, Israel. I'm going to let you all vote on what you want to see. I've already had one vote come in from a YouTube viewer about watching the USA match. Maybe we'll make that happen. So, let's see if the tables are up. It looks like they are. And let's make sure I get all of my no spoilers up on screen. USA 1 isn't playing... In the Dorsey Trophy, USA 1 is not playing USA 2. In the Bermuda Bowl, they are. But that means in the Dorsey Trophy, they will be... They will be playing each other in the semifinals if both of them win. Right, yeah, Scissors has it correct. So let's see, we're going to be kibitzing Hayden today from Israel. And let me make sure that I am familiar with their system so that when they end up playing like a Polish club or something, I will at least be able to give a bit of insight as to what's going on in the auction. But in case everyone doesn't know, we want to avoid as many spoilers as possible. That's why I have some black stuff up on screen to cover up the results of the other table, as well as some of the bridge-based chat. Hey, Rusty. Yeah, thank you for linking me the convention cards. I've figured out how to get there myself by now. It's like day 5 or something of the event. Hey, Allie. Good evening to you. So we're off and running. North's One Club could be a weak no trump type hand. So could have 5-card diamonds. Eastover calls a spade. We get a negative double by South with the 10 count. Deciding that with 3 jacks and flat shape that he didn't really want to bid 2 hearts. So starts with the negative double. Who are we up against? Kalita and Klukowski. So they are playing a Polish club. Two no by North. Partners showed a pretty big hand, and the fact that they've suggested spades as well stopped. I'm curious if South is going to check back for a 5-3 heart fit, or if he's just going to bid 3 no. Looks like he does decide to check back. 3 diamonds, probably a transfer or something like that. Some pairs will play that like transfer Walsh is something that it could be called, I guess. but just transfer into your major to show 5, bidding the major would show 6. Scissors says that some of the English pairs in this event would play a call. Oh, no English teams qualified for any of the events this year. Well, 3 diamonds got doubled by West. Maybe actually one of the downsides to going through this transfer on the way to 3-0. Now West was able to get in a diamond lead direct. If South had decided to just bid 3-0 directly over 2-0, they would not have had that opportunity. I'm going to quickly look at the range on 2-0 trump. Looks like 18 to 19. Good 19s, they would upgrade into a 2-0 opener in the north. So South, we're kind of done with this auction. The decision now is over on our partner over there, having what seems likely to be 3-card heart support, given the hesitation at this point. I wonder if our partner is worried about that double of 3 diamonds, because I certainly would be. Like, the Jack of Spades would be a very useful card if East was on lead and put a spade on the table, but if we get diamond leads, that Jack of Spades is probably not going to grow up into a trick anytime soon, even if partner has something like Ace Queen third or King Queen third in the spade suit. Glad to have you, SJ the Kiwi. We do have a good group of people from your neck of the woods tuning into the stream. Well, North thinking... Yeah, North really thinking about the decision over 3-0. It's a little bit unfortunate that we can't go back in time as South and just bump 2-0 to 3-0. I think having heard the double by West over of 3 diamonds, we might rather have done that originally. East probably would have led a spade, knowing nothing else about the hand, and we would be relatively happy. Partner does bid to 4 hearts, so once again, I've chosen the wrong person to kibitz, but for everyone who's new, it's not going to remain like this forever. We're not completely in the dark, but we will get to see our partner's hand once trick 1 has completed. Ace of Spades lead is a little bit disappointing. Because, yeah, now I was going to say it's very likely that the opponents are going to start getting spade roughs. Exactly, Showstrock. That is the fear, right? When we have 3 spades and our partner has suggested strength in that suit, that playing in a suit contract, even if we have a major suit fit, is not the most ideal. But with the rest of partner's hand, it does look as if 4 hearts is going to play just fine. Ace King of Spades in a spade ruff. Declare should be able to ruff a club high after pulling 1 round of trumps just to check on the trump split. And 4 hearts feels pretty comfortable from here. That tends to be the case when most of your high cards are aces and kings as opposed to queens and jacks, as North's hand is. I guess taking a look at North's hand, North was a bit more concerned about the spade suit than the diamond suit. Ace, king, fourth of diamonds feels like a perfectly fine stopper in that suit, whereas queen, fourth of spades, North might have been concerned that, let's say partner had a doubleton spade and West had jack doubleton, it could go diamond, diamond opening lead, West gets in with, I don't know, say the ace of hearts or the king of clubs or something, puts the jack of spades on the table, queen fourth does not look like a great stopper anymore. So 4 spades been made. The other room on that hand ended up playing in 3 no trump and making 11 tricks, north-south, so that's why we see 1 imp going the way of Switzerland on the first board. Thank you, Scissors, for not trying to do math on this. What's the tiebreak procedure in this event? I'm not sure. You assume dance off just because those are the standard tiebreak rules? Yeah, Matt, I finally worked it out. We're like 5 days into the event and I'm like just barely getting set up for for a good for a good presentation. But I hope the no spoilers text is working. Israel is the team that Switzerland chose to play against. Switzerland had an option of picking USA 1, Israel, or Italy to play against. And so they ended up choosing Israel. Israel ended up finishing 5th in the round robin, with Italy 6th and USA 1 and 8th. There is no carryover. There is 0 carryover in the knockout stage. Yeah, USA 1, I mean, is probably both happy and sad. They have done very well against most of the other US teams in these long matches for a while, and I expect them to do so again. Although anything could happen to very good teams playing up against each other, of course. But I think they're going to be sad that they have to play against USA 2 immediately. It's always nice in these events to have a semi-final matchup against your countrymen. Then you guarantee that one of you makes it to the final and has a chance. I have not seen the Butler for the round robin, so if you have a link to that, that would be interesting. We could take a look at that in the break, in between sets. I do want to quickly catch up on this hand because I'm not entirely certain what the auction means. So 2 clubs is like a precision style 2-club opener. Although it could have a 5-card club suit with a 4-card major, which looks like exactly what's going on here. 2 clubs, 2 diamonds asking, 2 spades, probably 4-card spades and a minimum. But maybe it's just any hand with 4-card spades. South decided to get off to a trump lead, which makes a lot of sense against these 2 suited hands. You want to pull trumps, especially on a singleton spade when the opponents haven't gone on to game. It sounds more likely that they are in an 8 fit than a 9 or 10 fit. So even if your partner had like queen fourth of spades, you wouldn't mind picking that off just to start pulling the trumps and preventing a cross ruff. Hey, Gandolius. Butler's in today's bulletin on the website. Great. I will take a look at that then once we finish the first set of play. So just so everyone's aware, looking at the top of the screen, the quarterfinals, it's going to be 6 sessions, so 96 boards, 6 sets of 16. Going to be played over 2 days. We're going to keep the same schedule as during the round robin, for the players at the very least. So 3 sets a day, break after the first set. Hey, Langert. Good morning, afternoon, or evening to you. Gwyn says, when you play Polish Club, you like opening many 9 counts 2 clubs if you have a 6-card suit. Yeah, it could just depend on style there. So on East-West Convention card, they say 11 to 14 for their 2-club opener. They do have some aggressive opening bids that show fewer high card points. For example, 1 diamond, they can have a 7 count for their diamond opener. Oh, sorry. Not for a 1 diamond opener. I'm reading their card wrong. Never mind. Ignore me. Looks like most of their opening bids are pretty sound, in fact. 2 clubs being limited to, or being lower capped at 11 is a little bit unusual. I think many precision pairs will play 10 to 15 in these spots. Some even like 9 to 14. Making their strong club a 15 count or more. Yeah, good question by Matt. Would you be tempted to double 2 spades at the end of this auction? I think you just kind of trust that even if you have a fit, this is just a part score hand when both opponents are bidding. If West really was completely broke in values, they might not have bid 2 diamonds. Also, your partner had an opportunity to bid over 2 diamonds, right? Your partner probably could have doubled 2 diamonds with diamonds, maybe. Could have bid 2 hearts with hearts, and did not. And those are really the 2 strains that you're capable of playing in. So I think South probably wasn't thinking too hard about doubling 2 spades, but it could have worked out. You know, maybe North had like King 5th of hearts and the King of diamonds, and that's it. And 4 hearts has some play. I really need to catch up on the play. So spade was led. Declare took what looks like a spade finesse against our partner's king. Led the queen of clubs, which held the trick. Partner dumping the jack. And now has taken a very deep finesse in the club suit. North has the opportunity to rough in and return a trump. Or rough and play back a heart or play back a diamond. Gwyn says that in Polish Club, 2 diamonds doesn't necessarily show any values. Yeah, SJ, it kind of doesn't matter if we play the 9 or the 6. Both of them are gonna... Is that true? You know, now that I'm looking at it, maybe it is a little weird to not play the 9 of clubs. I mean, South has spent more time thinking about this hand than I have, obviously. He's probably more in tune, but the 9 would have forced the ace, and then the king would have set up. I do kind of expect Declare is going to have some handling difficulties. You think South just fell asleep? And I forgot to pay out predictions yesterday. Oh, I did. Who won? Netherlands won, right? I just want to confirm that before I get jumped. You know, this is when chat's going to tell me that New Zealand won. I'm pretty sure Netherlands ended up winning yesterday. in that match, but it was not enough for them to come back. Sorry about that. And I guess I also forgot to put up a prediction for this set. I can do that now. There we go. New Zealand definitely won yesterday. I'm sorry, V8. I wish that were true. Looks like we're going to see a claim relatively soon. With South having all of the high cards, it was a little bit difficult to defend this hand. South feeling a little bit end played right now. If he played the Queen of Diamonds, that would get ruffed. Declare would ruff to dummy. Jack of Diamonds was set up. If he played back at club, that would get ruffed. Declare would ruff a diamond to hand. Cash his long club. So, two spades, bid and made. Push forward, both rooms ended up getting to two spades and making it. I want to see the auction in the other room, but I'm terrified at clicking to the other table before I know that there won't be any spoilers on the card. So I'm hoping that we get the board change soon. I wonder what the delay is here. I suppose it's possible that one of the players is taking a bathroom break, and that would be a reason for the VuGraph operator not loading the next board. I think I saw... You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to quickly jump out because I want to see who's playing at the other table. It is Toledano and Zamir against Nowazotsky Zimmerman. Okay. We're all back and set up. It really must be someone stepped out to use the restroom or get a drink of water or something like that. Okay, looks like we don't have results in the other room. So East in the other room opened a precision 2 diamonds. South decided to double that, and West bid 2 spades over there. And on board 1, oh, we had sort of a top and bottom bid. So North opened a diamond, East jumped to 3 clubs, showing spades and clubs. We did note that East has 5-5 and black suits over there. South made it a negative double, I guess. And North bid 3 no trump with stoppers in both spades and clubs. Who is everyone's favorite to win? That's an interesting question. And don't say Norway. PGS says there's still 2 married couples playing, although there's 2 married couples playing, but they aren't playing together unless they're playing in the mixed. The Wolperts have, of course, Gavin Wolpert on USA 1, and Jenny Wolpert is playing in the mixed, I think. And I think I saw her playing with Steve Weinstein, is that correct? And then Klukowski, sitting at this table, West for Switzerland, has his wife playing in, I don't know what she's playing in, but Bermuda. We're on to board 3. Well, okay, Bermuda's playing Poland mixed. So both of the wives are playing in the mixed event. They've left their husband for another man to play bridge. That is dangerous. We have a 9 Countess South, 5-5 in the black suits. I mean, some players would definitely open the South hand at the 1 level. The South passes. Matt O'Farrell says that Norway was dominant in the Butler and round robin. It is a little bit different playing these long matches than it is playing in the round robin. Gandolius is Norwegian but does not think that his country's going to win. Ooh, stirring up some drama. Winner of Poland-Italy. That's an interesting choice. They have been solid and consistent throughout the round robin. Obviously, all 8 teams that have made it through are quite strong and have showed off some amazing talent throughout the first 8 days of play. Klukowski left his wife and his country to play for Switzerland. Yeah, a little bit, I guess. Well, 3 passes went around to East. We do not have the same 3-club bid available in this room that they did in the other room for the Israeli pair. So South just overcalls a spade. Negative double by West. East shows a little bit extra with a 3-heart bid. And as South, we kind of have made our bed at this point. We're only able to show one of our suits. If we have a good 5-club save, which we might, it's far too risky to bid a second time in this auction. So we just have to sell out to 4 hearts. South on lead. I mean, a spade is the most natural opening lead choice, and so that's what he goes with. Interesting to note that he led a low spade rather than the jack or 10. Probably a little bit worried that with his partner not having spade support, he could easily have blown into a singleton king or singleton queen if he led the jack, and given Declare the ability to pick up the spades for no losers. Whereas low spade to the queen or singleton queen or king, it's very unlikely that he's dropping a trick in the spade suit by doing this. I guess it would have to be like queen 9 doubleton with West and Declare guesses to put in the 9, picking up the king doubleton with North. Probably not happening. Club lead comes up. And without anything better to do, we just decide to pop up with the ace. I mean, East has showed in the auction so far diamonds, hearts, and with our partner not raising spades, East probably has spade length. This is starting to look like a singleton club. Club comes back, and I guess we're about to find out. Does East have a singleton or not? He does. Well, that's given Declare a dummy entry to play hearts. Takes a heart finesse. Might try and cross in diamonds now. No, just continues the heart suit. Looks like our partner might have started with ace third in the heart suit now. Spade comes back, maybe in a vain attempt to put us in with the spade king and get a trump promotion on the third round of spades. But declare able to pull the last trump. Now it's all going to come down to this diamond suit. If East has the diamond ace, we can never beat the contract. Wow. Maria Tog has a signed and framed shirt from Switzerland's Bermuda Bowl win last year. That is a treasure worth keeping. Looks like we're going to get diamond in the end. Partner holding on to that diamond queen. So I suspect 10 tricks are going to be coming in for declare on this one. All Aces Brink and Driver did surprisingly poor in the Butler. They had a really rough set yesterday, I think. I forget who it was against, but we were watching their table and it felt like everything was going wrong for them. So 4 hearts, bid and made in both rooms, push board on that one. Switzerland still maintaining their 1 imp lead after 3. 93 boards to go in the match, but 13 in the segment. Yeah, Butler results are in the daily bulletin. Supposedly, I haven't looked at it yet. End of the bulletin, the last couple of pages. Gotcha. So East opens a published club. This could be a variety of hand types. It is most frequently going to be a weak no trump of some kind. So you can kind of treat it, for the most part, as a hand like one of these 2+ club openers that a lot of pairs are using, even in 2/1 systems. South makes a takeout double, but this is a double that more or less isn't just takeout of clubs. It tends to be showing the majors, as opposed to showing the majors and a side diamond suit. Aha, I have beat you to it, SJ the Kiwi. So North bids a spade, East comes in 2 hearts. I'm not all that familiar, but I suspect that East has now showed a big hand. I'm sure someone in the chat is going to be able to correct me on this if I'm wrong. But with West having not bid, East must be showing extras with the 2-heart bid. But as South, we feel like we found a spade fit. 8 cards, may as well bid up to the 2 level, law of total tricks wise. And as always, since we're the dummy, this means we're going to have to wait until trick 1 concludes before we can see partner's hand, but we will be able to look at the single dummy problem in just a minute from partner's perspective. And here we go. Ace of Diamonds opening lead, and then a club switch. Kind of believable that East might have led a singleton Ace of Diamonds. I mean, it would be a little strange for West to have never taken a call with King, Queen, 7th in this auction. No, okay, so when Ace of Diamonds, King of Diamonds. Denmark Art, Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Appreciate all the support. Glad you're liking the single dummy presentation. I've gotten nothing but positive feedback about this setup. Heart finesse working. No surprise there given the auction, but that means Declare is just going to lose a club from here. Make 9 tricks. Looks like a good result for North-South. Although, on some of these hands where one player has a really strong hand, as we see East here has a 19 count, and their partner has absolutely nothing, it also kind of feels good not to have gotten overboard on the East-West cards. So, it's potential. There is some potential for a big swing on that hand if like East-West get to a little bit too high, maybe getting to 2 no trump somehow. I mean, East might open 2 no trump at the other table and end up getting doubled with very little in the way of trick-taking power. Wow, okay, Ollie says... I'm not gonna speculate. If people saw what Ollie said, I'm not gonna bring up any drama, but I would tend to believe you. How often do we see psyching at this level? I guess I would say that psyching will tend to happen on certain hands when it just like looks and feels like the thing to do. I don't know how to describe it any better than that, but expert players will pick up a hand and have an auction presented to them and kind of understand that that this just kind of feels like a hand where they should be psyching, for example. So it could never happen. I don't think we saw a single psych during the segments that I've been covering and streaming. Although I could be wrong about that. Maybe I just misremembered some. Board 4, as I mentioned, we are ahead of the other table, so I can pull up the replay. East did open 2 no trump in third seat with the 19 count, 5-card major. That could just be in their opening range. But East might have upgraded just because of 5-card suit. And 2 no trump played there, undoubled, notably. North didn't come in with the double and balancing seat. We've seen that before. But going down 3 meant 4 more imps going the way of Switzerland. So Switzerland pitching the shutout, although no big scores coming through yet. So club by North, diamond by South, showing 4 or more hearts. Spade by West, partner makes a negative double, showing some heart support. And we have to decide what to do with South. Over these nebulous clubs, we're not really certain what minor partner has, and so that's why South elected to balance with a no trump. Also, it protects the queen doubleton of spades from the opening lead. So if North has like king third or ace third, then, that's nice. Also, apparently, if partner has jack 9 fourth, protecting the queen of spades could be useful. So we got a spade from the opening lead. We got 3 hearts and 3 diamonds. Looks like 1 no trump is gonna comfortably make on this hand. Diamonds are heart split, we can get an extra trick. Or if the jack of hearts comes down. I think I think Declare is just going to run the red suits and try and cash out, not mess around on this one. Potentially the opponents could cash 5 clubs and 2 spades if we let them back in. Jack of Hearts does come down. I see a lot of Gavin fans in the chat. Yeah, Gavin has been like the OG bridge streamer, I guess. He's been at it for like 10 years or something, which is wild. That is a long time to be doing this, but I was always really good friends with his teammates in the past. Kranyak and Vince, Joel Woldridge back in the day, John Hurd. I think they played with Joe Grew at some point, but I never really got that close to Gavin, sadly. He seems like a great guy. 8 tricks. I'm sure Declarer is about to concede his hand with no more potential to take any high cards here. Maybe he'll exit a club hoping that West gets thrown in and has to give that Jack of Spades some life. But 120, not a bad result for North-South. They do get to what seems like the optimal contract with clubs splitting 4-3. Yeah, a lot of teams already out. I mean, Netherlands had been doing quite well for much of the round robin, but just kind of faltered at the end, fell off. They were, what? Were they in the finals last time we had the Bermuda Bowl, maybe? I think I looked that up at some point. So East passes. This means we do get to open our... I'm going to check the no trump range, but I think this is going to be one of these one club opening bids. Could be short. Pass by West. Partner's going to show a 4-card major if they have one. Well... Switzerland's still kind of collecting an imp here, an imp there. Board 5, they end up taking 9 tricks in a no trump south. And that means they're ahead 6-0 currently. North thinking, it's not that usual to think over partner's opening bid. Most of the time, you're just going to bid your major suit. Well, over a minor, you're just going to show your major suit and then plan on game forcing, and then you maybe want to think a little bit later once you've game forced and found a bit more information. So the fact that North is thinking already, I mean, we're not really entitled to this information, but I'm just trying to now give a little bit of commentary about what North's hand might look like for the spectators. Could have a hand with like a long minor, and that might be a difficult hand type for North to show over the club opener, because if North has a long club suit, he might not know that his partner has clubs in support. South could be 3-3-5-2 shape with 5 diamonds for this opening bid. Why do I say we're not entitled? Well, we here being the collective South, since we're kibitzing South, I mean, this would be unauthorized information to know that partner is thinking at this point in the auction. I could talk about unauthorized information, or UI, if you're not familiar with the concept, I suppose. It's that you're supposed to, as a bridge player, make all of your bids and plays in effectively the same tempo, And so when you break that tempo, there is information being conveyed that you have a problem that is not normal. And so, for example, like North cannot have a 4-3-3 hand with like 4 hearts right now. So because of that, if we take advantage of the fact that we now know partner doesn't have 4-3-3 with 4 hearts, you can build in conventions into how long you think based on the types of hands you have, and that's like completely unfair to everyone that you play against. So yeah, okay, so North does bid a spade. This, I believe, is just going to deny a 4-card major. I will pull that up just to make sure that that's what's going on. I do not see 1 spade on their convention card. It is not described. I mean, it's either no 4-card major or it's diamonds. I have the feeling that we'll be able to see what it looks like in just a minute. Well, fortunately, this was not a long and testing auction, so we don't have to guess too hard about North's 1 spade bid. We'll just get to see the dummy. But playing transfers over this club, 1 diamond shows hearts, 1 heart shows spades. So 1 spade is either no 4-card major, or it would be whatever the suit is that North couldn't show. North could have bid 2 clubs natural to show clubs, so 1 spade would tend to show diamonds. But it looks like North just had a 17 count. Langert says North might have been thinking about who should declare no trump because North could have jumped directly to 3-no over the 1 club bid. That seems like a reasonable belief, but of course North with that Jack Doubleton of spades may be somewhat worried that a spade coming through would be bad news for his partner. Yeah, also true that North wanted to support the viewers so that we can see South declare the hand, although this is not a particularly interesting hand to declare, I don't believe. Declare gonna run 4 diamonds and then run 4 clubs. If the opponents throw too many spades, we might see South cash the spade ace before leading a heart. If the opponents throw too many hearts, we'll probably see South not cash the spade ace and then lead a heart up to the king. Whoa! Okay, that was a little unexpected. Clubs are not splitting well, huh? I think South is just going to cash a few clubs and then lead a heart up. The opponents have thrown so many hearts that it's impossible at this point for them to run 5 heart tricks. And so we'll always be able to, or we will always make 3 now. We'll always be able to get 9 tricks. So even if like East happens to have, how many hearts are left? Even if East has all of the missing hearts, I mean, in that case, we can just not put up the king from dummy. But this seems like a safe plan to try and collect an over trick. Maybe the king of hearts is not working, but it doesn't feel like we're giving up that much to do so. Thank you, Scissors. 1 club pass 2-no would have been game forcing balanced by North. Yeah, second over trick. Whatever I said, that was what I meant. So probably a heart now. Ooh. I mean, maybe South also is aware based on the opponent's carding that the heart ace is offside. That's possible. In which case there's no... Wow. Wow, I don't understand that. That feels like a big miss. I was just trusting that South knew what he was doing and that the heart ace was off based on the opponent's discards. But with the heart ace on, South missed the opportunity to collect a 460 kind of safely. Yeah, it doesn't hurt to try, but we needed to not cash the ace of spades because we set up all of West's spades. Wow. So we might see another imp going the way of Switzerland. But I do want to move off of that board because I was going to say, what is South going to do with the 6-6 in the black's hand? Not that usual to pick up 6-6 in any two suits, but especially when you have almost no honors in them. South decides that the proper amount of preemption is 3 spades, and I think I've said before that these hands with 12 or more cards in 2 suits, almost anything that you do could be right, and almost anything you do could be wrong. So in this case, you know, South decided to open spades, of course, because spades, he has a better suit. It's also a major, so you're more likely that... yeah, V8. I mean, it wasn't just the club to cash, it was that we also set up West spades. If we had played a heart up and West won the ace, and then West cashed a club, we would still have a heart discard from both hands, but... but when we cashed the spade ace, West's hand just became good. West had already pitched a heart earlier in the play. I mean, either way, it might have just been a little bit of a lazy play. He's in 3-0. He has his contract made. Just decided to cash out. Yeah, not exactly the dummy that he was hoping for is South. But North, I mean, North does not have a particularly good hand. Even if partner has 7 spade tricks, like ace king 7th for their 3 spade preempt, which there's no guarantee they will have, you still need 3 extra tricks to be able to make the make your contract. So that's basically like both heart finesse or both red suit finesses working, or maybe you get a club ruff in the dummy, and one of the 2 red suit hooks is working. But still, you're gonna have communication problems. 4 spades feels like a fairly aggressive bid. We'll see if it works out. Excuse you, how did we get here? Well, East-West probably have a game, is the contention. I mean, they do have 25 highs. The question might be which game? 3 no trump? Yeah, PGS thinks 3 no trump. I do suspect, though, that 3 spades might have passed out, given that neither opponent took a call in this auction. But a lot of potential for a big swing on this one. Again, you know, South choosing to open 3 spades. I mean, some players might decide to pass the South hand, hoping that they can later come in to show both suits. Yeah, 3-no might not make is an issue. Although, given that you have basically all of the missing spot cards, 3-no probably is making, unless there's like a king-jack doubleton of spades sitting around somewhere. South's hand is just completely isolated from the play. Yeah, three spades might have also bought like a four club or four diamond balance, depending on the layout of those suits. We'll see. I mean, I don't feel good being in South's position on this hand, like, at all. Spade switch is friendly. I don't know if this is going to be good enough to make the contract, but if clubs are splitting, I mean, we'll certainly duck this trick to potentially pick up the spade suit. We are going to have to ruff with the spade queen. Ooh! Oh ho ho! Oh my! Well, that is an exciting result coming through on board 6 in the other room, and Israel has taken the lead by 6. Board 6, north-south in a game-forcing auction. One of these tricky spots where South opens a natural diamond, and so North finds this diamond fit and is happy with ace, king, queen, fourth of diamonds. And with extra high cards, North wanted to investigate a slam. But wow, it was South who ended up pulling 3 no trump. South pulled 3 no to 4 clubs, and South was the one who actually bulldozed the hand into a slam. I mean, North did show a big hand with both minors, and South is 4-4 in those 2 suits. But still, it feels like a lot of bidding on only a 13 count with a lot of losers. Either way, North-South get a bit too high. Spade finesse is not working. Club rough came in, I guess. And that led to 6 diamonds down 4. Hey, Proquar, thank you for the raid. Glad to have you all joining the stream. While I've been catching up on the play in the other contract, oh no, clubs have split 5-1. That's not good news. Yeah, Declare's in a little bit of trouble on this one, but good news for Declare, we picked up the spade suit. 10 of spades to pin that king-9 doubleton from east. Might still not be enough, given that east is still sitting on 3 club tricks over here, ace, king, and jack. Hey, Luke. Glad to see you here. When are you starting your broadcast? I know you said that you were going to be doing some French commentary for these events. Are we going to be able to get out for down 2? Is, I guess, the first question. Oh, you already streamed this weekend. Gotcha. And last segment today. Cool, 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 cool. Because if East just cashes out the clubs, then of course we're going to be able to set up the long club. But if we continue getting tapped like we do now, we're not really going to be able to set up that last club. Yeah, so Declare does pitch on this trick, hoping that East has led away from the diamond ace. And fingers crossed. Yeah, go ahead, Luke, if you want to share the link to your channel. I do not mind. You have been very helpful and friendly. So other people can go check out Luke, especially if you are French speaking. Otherwise, it might not be as worthwhile to you. But I know that I do have some French viewers. Oh, you know what? I just noticed. Yeah, given that this is how things played out, West is down to just red suits, and now we have 2 winners set up in dummy. Well played to get out for down 2. Obviously, maybe not the most ideal result for North-South, but we'll have to see what happens in the other room. Le Pamplemousse. Very nicely done, though, by Declare. As usual, I was not too carefully following the play, but if Declare knew that East was out of hearts, then it was 100% line to pitch on that diamond, and West just got thrown in to give access to a stranded winner in dummy. So down 2, very unfriendly club split. But yeah, it does look as if 3 spades would have passed out on this hand. East, no chance that he would have balanced with just a 13 count and a 5-card club suit. Although, if he did balance 4 clubs, we would be pretty happy. Or 3 no trump. We might be less happy about a 3 no balance. One heart by West, 1 spade by East. Back to us, and with our 9 count, given that our partner's not bidding, the opponents are both bidding, probably going to sit this one out. I do know some players who would be thinking about a 2-club overcall over a spade, figuring that the opponents might be on their way to 3 no trump, and we would much prefer to have a club lead to a diamond lead from our partner. Oh, Matt asked why play back a trump instead of tapping Declare. I think we finally got the answer. I'm sorry I missed that on the previous hand. Yeah, West went in with the Jack of Spades, returned a trump, and that was because West had all of the red suit cards. So maybe Declare actually had that inference that West was down to just red suit cards at that point in the play. Or sorry, West was down to both the ace of diamonds and king of hearts. So he was getting out for down 2. Well, no trump the final contract. Partner on lead. And now we send our brain waves of please lead clubs over in that direction. Ooh, although queen of spades... Queen of spades is standard, although it could be from king-queen, because king for them is the power lead. So Declare wins the king on trick 1. We have set up some spade tricks for our side. Hey Steph, good morning to you. Are we playing a Kai Smith? Always a good question. We are not playing Smith, as far as I can tell, according to our card. But partner does work out to continue spades. And now we do get to discard. I might be tempted to throw a club. 7 of clubs, we're playing upside down. I don't want to give away the heart situation by pitching a heart, because West has opened a heart. Normally you don't want to pitch from the opponent's suits, because that makes it a little bit easier for them to figure out what's going on there. So South does elect to throw the 7 of clubs, as we see. And Declare still able to pick up the heart suit. So that's going to be 9 tricks, I have to imagine, for West. Plus 150. But we're a couple boards ahead of the other room. That big board 7, where almost anything could happen, is still to be played, which means we might have a new leader in the match, depending on what Switzerland elects to do. Partner opens a club, 2 or more. We're going to bid a heart. 3 high card points, no problem. Just have to keep up the illusion to the opponents, especially if they could have a vulnerable game in this situation, that we have values, and it's scary for them to enter the auction. So this could discourage West from bidding a no trump. James asks, in how long will we be kibitzing USA versus USA? It's going to be way too long. So that set would be starting in about 4.5 hours from now. But that match is going to be up against continuing to watch the Israel-Switzerland match. And yeah, 2:50 GMT, that sounds about right. Oh yeah, SJ the Kiwi asks, hearts is transfers to spades. Heart is basic, it's not a transfer to spades, it's I have 4 more spades. It's the same as if you had normally responded a spade. There will be a break of about an hour between this set and the next set, and in that segment, the only Bermuda Bowl match on is Poland against Italy. I suppose we could ask if people really had like a Venice Cup or a different match that they wanted to take a look at from one of the other events. We could watch that for the second segment. But I do know that someone was interested in Poland, Italy. They thought that one of those teams might be a favorite to win the event overall, which I could see that. And then segment 3, USA versus USA or Switzerland, Israel are the 2 options. So right before that start, I will put up a poll that people can vote on. I think you're going to have to come to the Twitch chat if you want to vote on the poll. I don't currently have the ability to like incorporate Twitter into polling yet. Maybe I should get that set up. Convenient that we had a little bit of a conventional gadget here that we can still get out in 3 of a minor after partners jump to 2 no trump in this auction to show a big balanced hand, 18 to 19. And this is fairly important if you're going to be responding light on some of these hands. You 100% want to be able to get out cheaply. Yeah, Edmani asks, is it expert standard to play transfers over 2 no trump? I'm not sure that I would consider anything to be expert standard, but I know what you mean by the question, and I would say yes. A lot of players will play some sort of get out type bid in these scenarios. Okay, I'm just hovering over board 7, and that is actually a hilarious and awesome result. The Israeli declarer in this room did 2 tricks better than his counterpart. Yeah, boring push on board 7. Just spade contracts going down 2, but 4 spades went down 2 in this room, whereas 2 spades went down 2 in the other room. Zimmerman was playing. Zimmerman is sitting south for... wait. No, I have no idea who was sitting... Yeah, Zimmerman was sitting south in the other team for Switzerland, right? I don't think I've ever played against Zimmerman, so I'm not sure I can give an opinion about how strong he is. Zimmerman, of course, the sponsor for the Swiss team. Better than a few years ago. East 2 club opener, we've seen that before in this set. It's like a precision style 2 club opener, although it can be, it's old school style precision. Could be 5 clubs in a 4-card major. And 11 to 14 high card points. South here, both majors, elects to make a takeout double. Kind of reasonable. It's a bit scary when the opponents aren't preempting and you have both majors, that you get involved in the auction, vulnerable. Here we can see one of the problems. Hey Harris, this is in fact live. Welcome to the stream. Glad to have you here. Gandolia says in the Norway-China match, both tables made 3-0 on board 7. Nice results for both of them, but unfortunately no imps picked up. So maybe we'll see 4 different pushes on board 7 in all 4 matches, depending on how they elect to bid. Zimmerman, Novozatsky are plus on the butler. Oh, sorry. Yeah, maybe that's what Harris was asking. Is it live? It is delayed by 10 minutes. But, I mean, more or less live. Is redouble showing values? Yeah, so West redouble basically just means that they're interested in penalizing us. And this is kind of the nightmare scenario. Partner bid 2 diamonds, pass, doubled by West, penalty. And our partner now runs to 2 hearts. I mean, this doesn't feel too bad yet, although I would still be a bit concerned. I mean, the Club King looks like a working card. The Ace of Diamonds is definitely a working card. We do have a little bit of extra distribution. But still, we could easily be going for like 1100, and the opponents might not have a game. It would not have been everyone's choice to double with South. I think I kind of mentioned that when the opponents have opened the bidding and we're a little bit late on high cards, it's a lot scarier to double than if they've preempted. East on lead. Normally, what you would be thinking about leading would be a trump against the doubled part scores. Okay, East does lead a trump. I was actually curious about it because well, I'll pause my thought there. Queen of Hearts lead looks like it's good news for us. I think we're very happy to see that. I mean, unless West has like Ace King 5th, in which case we're going to be very unhappy to see that. But hopefully our partner has like Ace 3rd or King 3rd over there, and this Queen of Hearts is from Queen Doubleton. I was wondering if East might have considered not leading trumps, because it's possible in these types of auctions that West is short in clubs. And so rather than pulling trumps, well, the Jack of Hearts from dummy at trick 1, I think, is probably good news for us. No, not really. We don't have a ton of tricks, do we? I mean, West definitely has an entry somewhere. Either the Diamond King or the Heart Ace. Oh, or apparently trumps are splitting. Trumps splitting is better news for our side. But it's going to be comforting for North that the opponents are definitely making a game with him having only 2 high card points. So I think he's not going to be too worried. It looks like he should be able to hold his losses to not too many, right? East definitely has the Club Ace for the opening bid. West definitely has the Diamond King for this double of 2 diamonds, or at least we can kind of expect certain cards are going to be in certain spots. And if East has the Spade Ace, Declare is not doing too badly. He can collect 2 diamonds, a club, a spade, and 2 hearts. That sounds like 6 tricks to me. So that would be 500, and I mean, could easily be a pickup for the Israeli squad, making this somewhat light takeout double, but well within reason. Other room, we do get a result on board 8 in the meantime. East-West reached 2 no trump over there, but again, with the hearts being favorable to Declare, 5 heart tricks were available and 2 no made on the nose. But 1 imp going back the way of Switzerland. I wonder if that's going to be how this match plays out. Switzerland picks up all of these small imp swings, 1 imp here, 1 imp there, and Israel is going to collect some of the game swings. Would rather be on the Israeli team then, if that's the way it happens. Is it possible that we can strand the King of Spades? I'm a little curious. If West plays a club D6 and a small club comes back, let's say East has Ace Queen Jack, 6 of the clubs. So club to the ace, club back. We win the King of Clubs. We can't lead a spade up to the King. So Declare probably goes Ace of Diamonds, Diamond. West wins. But then West is out of clubs and West will get end played. Yeah, I finally got around to that. Thank you, Maria, for letting me know. Both USA teams been made 3-0 on board 8. Wow. I guess that's what the butler is for, right? For when in your match you think you have a really, really good result and it ends up being a push, but against the entire field overall, you actually would have picked up imps. I mean, 3-no does not seem like a particularly good contract on that one. Oh, or maybe you were saying West is end played right now. Yeah, that's possible. Clubs could be 7-0 instead of 6-1. I think North is becoming more and more confident about the location of all the honors that he's missing. King of Diamonds with West, both Black Aces with East. I mean, if West has that Diamond King, it's almost impossible to construct a hand that East would open 2 clubs without both Black Aces. And given the known distribution of the club suit, I think North has kind of worked out this potential end play if a club comes back. If West plays the 14th heart in the deck V8, I think we're going to be calling the director over pretty quickly. But yeah, if West did have the Joker of Hearts, then that would be a very good play right now. Maybe if clubs are 5-2, the defense actually has an opportunity here. Like if West has a Doubleton club and East was, say, 5-4 in the black suits. No, East followed to 2 rounds of hearts. It went Queen of Hearts, low heart at tricks 1 and 2. I know you weren't trolling. And Steph thinks club to the ace, diamond through. Yeah, could be. I mean, West doesn't know that North's spades are so bad. West could be very worried about this king 10-9 fifth of spades and dummy. I mean, I have to imagine that West might put a diamond on the table. That looks somewhat appealing. Not knowing that North has Queen 10 of diamonds over there. If North's diamonds were a little bit weaker, then maybe attacking the ace of diamonds entry would make some sense. The 2 clubs discard might give a little bit of information to West. I mean, obviously East had to play 2 rounds of trumps at tricks 1 and 2, so this was the first opportunity East had to make a signal. You can't get a ton of information from it. East is probably just signaling to his partner that switching to clubs is safe, which is true. So we do get a club switch. Goes around to the 10. It seems like good defense by East. I mean, East also had plenty of time to think while West was considering his options. And so if clubs are 5-2 here, well, from East's perspective, if clubs were 6-2, then this would leave Declare kind of isolated and dummy, no way to get back to the north hand, to push a spade up. Langert says East is 5-4-2-2, or at least thinks so. Could be. Yeah, so again, Declare is in a little bit of trouble. If East had gone ace of clubs club, then this whole plan of throwing West in with the Diamond King and playing them to give Declare a hand entry to basically take a spade finesse would have led to down 2. Declare is really at risk for down 3 at this point. But clubs could be 6-1. You know, ace of diamonds, diamond could still end play West. And I mean, if clubs are 5-2, West might have honor doubleton. Like, so if West has queen or jack doubleton over here, the 9-8-7 of clubs are actually going to come into the picture and could take a trick eventually on offense for Declare. So it's not as if he's completely dead. I would expect, though, East might have ace-queen-jack fifth. Is there anything we can do against ace-queen-jack fifth if we don't get a friendly diamond split? Like, we would still be able to make, if East has jack doubleton of diamonds, we go ace of diamonds, low diamond. If West hops up with the king, we have 2 diamond tricks. If West ducks, we win the queen, and then we're able to play a spade up. I mean, North thinking through the possibilities. You know what? I was going to say, since East had thrown a club, if clubs were 5-2, Declare could have exited the king of clubs there. Because East would have pitched a club winner. Then East taps the dummy with a club. We go ace diamonds diamond. West wins, plays a spade to East ace. East can cash 2 clubs, but then East is end played into giving us the spade king, or leading a diamond into the queen 10. So Declare could have, I mean, can always still get out for down 2 if he read the position from that spot. Obviously, though, if East had 6 clubs, then exiting the king of clubs would be a bad decision. And I think that's what he's come to conclude. Well, it's now on West. West thinking. Obviously, West doesn't see North's hand. So West might be worried that East could have like queen doubleton of diamonds, for example. And then it would be a huge disaster to hop up with the king. VuGraph operator might have lost track of the play because it's been going so quickly. Good point. But diamond to the king. switches to a spade, so now the king of spades is set up, and now East realizes that his attempt was botched. Yeah, Steph, if West had another club, West could play club here, and then the king of spades gets stranded. That's exactly right. So Declare had to read the layout. And I think from the very start of the hand, I had said it feels likely that that West is short in clubs based on this redouble. It's going to be much more common for West to have club shortness than club support. So if Declare had nothing else to go on, then that's probably what he ended up going with. Also, maybe East wouldn't have pitched a club from a 5-card suit there. East might have kept all 5 of his clubs in the hopes that he could set him up and take tricks. But it's kind of a cute little position where Declare, the only counter to the 5-2 club split would be to win that 10 of clubs and play back the king, strangely enough. What? I'm sorry. Is this really the play that There's no way that this was the card played, right? Declare could have made the rest if the Jack of Diamonds was dropping, which I think is unlikely, but still. 8 of Spades feels like a very strange card to play on this trick. Okay, probably Vugraph Operator. Just lost track of the play there. 500. Could be a swing going the way of Israel. East-West. Well, I say that. Maybe East-West aren't actually making a game on this hand. The clubs don't split. So Declare only gets 4 club tricks. 3 hearts. Oh, yeah, 3-no should be easy. I mean, 3 hearts, 4 clubs, 2 spades. At the very least. Board 9, we do get a little bit of a swing. 3 diamonds did make in this room. North-South having this kind of convenient way to get out once they got all the way up to 2-no trump. And in the other room, the auction kind of got out of control with West doubling 1 heart to show hearts, support redouble by North, and East jumped all the way up to 3 hearts, probably expecting that his partner had a 5-card suit for the double of 1 heart. I think it would generally promise a 5-card suit. Passed back around to North, who reopened with double, and South obviously felt like he was a little bit pickled, tried 3 spades in the known 4-3 fit without any extra information about the hand. Did not work out. Went down 1, so 4 imps going the way of Israel. South on this one gets to open his could-be short club. North bids a heart, showing 4 more spades. South bids 1 spade, showing exactly 3. So now they know they're in a question mark 3 fit in spades. North will know if they have a fit or not. They do not. North bids a no trump. Probably going to end the auction. And again, after the opening lead, North's hand is going to be concealed. A little bit of a technical issue, but once trick 1 is complete, we will be able to see North's cards, and so we'll be able to think about the problem from Declarer's perspective. Heart opening lead. Not that unusual. No one has showed hearts in this auction. North showed spades. We showed some spade support. So East might even be leading a heart from 3 small here, expecting that the other major suit is often a good opening lead choice in these types of auctions. We do have a pretty good hand, all things considered. Aces and kings are underrated cards in the 4-3-2-1 point count system. So having a lot of controls is nice. We have 13 highs, which is near the upper end of our weak no trump range. Probably expect that that partner will be making this most of the time. But I guess that's all conditional on how bad partner's hand could be. Okay, partner has a 10 count. Still a lot of work to do, and after this heart lead lost to the ace, we don't have all that many tricks. Off the top, we only have 5 tricks, 2 clubs, a diamond, a heart, and a spade. This 8 of clubs switch can't be good news for us either. Clubs might split 3-3, but there's absolutely no chance West has the club queen for that 8 of clubs switch. As such, I almost don't even understand putting in the jack, but that's what Declare goes with. I mean, just because the 9 is sitting over here in dummy, well, it kind of worked, right? The 8 of clubs went to the jack. Now we actually get to set up the 4th round of clubs. Still gonna need a little bit of help to make one no from here, but we have an opportunity to take a diamond finesse. We have some potential to set up that 4th spade. 9 of spades could be a big card. I bet Declare is wondering if he can get away with playing a spade to the 10. He's trying to count how many tricks the opponents can set up in hearts in the meantime. If a spade to the 10 loses, make sure that he's still going to be able to take the diamond finesse if necessary. I mean, with the opponents having 2 tricks in, and the fact that West didn't continue hearts and instead switched to clubs, and the fact that East didn't continue hearts, hearts are probably 4-3, and they might even be blocked. I mean, this 8 of hearts could be an important spot card for sure. So in that case, they can set up 2 more heart tricks. The king of diamonds that we're imagining we have to give up is in 1 more trick. So we should be able to afford a spade loser, which means North can, probably play a spade to the 10, and so maybe he's kind of counted this out and come to this conclusion. And this offers us a small extra chance if they, for example, play back clubs here. If they, for example, had not played back clubs here, we might have been able to go spade to the ace spade, set up the 4th round of spades, and then still have the king of clubs as an entry. Whoa! We have a new leader, as I think mostly this hand is over, but I do want to take a look at what happened in board 10 on the other room. Declare is either going to make his contract via the help of a diamond finesse, or he won't. Maybe he'll come up with an alternative plan. Okay, he does continue to go after spades. It's possible that if the spades are breaking, Declare might be able to throw some opponent in on the 3rd round of hearts to lead a diamond away from the king. Still, it feels like a big play to continue another spade here. rather than just leading a low diamond immediately. But 3-no going down 1 on board 10, 12 imps going the way of Switzerland on that one. East opened a no trump on his hand. And South elected to come in to show both majors. So similar decisions at both tables. Double by West Stamen, 2 hearts by North, probably terrified of going for a large number, but East kind of saves them by bidding 3 clubs. This is fairly common when you're short in the suit the opponent's bid and you have a 6-card minor and you've opened a no trump, you just bid your minor at the 3 level. So that's what East did. West bid 3 no trump. And I guess let's take a quick look at the play. Jack of hearts opening lead, declare won the ace, played a club to the queen, heart continuation, declare sets up the club suit. But after a 3rd round of hearts, South's 10 of hearts did get set up. And if Declare was in East's hand right now, Declare would have made the contract. Strangely enough, South would get strip squeezed, having to come down to King Doubleton of spades and the ace of diamonds. Then East would be able to play their last diamond and throw him in. But with Declare being in the dummy, there's nothing he could do other than try the spade finesse. And South was then able to cash out for down 1. Big result for Switzerland. On 10, East went down every time they played it. In 3-no, West made it every time they played it. A little bit random, I think, just because North would be leading a diamond from the North hand, as opposed to the heart lead from South. I didn't see what happened. Apparently Declare did play a 3rd round of spades. Spades did break. I feel like Declare is uncertain about what he wants to do for a plan. I mean, a fairly normal plan would have been to lead a diamond up towards the queen. That would have had some, close to 50-50 chance of working at an earlier point in play. So anything that doesn't involve effectively a finesse or better seems as if Declare is a little bit floundering on this hand. He might be right. I mean, if he goes Queen of Hearts heart here, and East cashes a couple of hearts and then has to lead a diamond, I guess we're about to find out. Probably pitching a spade, leading a low diamond to the 9. It does almost seem as if Declare is playing East for the Diamond King. Or not? Well, he was right. East did have the Diamond King, so I guess well spotted, but he got to a position in the end there where he didn't really have the opportunity to pick up the King of Diamonds on side anymore. But down 1, a little bit sad with 23 highs that you can't make a no trump on those cards. I guess that's not true. The 8 of clubs switch kind of gave things away, right? As I kind of mentioned, I'm not sure about the Jack of clubs play. I guess North thinks that these opponents might actually lead away from the club queen looking at this dummy rather than continue hearts. But the 8 of clubs allows Declare to pick up the club suit for 4 tricks. He can go ace king unblocking the 9 and 6, get over to dummy, and then finesse the 5 with the queen 7 doubleton dropping. Kind of unusual. I have not seen DT in chat yet. You really should be saving up your channel points just in case he makes an appearance. He might not be awake. Spade by West, 2 hearts by our partner, 2 no by East. Looks like a limit raise in spades, but what are we supposed to do with 6 hearts and no defense? Do we bid 4 hearts? Do we bid 5 hearts? I know some players might even pass, but Peter chiming in with the pass. Okay, 2-0 announced as a game-forcing raise with 3 spades. Well, that makes our hand a little bit worse. If the opponents might only be in a 5-3 fit, and we have 2 spade losers, that's not great. South does decide 5 hearts. I mean, 5 hearts could make, right? Our partner should have a pretty good hand for the vulnerable against not 2-level overcall. So the singleton diamond is good news. I think our partner is odds-on to have a singleton spade, although might not, just given the conventional agreements of the opponents. We're basically saying that if partner has a hand like ace-queen of hearts, ace-queen of clubs, we only need 1 other card from him. Like ace-queen jack of clubs would probably be enough to make 5 hearts. And of course the opponents might have a good save in 5 spades, or they might even be making 5 spades, but at least we put a lot of pressure on them. The reason you would want to jump to 5 hearts directly is if you were planning to bid 5 hearts over 4 spades later, then you want to do it immediately and make the opponents guess as much as possible. Peter Hollins was on screen earlier. Peter Hollins was on screen earlier. He might have been. I have gotten a ton of recommendations of your channel, Peter, in the past couple of days. So my YouTube feed is kind of filled with a bunch of bridge stuff now. But yeah, I checked out, I think, 1 or 2 of your videos on the round robin. Some interesting hands from that set. I'm sure that everyone's familiar with Peter Hollins, but of course he is also a very fabulous content creator for bridge, makes a bunch of awesome YouTube videos, played for the Australian national team at some point, I think. I don't remember. I'm not trying to speak on your behalf, but he has some incredible stuff on his channel on YouTube. You should go check it out. But not right now. Not right now. You should stay here watching this, because this is also very fun and interesting. I'm doing well so far? Great, great. I will quit while I'm ahead, then. 5 spades by West. – 6 spades by East. Uh-oh. Could this be the infamous both opponents are overvaluing their spade void hand? I think that's possible. I mean, listen, if our partner doubles this, that has to be good news. We might be getting a diamond ruff. No, partner does not. Goes quietly. I feel pretty good about the way we bid our hand, but it is a little bit sad when we have no defense that the opponents end up at the 6th level. Maybe, just maybe, we're going to score our spade queen, given that in light of everything that happened, we've been relatively quiet in the auction. Like, North didn't double at the end here. I don't think West would expect us to have spade length. All right, here we go. So declare roughs and dummy pitches a diamond loser, right? Maybe. Maybe. It is kind of expected that East has a heart void, given that East was the one who bumped to 6 spades. We are about to find out. Not a whole lot of information about what West's shape is. Other table has caught up to us. Board 11, one no trump was bid from the other direction over there, and ended up going down 1. So a push board on that one. Some of the unauthorized information I'm picking up is that partner might have had the ace of diamonds. And so we may well have been able to just beat this contract off the top with a diamond ruff. I suspect that that West has at least 6 spades. Hopefully not 7, otherwise we'll be exposed in just a minute. But if West has 6 spades only, then I suspect we will be getting our queen. And then we're just going to need our partner to have a diamond trick, I guess. Feels like maybe not much hope. Just given that West has bid West has bid 5 spades here. Harris asks, when is the next set? There's going to be about an hour break between the end of this segment and the start of the next one. It starts up in like an hour and 20 minutes from now. Ooh, look at that, singleton 9 of spades from partner. The tap at trick 1 was necessary to promote a trump trick for our side. I was gonna say, I'm not certain that there's a lot of hope for us, given that West bid 5 spades on clearly a fairly mediocre spade suit. No heart values and no club values. I think West almost has to have the ace-king of diamonds. although I could be wrong. It seems like we haven't claimed yet. West has 6 spades. Well, I mean, is 6 spades enough to bid 5 over 5 in this auction? Like, what is West's hand? He's like ace empty 6th, singleton, ace 4th, queen doubleton. Yeah, West is favorable, but I mean, 5 hearts is sacrificing, right? So West could probably just go after it and collect a plus score. You really think 6-1-4-2 with a 10 count would bid 5 spades here? Maybe. Yeah, I mean, okay. West doesn't know that 5 hearts isn't making, but this is a preemptive bid, right? Yeah, Peter says that he might have entry issues for drawing trumps right now, which is definitely true. If he does have ace king 4th of diamonds, he needs to win this, play the king of spades, and then go ace king of clubs and a club ruff back to hand, which he might not be certain about. Or maybe West is actually like 6-5 in the pointed suits, missing the diamond king. He's trying to decide if he should finesse now or hop up with the ace. Also possible. I think that latter one is less likely. It would be a little bit unusual for us as South to switch to a diamond from King Doubleton here. But yeah, if West's hand was ace 6, singleton, ace king 4th, doubleton, then he can't afford to overtake the king of spades. That would set up our 8. So he's going to need to unblock the spade king. But now that one of us is out of diamonds, he might be scared of crossing back in diamonds. Either way, good defense by South to give Declare a little bit of a problem. Whoa! I was about to spoil something. I was totally about to spoil something and I caught myself at the last minute. But a result did come in the other room on this one. Oh god. I did not mean to. You know what? I'm just not going to touch my mouse anymore. We'll watch the bridge. Declare wins the ace. Unblocks the king of spades as our partner discards. And an indication that Declare should play clubs instead of diamonds to get back to hand might be that we switch to diamonds. Oh, he just has the jack of clubs. Not sure why that took so long then. Feels like a fairly obvious way to return to hand. I mean, maybe our partner does have the diamond king. It certainly seems like our partner has nothing else for the 2-heart overcall. Like ace queen 6th of hearts and no other high cards can't really overcall 2 hearts red against white. Wow. I mean, big result there for six spades going down one. But the other room, six spades ends up going down two. Probably on a diamond to the king and a diamond ruff. So two umps going back to Switzerland, and they're currently ahead by 5. We got 4 boards to play in the segment. But I was going to say, yeah, the 4-4 club fit, I think we've talked about this a couple times now, that 4-4 fits offer you this kind of convenient ability where as long as the trumps split 3-2, you can use all of your side suits to discard your other losers and gain extra tricks that way. So Norway found 6 clubs in the 4-4 fit. Who was it that thought Norway wasn't going to win the event? If they're finding 6 clubs on this type of hand, that's going to be really tough. Also, wait, hold on. It's not even just that you have to find 6 clubs. Oh, I guess it's easy. I was going to say it's easy to make setting up diamonds, but you can't. You have to guess the spades, right? You have to guess the spades to make 6 clubs. That is a crazy impressive result. I said you weren't allowed to vote for Norway? Fine, fine, that's also true. Well, on to board 13, partner opens a spade, we get to bid a no trump. Partner bids 2 clubs, I presume Gazilli. I will check their card quickly. They do play Gazilli. Although, no, they just play what looks like normal Gazilli. So 2 clubs by North could be a variety of hand types. 2 diamonds by South shows 8 or more high card points, because one of North's hand types is like any 17 plus, and, well, any 17 plus with a spade opener. So North bids 2 spades, showing spades and clubs. As South, we decide to correct to 3 clubs. Trump lead is, whoop, I got kicked off of BBO in the other on my other laptop. Let me quickly get that back up and running for everyone who was watching on BBO. I'm sorry. Hopefully people will trickle into Twitch while things are down for a minute, but there, we should be back up and ready to go. So once again, because we are kibitzing a single player, we don't get to see North's hand until at the end of trick 1. But now we have full information on the hand. Club opening lead looks like it is good for the defenders. They're able to start pulling trumps, although South's hearts being mostly solid, Declarer is not going to be too worried about the opponents pulling trumps for him. He does go after spades. Spade to the jack and king. I'm a little surprised he didn't unblock the king of hearts yet. Because now if Declarer gets tapped in diamonds, I mean, maybe his plan is to pitch a spade if the opponents continue a third round of diamonds here. That would make some sense. Whoa. Heart switch. Got it. That's going to make Declare pretty happy. Now he just needs the clubs to split, and maybe the hearts to split. Okay, 3 of spades could not possibly have been what was played. I am certain Declare stuck in the queen or 10. But 8 tricks taken. 3 clubs going down, 1 in the north. And while East-West ended up getting, 5 tricks, beating 3 clubs, the fact that they had this kind of convenient gazilli gadget allowed them to get to a little bit of a better part score, when at the other table, South ended up in 2 hearts. I wonder how they got to 2 hearts. Aha! South elected to just bid 2 hearts over 2 clubs to play, and ended up in the 5-1 fit. So both tables were playing gazilli, but one of the Souths just ended up doing something a little bit different. So 3M's going to Israel, and the match remains close. We got 3 boards to go, but remember, this is not one of these round-robin events. It is part of a 2-day match. Do we think one no trump was making? I mean, I completely understand South's decision to bid 4 hearts, but I think it would have been amusing if South had a penalty double available and wagered it all on the fact that the heart suit was running. Scissors, 6 times 16 is 96. Well, partner produces a pretty good hand over there for us. 2 aces. We probably have 8 trumps. So this appears to be making. And now even if we misguess the hearts somehow, we do have multiple entries to the north hand to take a roughing hook and clubs, set up a club discard for one of our pointed suit losers. So I think that's going to be Declare's plan. East is going to play back whatever they do, whether it's a diamond or a trump or even a spade. And Declare's probably just going to cash the ace-king of hearts, cross to one of those pointed suit aces, play one of the club honors to take a roughing hook against East ace of clubs, get back to the other pointed suit ace and pitch a loser on the jack of clubs. Unlikely to go down. We would basically need East to have 4 hearts as well as the ace-queen doubleton of clubs for us to go down on that line of play. The defense take the first 10 tricks against a no trump. Yeah, it's all conditional on the heart location, or the heart position, right? East could well have queen third, in which case the defense will take the first 4 tricks against a no trump. I suppose the queen of spades is probably an entry, given what North's hand looks like. If it does go ace-king of hearts and the queen doesn't fall, and South continues the jack of hearts, North will be able to get in and put a spade through. So king of diamonds to the ace, and kind of as expected, king of clubs next, just to set up that discard. Now Declare does have a choice. He could play a spade to the ace and play the jack of clubs immediately, pitching a loser. This would allow him to remain in dummy to take a heart finesse, but it's a little unsafe. East-West, I don't believe they're playing low from... I believe they're playing low from doubletons. Opening lead, and they are. So we know for a fact West does not have a doubleton club because West started with a high one, led a low one. Look at that! The Queen of Hearts comes down from West. We can almost pull off a trump squeeze against East. It's very, very close. But we just don't quite have the entries to the north hand to do it. Otherwise, East could have been squeezed in diamonds and spades. But taking a look at what happened in the other room, South, I guess we can look at the play. South ended up going down in 4 hearts at the other table. Same auction, but in that room they got a spade opening lead. Declare hopped up with the ace and immediately took a heart finesse, and this was a disaster for Declare. Not an unreasonable line given the no trump opening. You know, you expect East to have basically every missing high card, but here, East had a 15 count. The 2 high card points that were missing was that Queen of Hearts. So now, East-West were able to take the King of Spades, and eventually came to a club and a diamond for down 1. 11 imps going to Israel, and with 2 boards to go, they have retaken the lead. South opens a club, could be short on this second to last board of play, board 15. West overcalls a diamond. We get a heart from North. Looks like they're still playing transfers in this situation. I suppose that means double by North would show hearts. So 1 heart showing 4 or more spades. East bid 2 diamonds, just a raise. We bid 2 spades. And West comes in with a kind of big bid of 3 clubs. But our partner jumps all the way to 4 spades, ending the auction. We're not that unhappy. Well, I say ending the auction, I mean West still has an opportunity favorable to find a save. Israel is ahead 9 with 81 boards to go. So all they have to do is give up fewer than 1/9 of an imp on every hand, and they will win the match. These 2-day matches are a little bit different for some teams than what they might be used to. Oh, you're right, Matt. There's 82 boards to go because this board has not finished yet. But just the fact that you play for a day and then you get a long break in the evening and overnight to kind of collect your thoughts. You have to be somewhat resilient in these long 2-day matches to pull out the wins. James Nader asks, is South's bid not a reverse? It's 1 heart showed 4 or more spades, so this is the same as if in standard you had the auction a club, a diamond, a spade, 2 diamonds, 2 spades. That's exactly what happened. So yeah, in this case, South's 1 spade actually just showed a weak no trump with 4 spades. Ace of diamonds opening lead. And for Declarer, I mean, we have 2 diamonds and a club to lose off the top. Looks like the contract might rest on the Queen of Hearts being onside. Hey, Etienne. Good afternoon. It almost seems likely that the Queen of Hearts is working, though, given that West has showed a big hand with both minors, and East has some high cards over here. So Ace of Diamonds, Queen of Diamonds. Looks like East might have the Diamond King. I mean, the long tank on this trick kind of indicates it. It also might be indicated based on their opening lead. No, they do lead ace from ace king. So there's some potential that West actually has ace king queen, but I'm pretty sure East's long thought here is about whether to overtake with the Diamond King to lead a club or not. And so if East doesn't overtake, that might mean to West that putting a heart through is what East wants. Actually, I kind of suspect that that's exactly what's going on. Hi, Jin Feng. I do not speak whatever that language is, so try and keep the chat in English, if at all possible. But welcome to the stream. There is kind of an inference in a lot of these situations where if you elect not to overtake your partner's lead and make kind of the obvious switch, which here would be clubs looking at the dummy, then you're more or less asking for your partner to play the other suit. I guess there could be a couple of meanings, but in this case, it would effectively say that East wants his partner to put a heart on the table. And I think East with the heart queen might actually want this to happen, because if West happens to have the heart ace, East could declare a heart guess immediately. And then upon potentially winning the heart queen, could then switch to clubs, set up his partner's club trick, they then get a heart, and then West can cash a club and beat the contracted trick. But East does decide to overtake with the Diamond King. And now is thinking again. And now puts a trump on the table. I guess I understand, right? Sounds like East has the club queen and is basically just hoping to exit as passively as possible. So Diamond Ruff, declare gun, pull trumps. I mean, if he had like King 10 of hearts and dummy and only a doubleton club in hand, he would be able to go Ace of clubs club, throw the opponents in. But here he's just posturing a little bit, playing 2 rounds of clubs, not pulling trumps. Eventually, he's just going to have to try the heart finesse. Maybe the opponents will make a mistake. I guess that's something that he's thinking about. Is maybe West wins this trick and switches to the Queen of Hearts from Queen Doubleton or something. But I suspect West has a full count on the hand. He's just going to exit a club here. Hopefully East gave proper club count. Wow, so West does exit a club, and the Queen of Hearts was offside, and with the result in the other room, where Switzerland ended up making 4 spades in the south. Big score for them. So we'll quickly take a look at what happened over there. Club by south, a diamond overcall by west. 3 hearts by north, looks like some sort of spade bid. 4 spades by south. Heart opening lead. Tough. In that room, West didn't have the benefit that partner had raised diamonds. And so West wasn't able to get off to the diamond lead, which made the defense a little bit easier over there. But West, having to choose between a club lead and a heart lead, picks his weaker suit, and that blows a trick. So 1 board to go. Switzerland getting the better of Israel in this set, although it's been a bit back and forth. Club by east, a spade by south. West bids 2 diamonds, which gets alerted. So 1 club is the Polish club, which it's a variety of hand types. Effectively, most often it's going to be a weak no trump. And so that's kind of how you have to treat it. I don't really understand the alert on 2 diamonds. I mean, maybe there's some sort of conventional meaning to this over Polish clubs that I'm not familiar with. I'm going to quickly look what 2 diamonds might mean in an uncontested auction, if I can figure it out. I mean, uncontested 2 diamonds would be game forcing and natural. But Showstrock says they play a lot of transfers in these types of auctions, so maybe 2 diamonds shows hearts. Okay, it's starting to sound like 2 diamonds showed hearts. Well, after our 1 spade overcall, maybe a little bit light, but definitely something that, definitely something that we should be thinking about when the opponents make one of these ambiguous opening bids. We want to try and preempt their auction or get involved more often than not. So 1 spade, 2 diamonds showing hearts, 2 spades by our partner, 3 clubs, strong enforcing. So now East has one of these strong hand types. Let me see if I can get a high card count on that. I think given that East now has a long club suit, this is 18 or more. So East is 18 or more with a long club suit. 3 hearts by West, extra heart length. 3 spades by East, kind of just fishing. Maybe looking for a spade stopper to play 3 no trump or some club support. West shows some club support. 4 no trump key card. Yeah, ATN still thinks 4 clubs is Gerber in every auction. Could be. And what key card are they playing? I can't actually see. It just says Blackwood. I guess they're playing 0314. So 5 clubs shows 0? I seriously doubt it's 3, given that East is the one with the strong hand, but maybe it is. East settles in 6 clubs. We gotta find an opening lead. So it might be right to just end up playing a spade at trick one. That's got to be like the most passive opening lead choice, and so that is what South goes with. But there was probably some potential to either lead diamonds, maybe that's an unexpected lead for Declare that he's not prepared for, or even, lead the ace of hearts or underlead the ace of hearts. That could have produced a second defensive trick if Declare was misguessing that suit. So Declare pulling trumps. South is probably going to start pitching spades, would be my guess. I'm wrong. I was going to say you never really know when these 4 small or 5 small in a side suit are going to come into the picture. So pitching a diamond, probably unlikely to give up a trick, but a spade would certainly have been safe. Fortunately for us, North had that Jack-10 fourth of clubs, but with 6 clubs being bid in both rooms, that means Switzerland has won this set. Still a lot of bridge to be played. There's going to be 5 more sets of 16 boards, 80 boards to go. But we will be taking a quick break. I'm going to leave the stream up as usual while I run off to get some breakfast in the morning. And we'll be back in about, what is it now, about 45 minutes actually. This was a long session. Maybe we got started a bit late, but this was a fairly long set for these teams. So we'll be back. We're going to check out Poland against Italy in the second segment, and then in the third segment we do have an option. So I hope everyone has been enjoying the coverage so far. I'm going to mute the stream, turn my face off, and I will be back in about 45 minutes for segment 2. Hello. We are back. And I guess we're about to jump into Italy against Poland, which is not quite up yet, but that will be the match we're going to be watching for the second segment, only Bermuda Bowl match that is on VuGraph. We just saw Switzerland have a narrow escape against Israel in the first segment of play. Still a lot of boards to go, but they came out on top by 3. USA 2 has been the big winner here, beating USA 1 by a substantial margin in the first segment. I haven't been able to look at the boards. I mean, we probably could if I wanted to spend a little bit of time on it. I was curious about the Butler scores, though. So let me pull that up and just take a quick peek. We can get that on screen while we're waiting for the start of play. So I've heard that it is at the very bottom of the bulletin. Let's go down there. Dorsey Trophy, Venice Cup, and here we are, Bermuda Bowl. So is there just one page? Just one page of Butler. This is probably hard to read. Oh, also let's clear up some things on screen. That's a little bit easier. So for Switzerland, Kalita and Klukowski, who we just saw play, are at the top of the standings. Bakke and Brooklyn are second. Mextroth and Mahmoud were in third for USA 2. It just says USA here. They don't... Oh, it's because it's country. I wish it was the team. But actually, we picked out a really great table to watch. Kalita, Klukowski were playing against Berman, Payton for Israel. And those are two of the top pairs from the Butler in the round robin. We had Kranjak and Demoy for USA 1 are also up there. Verbeek and Molnar for Netherlands did quite well. Helgemo and Grude for Norway. So 2 of the Norway pairs are high up in the list. Actually, all 3 Norway pairs. Is AA Asgard? I don't know what AA is, or is it just AA? I thought there was a Norwegian player that named Asgard, but I guess it would be really weird if they just abbreviate as... Okay, I'm not familiar with whoever Turya AA is, but with Livgard, that is the entire Norwegian team sitting at over half an imp on the Butler. That is pretty huge. Well, in other matches, Norway has a pretty decent lead over China. 19 imps after the first set. Italy and Poland were throwing a bunch of imps around. And it looks like we do have some tables coming into view. Now, because these are 2-day matches, it's pronounced more. Hold on, more. I don't think I did that right, but cool. I think I did okay. So there will be a bit of delay until the VuGraph gets started up. A little surprised that USA 2 and USA 1 has started out this way. I'm going to quickly take a look at the scorecard just to see. So interesting. Okay. and this is kind of a big deal for these matches with sponsors. I think I talked about this the other day with seating rights and everything, but it's possible that Joe Grew and Brad Moss really like playing against sponsors on the other teams because they think they do very well against players who could potentially make mistakes. And so if Spectre did not have seating rights in the first set, then maybe this is why USA 2 ended up sitting out Chip Martell and Marty Fleischer for the first segment of play, and putting in Mextroth Mahmoud and Grew Moss. Not like a huge deal. I mean, Warren Spector as well as Marty Fleischer, very, very strong sponsors. Not that any of the sponsors are particularly weak in this event, I don't think, but that can still make a bit of difference. Board 15 looks like the big swing. 4 spades going down 1 in one room, 5 diamonds getting doubled as a save over 4 spades in the other. That was most of the difference in the match. So play will start up momentarily for Poland against Italy. And you know what? Before I forget, we can start up a prediction about who's going to win the segment. And I will give people about 10 minutes to vote on this. If you want to spend some channel points, see if you can guess the winner. You have a chance to win some channel point rewards. I hope I don't forget. I wonder if I should set an alarm. No, someone will remind me. Towards the end of the segment, I want to put up a poll in the chat to see which match you all want to watch for the third segment of play today. Remember, play is not going to be over at the end of the day. It's not as if we forget to watch the 2 US teams, or if we don't watch the potentially close Switzerland-Israel match, that we will never see them. They still have a full day to play tomorrow, and we can catch up on whichever of the matches is most exciting, or whatever the spectators want to watch. But we do have the option of, I have hidden the schedule today. We do have the option of watching the USA versus USA match in the third set, or watching the third set of Switzerland versus Israel. But here we go. We're off. Actually, I want to get some nameplates. Poland against Italy. So, Poland sitting north-south. Kotorovitz and Ariskevi. Yes. Kotorovitz and Ariskevi. Not 2 players that I'm actually all that familiar with. Playing up against Cementa and Versace from Italy. Let me pull up convention cards so that I know what we're doing. I'm pretty sure East-West we've seen them play quite a bit over the course of this tournament, and I think they're doing generally just a generic 2/1 type system with transfer responses to their club, some variable no-trump ranges. But Poland, I'm not sure we have seen them play yet. So this will be our first look at the Polish team. Obviously, they did very well in the round robin to make their way through, I think in 4th place. And then they got assigned Italy as their opponent based on the WBF seeding points. So what are North-South doing? Probably a Polish club. Yep, Polish club. So one club by North could be a weak no-trump, or various strong hand types, or potentially some hands with some long clubs. South bids a spade. Looks like just natural. I think the pair playing Polish club that we just watched, Klukowski and Kalita, were playing transfers responses to their Polish club, if I'm correct. But this north-south pair appears to just be playing somewhat natural. So a club, a spade, a no trump, showing a weak no trump, like 11 to 14 or so. I guess I can pull up their range. Yeah, 11 to 14. And then after a check back auction, 2 clubs, 2 diamonds, 2 no, showing exactly 4 spades invitational. North said, no thanks, I just have a 12 count, 4 triple 3. What happened to the old system of top 4 just choosing the bottom 4? It's some sort of hybrid thing. I don't really, I don't really get it, but but they had the top 2 from the round robin picked their opponents in order. So Norway got first crack at it and picked China, and then Switzerland got the second choice and they picked Israel. And then the 3rd, 4th, and 5th, 6th, or, well, whoever's left from the bottom half were just paired based on WBF master points. I don't know, it feels kind of weird to me, but that's the way it's set up. I do like that the top team gets to pick their opponents. I think that makes a lot of sense. Well, in 2 no trump, I mean, after that club opening lead, Declarer doesn't seem to be in too much trouble on this one. 9 of hearts, kind of a big card, but Declarer is going to be able to set up the diamonds no matter what. Kind of oddly enough, if West switches to the Spade King here, Declarer's probably going to have to duck that trick. Otherwise, North's hand could easily get stranded and lose access to that King, Queen of clubs. Oh, thanks for the info, Sensei. I did notice in the Dorsey Trophy that USA 1 and 2 were not paired, and I guess I jumped to the conclusion that they didn't have to be. But yeah, it's always going to be the case that you can never play against your country in the final if you have 2 teams that get to this event. Just the way the event is set up. It's, I think, a little more interesting for spectators if it's not a single country affair. But I didn't realize that if one of them was in the top half and one was in the bottom half, then they are required to be paired against each other in the round of 8. Obviously, King of Spades switch, I think, was a bit of a fantasy. But I think it would have been a cute play from West, just if West had known what the layout of the suit was. So Declarer has successfully set up their diamond trick. And with 3 tricks in, a diamond, a heart, a spade, and 2 clubs to come, 2 no trump will definitely be made. I hope. I mean, fingers crossed that this will make. Surely Switzerland and Poland must be paired together in the semifinal so that we don't have an all-Polish final. Are they? I think they're on opposite sides of the bracket. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but I believe that Switzerland and Poland could play in the final. If Poland beats Italy, I believe Poland will go up against whichever US team is next. Well, interesting line of play from Declare here. Obviously has the chance now to try and guess the spade suit for an extra trick. Just goes ace of spades, spade though. I was thinking that Declare maybe should have kept a heart potentially in the dummy. Although, I guess then you would be risking losing a bunch of spade tricks if all of the spades are offside. Nine Polish players in the final? That's a lot. Obviously, the Klukowski-Kalita partnership, originally Polish, but now they represent the Swiss flag for this. Must be some sort of like dual citizenship. So 8 tricks, nice stop. I mean, after the club lead and the defense being, you know, I guess just playing back clubs passively at almost every opportunity, Declare had the opportunity to make 9, but ends up making his contract. Could be an imp or so swung on that one. I don't expect North-South to get to a no-trump game in the other room, although they have the potential to do so. So we're on to board 18. And oh yeah, so East-West have this variable no trump, which I guess I had mentioned earlier, but first seat, non-vulnerable, they play a 10 to 13. And so East is able to open his 10 count with 1 no, which causes some swingy auctions. Ultimately. Like here, a no-trump might buy the contract, and North-South have 24 combined highs. Again, unclear if North-South would bid to a game or if they would even make it. Looks like 4 spades has some play, at the very least. But, well, as I say that, North does elect to balance with a double, presumably natural. And so now we'll have to see what West does. It looks somewhat natural for West to run with his shape. So he'll probably come up with whatever bid is in his system to run. Here it's redouble. Since he doesn't have a 5-card suit, I mean, this is just common for a lot of weak no-trumpers that redouble will be, please start bidding 4-card suits up the line. And so East obliges, bids 2 hearts. Yeah, the real question is, will 4 spades make in the other room if they get there? I think so. But it's not a particularly easy contract to play. I mean, if Declare finds out about the 4-1 spade split with the singleton king, they can just go ace of clubs, club to the king, club ruff with the jack of spades, and then run the 9 of spades, picking up the trump suit, ending up making 11 tricks. But Declare might be concerned about playing spades too early because if the king of spades is an east hand, maybe he... I don't know. I guess 4 spades is probably just going to be a good contract regardless. Well, North did incredibly well to balance with double. These weak no trumps are very difficult to handle sometimes. Because here South has 11, West could have had like a 10 or even an 11 count, and when North doubles, their side ends up getting in trouble as opposed to the opponent's. So it's a big risk coming in over these weak no trumps if you don't really have shape or values. I mean, if you have a 15 count, then obviously you got to get into the auction, and sometimes you just pay off. But with 13, I think a lot of players might have passed out a no trump with North's hand and missed out on this potential game. Well, 2 rounds of hearts might give Declare a little bit of a pause. I wonder if he's going to just lay down the spade ace right now. If trumps are 3-2 and clubs are 4-2, he basically just has a claim by going ace of spades, low spade. He can pull 3 rounds of trumps. He'll get tapped in hearts once, but then he can go ace, king, queen of clubs. Even if the clubs don't split, he can ruff the clubs good, get back to the diamond ace, and run the club suit, losing just a heart, a diamond, and a spade. And obviously, once the singleton king of spades falls, he'll probably be pretty happy. Revert back to this plan of ace of clubs, club to the king, club ruff high, pull trumps. But there's definitely alternatives. I mean, Declare does not need to touch trumps just yet. Could instead try and ruff some red suit losers in the south hand, planning on eventually setting up the north hand. Or maybe he'll just start on clubs right away, which is what he does. Yeah, Matt says mini no trump is such an annoying convention, and Sensei says that it does make things a little bit more challenging if they have a strong no trump. I think it might make their constructive auctions a little bit harder, but I think this hand highlights just the difficulty of the weak no trump, where is it really so obvious for North to balance with double here, showing some values? Maybe. I mean, maybe. But he was sticking his neck out with almost no high cards. And easily could have gone for 800 against when he could have just passed out a no trump. Well, unless the king of spades was a false card, Declare should have... ATN says that West could have played the king of spades from King 10 Doubleton, and North is kind of convinced that it's very possible West could have a second spade. He pulls another trump. It's safe, right? He does give up an overtrick in doing this, because now he needs to ruff a club. That's going to allow East to score the 10 of spades. But four spades is making. Puff and Basher likes just going after the opponents when they open a weak no trump. I think weak no trump is one of those conventions where you need to have very good card play to utilize that in your arsenal. Otherwise, yes, the opponents will just double you all the time. And if you're not good at playing contracts where you only have like 13 high card points in the two hands, you're going to be going for 800 or 1100 far too often. Well, board 17 in both rooms was a push at 2 no trump, making 2. And after 4 spades comes home in this room, could be an imp, one way or another. I have noticed that, Matt, that a large number of the pairs in this event are playing a mini no trump in certain seats at the very least, like when they're favorable. So one club again by North, Polish club, could be a variety of hand types, but usually a weak no trump. Eastover calls a diamond. Now South doubles. I was going to say, based on board 17, there's no way that North-South are playing transfers in this scenario, right? We saw it in the previous match where after a 1 diamond overcall, I forget who it was, but they bid a heart showing spades, and so they would play a double showing hearts. It's a little bit unusual to me that they don't play transfers with no interference, but they do play transfers with interference. That just doesn't make any sense. But here it is. So a club, a diamond, double, showing 4 or more hearts. 1 spade by West. West very happy to be able to get in and show his spade suit. Support double by North, showing 3 hearts. As we see from the other room, 4 spades did make 5 over there. Some alerts coming through from our helpful VuGraph operator. Thank you for letting us know. So South bids 2 hearts, and West might feel under a little bit of pressure here. He was probably hoping to be able to get both of his suits in at the 2 level. So with diamond support, he doesn't really want to pass 2 hearts. Otherwise, his partner's just going to sit it, and that's going to be the end of the auction. He elects to make a takeout double of 2 hearts. That gets East to bid 3 clubs. West now, of course, going to be able to correct to 3 diamonds. And North's not all that unhappy about the way the auction's gone. He has 2 aces and a natural trump trick. He's showed his heart support. Looks like down 1 to me, if the defense get clubs going soon enough to collect a couple of clubs from South. So I think we lead the Jack of Hearts. That feels like the most natural opening lead. I mean, a diamond has some merit. West has turned up with this two-suited hand, presumably shortened hearts. We might be able to prevent heart ruffs if we start pulling trumps. But I don't think I like a diamond lead for a couple of reasons. I mean, one, the fact that East didn't support spades, East very likely shortened spades. If we lead a spade, and they have, say, the ace, king, queen of spades, East might be able to pitch a loser immediately. So, you know, maybe it's better to just try and take our heart tricks as soon as possible. And that's what South goes with. Jack of hearts runs around to the queen. Declare now trying to set up the spade tricks to pitch some losers. But North, seeing South's spade count, upside down count, knows to win the first round of the suit. Probably cashes the heart ace, if I had to guess, before switching to clubs. The only scare, I guess, is that East has the ace, king, queen of clubs, and that jack of clubs is a dummy entry. I guess technically North can switch to diamonds because there's no way. No, a diamond switch is still scary, right? Like if East's hand was ace, empty, fifth of diamonds, ace, king, queen, fourth of clubs, and the queen of hearts, wouldn't the auction almost go the same way? I mean, maybe you would argue East would do something a little bit more aggressive over the double of a spade with, what would that be, like a 15 count? Maybe. Still, it feels very natural for North to either switch to clubs immediately or cash the heart ace and then switch to clubs. And the way that I'm now thinking about it, I believe it's probably better to just switch to clubs now. North knows that if his partner gets in, he'll put a heart through, and Declare has no other entry to the dummy to cash those spades, so we don't really need to take the ace of hearts right now. Okay. He does go with the queen of diamonds switch. The worry on this switch, I think, is that Declare has the club ace. Because now when we put a club through, Declare might be able to hop up with the ace, play a heart over roughing and dummy, and then pitch a couple of clubs on the queen jack of spades. Wow! North continues a second diamond, which is not going to cost him here. East having 4 clubs. But I think this is very scary for North. He knows the spades aren't running, but he would have had to know that East had 5 diamonds and 4 clubs for this to be the right plan. I mean, fortunately, from his perspective, East does have 5 diamonds and 4 clubs, and South has 2 club tricks. That feels like Feels like a hand that could have slipped away from him. But it works out in the end. Nothing Declare could do to avoid those two club losers. So 100 points for North-South. North-South still going plus on every board in this room. Although Italy has gotten the better of it. Board 18, I think I may have mentioned, when the result came in, four spades made 11 tricks over there. Whoa! Okay, this is an exciting one, huh? South has 8 solid hearts. I guess first question, is West going to open the bidding? I've said before Versace tends to be fairly aggressive. Cementa is by far the more conservative pair in that partnership. So Versace might be tempted into opening a diamond here on this hand. Maybe it's a little bit too thin. So he thinks it's a little bit too late, decides to pass. So two passes, and East, I mean, pretty happy with his hand, opens a club. Could be short. Value bid on the South hand is just going to be 4 hearts, of course. And then South is probably going to bid 5 hearts at his next turn once the opponents compete over him. I mean, that would be my guess. I'm not certain South will bid 5 hearts, but he might. You don't need a whole lot for 5 hearts to be a good save. And even if all you get is 8 trumps and you go for 800, it's not the end of the world. But on a good day, 5 hearts might make. Partner has some fitting club honors. So what does East do over double? A bit of a tricky decision. I would say oftentimes West is going to have a 5-card spade suit for this negative double at the 4 level. East might be tempted into thinking ace queen third is actually a pretty good holding. Although, hard to say. You can't know that partner has 5 spades, and there's not a whole lot of room to figure it out. But 5 clubs feels like a reasonable choice. Obviously good 7-card club suit. I am curious, though, if he's trying to decide between 4 spades and 5 clubs. Bidding more than 4 spades or 5 clubs is gotta be ambitious. A heart loser, potential for 1 or 2 diamond losers, partner being a passed hand. I don't think you can just expect partner always has ace, king of diamonds, king of spades. And bad splits can happen, right? That's often the case with preempts. So North could have like Jack 10, 4th of clubs, for example. Whoa. Okay, this is a little unexpected, but I have the feeling East-West are... maybe they're not still going to be safe. This auction to me sounds like West really does have some sort of 6-5 hand with the pointed suits. East might correct 5 diamonds to 5 spades. Oh no, is North thinking about doubling? Oh, North, don't. Okay, North does pass. Wow. 5 diamonds it is. South passes it out. And on the heart lead, this is going to be down at least 1. North has 2 natural trump tricks coming. Don't think there's any way Declare can shorten himself enough times to end play North, nor do I think he would adopt that line of play. I think he's probably just going to take the ace king of diamonds and then start running the club suit. Yeah, tough problem. I guess West just figured that the singleton club was not good enough support. East might have bid 5 clubs with a bad 6-card suit here, and so West was hoping to find like a 6-2 fit in diamonds, which he did. He did find a 6-2 fit, and 5 diamonds is not a terrible contract, single dummy, but with the preempt, suits splitting badly. Yeah, East could have bid 4-0 as 2 places to play, but I mean, if we take this queen of clubs and stick it in a different suit somewhere, I don't know where. Take this queen of clubs and make it the queen of diamonds or something. Then, well, I guess in that case, 6 diamonds would be on the spade hook. Craniac bid 6 clubs in the same auction. Pass, pass, 1 club, 4 hearts, double pass. He likes bidding slams. I'm not surprised that Craniac would go a little bit higher. Oh, Cran opened 1 club, never heard a bid from his partner, and then balanced with 6 clubs. That's kind of unbelievable. I'm not convinced that that's actually the way the auction went. That feels like a bit of a VuGraph error. Oh, Vince opened a diamond. Oh, okay. Well, then it all makes sense, right? Yeah, a diamond opener. Now East's hand looks a lot better. And that's not surprising to me that I know that they like to open a little bit late. So Declare roughs a heart, pulls 2 rounds of trumps. There it is, finds out about the bad split and gets to claim down 1. Oh, bidding on tablet, so no operator error in the auction. Right. Yeah, they switched over to bidding on tablets for the quarterfinals and onwards. Well, West is going to be a little bit disappointed with that result. This does give Poland a chance for a comeback on this board. Although not easy. Not easy to find their way to the best spot. I guess 6 clubs is not terrible. Oh boy. As I say that, result comes in from the other room. So we do have the same auction then as what has been echoed for the USA 1 squad. Diamond by West, 2 clubs by East, 4 hearts by South, pass, pass, and East balancing with 6 clubs. Not that unreasonable in this kind of auction where partners open the bidding in your diamond suit, and if we assign effectively all of the missing high cards and hearts to South, we need partner to have the ace, king of diamonds, king of spades, but what more can they have for their opening bid that doesn't include those cards, right? This is about the worst hand West can have, and 6 clubs is basically on 3-2 trumps. You know, the 4 heart bidder kind of unlikely to have the spade king, I think. But with that board coming through now, we have a new leader in the match. Poland is up by 5. And another big hand for East-West once again. Second slam alert has been called. This looks like a pretty good slam for East-West, right? You basically just need hearts to split 2-1. You can use the diamond ace entry to pitch your diamonds and a couple of spades on the clubs. Rough a spade in the dummy. Don't even need the clubs to split. I guess a diamond opening lead. No, even on a diamond opening lead, you just win the ace, pitch a diamond, pull 2 trumps. As long as they break, you can rough a spade back. It's a little bit scarier on a diamond lead. If the hearts don't split, you're going to end up going down multiple, maybe. But 6 hearts does look pretty great. Worth noting that South, red against white, facing a past partner, elected not to get involved with his 10 count. I think a lot of players would still be overcalling a spade with that hand, but he decides against it. So that's given East-West a little bit of a free rein. So 1 club by East could be short. So 2 or more clubs, 1 diamond showing 4 or more hearts. 2 diamonds looks like to me some sort of like artificial heart raise. So it's probably a raise to 2 hearts with shortness. Like effectively a 3-card heart raise. West bidding 3 hearts, that's trump. Starting to ask for Q bids. Yeah, I think this auction is going to go very well for West, because 3 spades here looks like the spade ace from West's perspective. And so that makes the king of spades a good card. He bids 4 clubs, serious slam try, I'm pretty sure. I don't see it on their card. But I think 4 clubs got alerted as a serious slam try. 4 diamonds Q-bid, 4 spades, key card. They are playing 14-30. So East is going to show 2 without, 5 diamonds. I mean, West might be... Wait, what? Hold on. Let me back this up for a second. Do I see kickback on their card? Maybe four spades is just a cubid. I do not see kickback. Okay. Guess I'm incorrect. So four spades looks like just a cubid. Although with all these alerts, I feel like the VGraph operator's on top of it. Maybe something else is going on at the 4 level here. Or you know what it is? Okay, no, I figured out the mystery. Three spades, 4 clubs, 4 diamonds, and 4 spades were all cubids, but Versace has been very friendly to the opponents and decided to alert all of his cubids, whereas Samantha is just grumpy over there and doesn't want to alert his cubids. He's just lazy. You don't have to alert these, it's just maybe courtesy. Alerts automated on tablets. Okay, yeah, also good point. Well, 4-0 was keycard, 6 clubs, showing an even number with a void somewhere. And East had a pretty good idea where that void was. So just signs off in 6 hearts. Nice auction. I really like the East-West auction here. I mean, even if West kind of thought this 3-spade bid was the ace, which maybe he did, maybe he didn't, but it makes his hand a little better. He has such good offensive playing strength that I think it makes a ton of sense for him to just like cubid, cubid, cubid. Diamond lead might make an interesting can't rough a spade anymore, but you can rough a spade. That's what we were just talking about. On a diamond lead, Declare is going to win the ace, play a club pitching a diamond, and then just cash 2 hearts. And then he can exit a spade away from his king, rough a spade, and then cash the king, queen of clubs, pitching the other 2 spades later. We have a result in the other room. 4 hearts making 6. Let's take a quick look at that auction while Declare figures out how he's going to play the hand here. On the club lead, I mean, I think Declare is just going to rough this in hand and then play ace-king of hearts and claim. So club by East, I don't know what system Burris and Lutansk are playing. Is it Lutansk or Lutansky? Lutansk. I don't know what system they're playing, but a club by East. South did stick in a 1-spade overcall at that table. 2 diamonds by West showing hearts. 2 spades by North. And East decided to jump to 4 hearts, and West thought king 4th of spades was not a great holding. Kind of understandable. Although, with partner having what looks like a known singleton spade for the most part on this auction, you don't really expect the opponents to be bidding up to the 2 level here without 8 cards in the suit. You don't have any heart losers, you have a spade loser, you really don't need much for the slam. A little surprised that West didn't go fishing over 4 hearts with either a 4-spade or maybe even 5-club cubid. I guess 5 clubs might be the better choice. Actually, after sticking in the 10 of clubs, Declare now gets to run the entire club suit. All of his losers go away, right? So this is going to be an over trick. Not that it really matters. It's the same number of imps. 13 imps going to Italy, or sorry, 11 imps going to Italy, 13 tricks. And Italy retakes the lead. Kind of an exciting couple of boards back to back. Hopefully that continues. These are some fun hands. I will pull up in a separate tab just for me so that I can keep people apprised of the state of the match for the other teams. Norway and China are playing fairly evenly. USA 1, I think we got mention that a slam was bid in one of the rooms, 6 clubs, I think. So USA 1 has picked up a little bit, but they're still trailing. And in the Switzerland-Israel match, Switzerland has won a couple of imps over Israel. So they have an 8 imp lead currently. East opens a spade. Looks like a reasonable opening bid. I know some players might open a no trump if that was in your no trump range. I'm not a big fan of opening a no trump with 5-4 in the majors, but there are some hands where it just feels like the right thing to do. I think this is not one of them, with such strong doubletons in the minor suits. Or maybe that's an argument for opening a no trump. I hold on. Let me reverse that. With such weak major suits, we would rather play in the suit contract than in no trump. It's going to take us a while to pull trumps, and by then our stoppers would have been knocked out. So spade by east, a no trump by west, 2 hearts by east. South probably a little disappointed that he's not sitting as East partner with his 4-4 in the majors support and 13 count. West able to make the preference to 2 spades. Probably, I was gonna say probably ending the auction, but East has 15, and this is one of the issues with not opening a no trump on basically every 15 to 17 that you have. You get stuck into this awkward decision where at later points, like here, West could still have a 10 or 11 count and not very not have a great way to show it. Like, he doesn't want to bid 2 no trump because his partner could have opened like an 11 or something, or he just doesn't have a very good fit, so he wants to go low and play in 2 spades rather than 2 no trump. So he's thinking, hey, we might still have a game, I'm going to show some extras with 2 no. But West has a bit of a difficult choice. He has this 8 count. The king of spades is a working card. He has a couple spot cards. 10 of hearts might even be useful. I wouldn't be surprised if West raised. And I mean, 3 no doesn't actually look too terrible. It probably goes down. 2 no is forcing in Italy. Okay, yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. 2 no is forcing, so there's no way West can pass. What happened on board 20? You just get here, magic. 6 clubs was bid and made in the other room when 5 diamonds went down at our table. This was the hand. So just a little bit of an accident for the East-West pair and then a bad trump split. Puffin Basher says, would have bid 3-no in tempo. I don't think it's too crazy, but the thing that West is asking himself is just, first off, what is partner's range for this bid? Because a lot of players would say, yes, East could be in the 15 to 17 range, but East could also have 18 or 19, right? I mean, maybe with 18 or 19, East would jump to 3 hearts or raise 1-no to 2-no. That's possible. But yeah, even if West... Oh, they play Gazilli. I never remember Gazilli. Never remember Gazilli. Yeah, so then what does East auction show? 2 hearts is limited to 16 then, right? Because with a 17 count you go through Gazilli? Well, they've ended up in 3-0 in the West, and I think this opening lead might actually allow them to see it through. Now North is never going to get a diamond trick. The diamonds get isolated. I mean, originally North-South had the ability to take 2 hearts, a spade, a club, and a diamond, if they were careful. If 3-0 makes, Italy can open up a pretty big lead. Eight of diamonds goes around to the 10. So how many tricks does Declare have? Because I guess that's the first question. If we just set up the spade suit, we can take 4 spades, a club, 2 diamonds, and a heart. That's only 8 tricks. Declare might play a club to the 10 here. I mean, so I guess the thought process would be, if we can get 4 spades, 2 clubs, 2 diamonds, and a heart, then we can make the contract. West having no entries is a little bit... makes this hand a little bit difficult, of course. West was just trying to decide if if he would raise to 3-0 or if he would try 3 clubs along the way to show a club suit, because 2-0 trump was absolutely forcing in their conventions. I could see that. How does Declare do if they set up the club suit instead? The fact that East has no entry in the heart suit makes things a little bit complicated. Okay, so Declare plays a club to the 10. Probably hoping for, as we said, that finesse to win, and then he could have reverted to spades. I don't like club to the ace and club. I mean, what's your plan? Are you overtaking with the queen to play a 3rd round? Now you just need clubs 3-3, or South to have king doubleton. And even if you set up the club suit, once a diamond comes back, you have no entry back to the spades in your hand. You would need to guess the hearts, I suppose. I think I like this plan of club to the 10. because we at least were able to count 9 tricks on if the club to the 10 held, while the opponents only get 4 along the way. South kind of does well, in a sense, switching to spades. It kills an entry to the long club suit. Yeah, now Declare is going to need to come up with a 9th trick somehow. Because again, he does have 4 spades. He's got the ace of clubs and 2 diamond tricks in. And he can force a heart trick, but there's no obvious route to a 9th trick somewhere. Think Declare has to cash the ace of diamonds and then play south. I mean, I think Declare can I think Declare can make this in a couple of ways. But I believe they all start with club to the ace, spade to the 10. If South ducks the 10 of spades, then Declare gets an entry to the club, so South has to win. South could play back a diamond, but Declare then gets to run the spades, pitching diamonds, and then lead a low heart out of hand. I mean, effectively, we would be playing diamonds 5 for diamonds 5-2, and South to have all of the missing heart cards, which he has. But Declare is going to be searching for an alternative, if possible. Spade now, does he overtake? Of course not. Of course not. We have plenty of entries. Okay, I think we're about to see this plan of club to the ace, spade to the 10. So first of all, South has to guess to go up with the ace. If the 10 of spades holds, then it'll be pretty easy for Declare to make from here. At least on this lie of the cards. So South does overcome the first hurdle of flying the spade ace. Should exit one of the pointed suits. I mean, I guess a spade is probably the most likely, but we could see South exit a diamond. And so with North's diamonds cut off, I think South is only going to come to 2 heart tricks from here. There's nothing South can really do about it. Again, provided Declare reads the position, but I think he's kind of end played himself into getting this one right. I mean, mostly because he has unplayed himself. He's going to have to lead hearts out of hand once South exits a card here. I mean, South might try a low heart now. If North has the Jack of Hearts and the Ace of Diamonds, instead of nothing in hearts and the King Jack of Diamonds, then a low heart now might beat the contract. I guess a diamond would also beat the contract in that case. You play a diamond through and then North sticks the Jack of Hearts on the table. That's probably better. Okay, maybe a low heart is kind of insane. Let's not consider the low heart. But yeah, so South does switch to diamonds, kind of hoping for that layout of the cards. Goes around to the ace. Declare gets to run some spades. It does have to come down to the singleton queen of diamonds in West's hand, though. Throwing a heart would allow the defense to come out on top. So he can afford to pitch a club here, but he looks like he's kind of worked out that his only chance is to play for diamonds 5-2, which he gets lucky. Why not club queen discarding a heart? Why not club queen discarding a heart? We were never in West's hand to be able to play the club queen. Long tank from South. Not with the spade 10. South won the 10 of spades on the second round. South played the ace on the second spade. Whoa. Ace of hearts? I mean, ace of hearts, queen of hearts is totally fine, right? Fortunate that game came through. I mean, North's diamond lead helped out, of course. For Declare, that cut the communication in the diamond suit between the North-South hands. But yeah. So Italy does open up a 18 imp lead with those 12 imps coming through. Pretty big result for them. Although, again, you know, we got 10 boards left to play in this segment. We still have 4 more segments to go. A long way until the end. Yeah, North was a little bit sad on that one. He led fourth from his longest and strongest and got punished for it severely. Not only did it blow a trick at trick 1, but it meant that his partner was out of diamonds by the time he needed to find a safe exit card. Two passes. North gets to open a heart. We'll see a spade overcall from East. South probably bids a no trump, although I guess I could see a couple of alternative bids that might be attractive as well. Two clubs wouldn't really be my choice if South was thinking about it. You do have the 5-card club suit and your past hand, so partner's not going to play you for a bunch, but the club suit is so bad, and we have enough values and enough spade stoppers to bid a no trump, so that seems like the popular choice. West passes. And North, of course, shows his 2 red suits. I expect South to pass this. He does. And West, of course, very happy to have the opponents playing in his long diamond suit. Trump lead by East. Huh. Trump lead by East. I am... And this was a very fast Trump lead by East as well. Yeah, so 9 of diamonds, diamond. I mean, from West's perspective, he doesn't know that Declare's hearts are solid. So he's just trying to prevent heart ruffs in the dummy, basically what his partner was trying to do. And Declare misguesses the diamond suit. An understandable mistake, obviously. And it might not have cost him, actually. Now that I'm looking at it, it looks as if he'll be able to play clubs through. Eventually, he can ruff a heart in the dummy and then... oh! You know, I say that, but maybe West will be able to get in with a spade ruff. Well, this can't be the right play. Diamond to the queen to just run the heart suit. I mean, I guess it's not terrible, but... I was thinking if there was a way for Declare to prevent West from getting on lead to pull trumps, he might have been able to play a club through and score a ruff with his small singleton trump now. I mean, Declare is going to be happy to have 6 tricks in the bag before the opponents can pull his trumps. Those black kings might actually do quite nicely, depending on how East discards here on the next 2 hearts. But it looks like it's going to be down 1 if East is careful. East just needs to throw black cards on all of the... well, the same black suit. So like if Declare plays a heart now and East pitches, let's say a club, then when West ruffs and West plays the jack of diamonds, East is going to need to pitch another club on this trick. And he does. Good defense. So now a spade through, as long as West has been paying attention. East will be able to stick in the 10, claim the last 3 tricks with the ace, queen of spades, and ace of clubs. Ooh! So other tables keeping pace with us, but in the other room, same contract, different result. 2 diamonds made at the other table. I guess quickly we can take a look at the play. So same auction, but in that room they got the 10 of spades opening lead, and that, given the auction, once the 10 of spades ran around to the jack, Declare knew the spade position. Led a heart to the king, led a diamond to the queen, cashed a handful of hearts. And when East didn't even ruff the queen of hearts, I think Declare was also pretty confident about the diamond position. So now 6 tricks in, the king of diamonds was still to come, and Declare was going to get one of his black kings. 8 tricks. 5 more imps going the way of Italy. But good defense in this room. You know, after the trump opening lead, West, I think, did a really nice job of just winning the ace and returning a trump, making the opponents a little bit concerned that East could have led from like 9-8 doubleton or even Jack-9 doubleton in the diamond suit. They were not brave enough to take the double finesse on the second round of trumps. And that earned them a nice little swing. One no by West. They're playing 10-13 in this seat, so West has a complete maximum for his no trump opener. If they were playing match points, they might be a little bit disappointed right now. 2 hearts feels like a pretty good spot at match points, whereas in at teams, 1 no trump is perfectly fine. So club opening lead, declare completely safe. The queen, 10-9 of diamonds are stopping the diamond suit. Decides to just play club back immediately. And a little bit risky in doing so. If South happened to have the king, queen of clubs, and North had a diamond honor, maybe this contract would go down. But now he should just be cashing out, I have to imagine. No reason to risk the contract. Well, I guess you're not really risking the contract, but you're giving up some of those hard-earned over tricks if you go after diamonds now. So plus 120, not a bad result. ATN says maybe 4 hearts is making East-West. Yeah, it could be. You got a lot of work to do as declarer. But on this layout of the cards, 4 hearts would make. Trumps split, and both the diamonds and clubs come home for extra tricks. Like, you can lead towards the queen of diamonds twice, and then the jack of diamonds will fall on the 3rd round of the suit when you rough it, as well as the queen doubleton of clubs is on side. Declarer would have to guess both of those things, but you are correct that 4 hearts can make. Hard to get there. I mean, a 13 count opposite an 11 count, fairly flat shape. Even if West opened a club and it went 1 heart, 2 hearts, East might not be too thrilled about making a game try, but might. So some potential for a swing going the way of Poland. I was gonna be a little concerned about the no trump opener from East. It's a little bit early to start psyching in this match. 2 passes to a no trump from South. What are North-South playing? Because 2 clubs, 2 diamonds, both alerted. Oh no, their convention card just says Stamen. I mean, it looks like a Stamen auction. 2 clubs, Stamen, 2 diamonds, no 4-card major. 2 no by North. Obviously, North-South are not Italian, they are Polish, so they are allowed to play this contract. Club lead to the ace, a club's gonna come back. But it looks like Declare is somewhat in control. They can take 2 clubs, 3 hearts, and 3 diamonds for 8 tricks. 3 no trump likely to make. All Declare needs to do is guess the diamond suit. And I think, given the 5-0 heartbreak, sorry, 5-1 heartbreak. Declare is likely to guess the diamonds. Also, West is going to get a little bit squeezed on this Jack of Hearts and subsequent 10 of Hearts. Uh-oh. We're getting a bunch of undos. Oh boy. Oh no. Are we getting another undo? Like, how is it possible that the Vugraph operator got 3 tricks ahead and now the opponents didn't actually play hearts? Or the Italians? I say the opponents, they're sitting east-west. East, since I'm always south, or seeing the hand from south, it feels like east-west are always the opponents. Well, would you look at that? Board 24. In the other room, 4 hearts was bid east-west. West opening in a no trump. I guess a different high card range, and then East was happy to just force to game. Bid Stamen, made a forcing heart raise, or an invitational bid in hearts. West decided to accept. After a trump lead, once again, we've kind of mentioned that as long as Declare picks up all of the suits, he's going to need to guess the diamonds and guess the clubs. He could make it. Does start off well by leading a diamond towards the queen. Trump came back, continued the queen of diamonds, 3rd round of trumps. But now he's got to cross in spades, run the jack of clubs. And instead he crossed in spades, I guess ran the 9 of diamonds. And that made things a little bit easier for the defense. But 6 imps going the way of Italy on that one. Board 25 though, some potential for swaying 3 no trump can be made. North-south. Hard to get there. South does have the strong no trump, but North really doesn't have more than an invite, I don't think. Ace King is are some good cards, a couple of 10s, but no 5-card suit. So East opens a no trump, South with a pretty good 6-card heart suit elects not to bid. That's going to give East-West a little bit of free reign on this auction, I suspect. Hard to see how North-South are going to get involved at this point. Ace, King, and another spade beats 3 no trump on the previous hand. Oh, is that true? Oh, you're absolutely right. And, you know, I think we've talked about this, that Ace, King, 3rd is still a pretty good opening lead, even if you're defending no trump. I mean, I understand West with 2 entries wanting to lead his own 5-card suit. That is a fair point. Whoa! Well, we have swings back and forth on these last couple of hands. So 2 no trump bid made. In the other room, East had a convention. Could open 2 clubs, showing both majors weak in second seat. South made a takeout double. West bid 2 spades, and North tried 3 diamonds, which seems like a reasonable spot, single dummy. But with the bad distribution, the spade went to the king, heart to the ace, heart ruffed, low heart, suit preference for clubs, ace of spades was cashed, club to the ace, another heart ruff, and before Declare got a chance to play a card, he was down 2. Hey, Ewan. Thank you. I think I woke up around midnight and was just like, oh, I have nothing better to do. So I like quickly clicked through the BBBL game and it went really badly, but I think I got lucky a couple of times. And then I went back to sleep and woke up at around 4. So yeah, kind of as expected, once South never took a call in this auction, North-South decided not to get involved, sold out to 3 diamonds East-West. They've cashed the first 2 heart tricks, Ace of Spades and a club to come, but that's going to be the end of the defensive tricks 3 diamonds is going to make. And how was hearts doing? North-South? With the King, Queen of Spades offside, Declare might be in a little bit of trouble in 3 hearts. They have a diamond, 2 spades, and a club to lose. Maybe it takes a club opening lead from West to beat No, I think the 9 of clubs is a little bit too powerful of a card. I think 3 hearts is making North-South. If we get a club lead, Declare can pull trumps, and then effectively set up the 4th round of clubs and dummy by leading low towards the 9 to discard a spade loser. And if you don't get a club lead, Declare can set up the 4th spade and dummy to pitch a club loser. Yeah. Could see a part score swing on that one. Again, I don't know how many Souths would be tempted to come in over a no-trump vulnerable, but it may well have cost his side a part score swing on that hand. So South opens a diamond. North has a pretty big hand. I mean, East is fairly distributional, but now that South has opened a diamond, East's hand has gone down in value a little bit. What is the popular style for North? North elects to bid spades first. A lot of players might have started with their longer suit on the North hand, game forced with 2 clubs, and then just bid spades twice at their subsequent actions to try and show 6-5. But North here starting with a spade. The awkward thing about starting with a spade is that you don't get your game force on the table immediately. So you might have a little bit of a more difficult time getting both of your suits in play, and your partner's not going to know which of your suits is longer. That's the only argument against one spade. Although, of course, if you end up facing a big heart preempt or something and you happen to have a spade fit and you start with 2 clubs, it might be more difficult to judge at a higher level. Arguments for both sides. I think my preference in general is to just bid my longer suits if I can. So I would be a 2 club bidder as North. But I think 1 spade has a lot going for it. And on this hand, North is going to be pretty happy that he started with spades. Now I wonder what North is going to do over 3 spades. I think a very reasonable choice would be to trot out exclusion. Although I'm not sure. Like, ace empty 5th of spades is a little bit shaky. You could easily be off a trump trick, I mean, as you are here. Six clubs will make has been called. Good point. Good point. So are you saying that maybe we should be bidding our longest suit first because that has the better potential to be trumps and allow us to make slams? I think I like where your head's at. This could be the reason why I like bidding my long suits. But we'll have to see. I mean, I don't even know if North is thinking about slam. King, Queen, Doubleton of Hearts is not really like the slam going asset that you're thinking of. You expect to have a full heart loser, and so to make a slam, you're going to need to avoid losers, or all of the other losers in the black suits. And that looks like a tall task. But I mean, like, South is effectively the queen of spades away from 6 spades being a great spot. And 6 clubs would not be great. Hey, Vikitsa. Good afternoon to you. Yeah, 3-no non-serious, I'm pretty sure. No one lists... Oh. Okay, I don't know what this means, but on their convention card it says 3-no is waiting. 3-no is waiting. If anyone can interpret that, maybe this is just like a translation error from Polish to English. How's bridge going today? Bridge is not bad. Yeah, we had an exciting match in the first set, Switzerland against Israel. Switzerland topping that by just a handful of imps after a back and forth set. And now Italy against Poland have exchanged a large number of imps. I mean, as you can see, the last few boards, almost no pushes in this match at all. We had a 16 imp swing on a hand earlier. Oh, could be that 3 spades promises shortness. That makes a lot more sense. And then 3-no asks, and 4 hearts shows heart shortness. Gotcha. So then 4-no key card, 5 hearts, 2 without the trump queen, 5 spades. North kind of knows the tricks he's losing at this point. It's the ace of hearts, and the queen of spades is a potential defensive trick. Well, hearing heart shortness from East certainly makes the opening lead a little bit difficult. I mean, East might try the 10 of clubs, hoping that... Well, you know what? Never mind. There's no way the 10 of clubs can be good. East knows that the key card they're missing is the heart ace, right? I don't know. I mean, maybe you just cash the ace of hearts. Even though dummy has a singleton. He tries the queen of clubs. Kind of the same effect as the 10, I guess. Although a bit less misleading to partner. Puffin Basher asks, don't you still want to be in 6 spades? Off a key card in the trump queen. I mean, maybe. Like, there are arguments for it. The issue is just the 2 heart overcall tends to show some stuff. So... Oh! 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 Oh no! Oh wait, this is totally fine. This is totally fine. Okay, I panicked for a second. But everything's okay. Declare gets to throw his hearts on the diamonds. Whew. Crisis avoided. I thought Declare had misguessed the spades. No, he was just... After the queen of clubs lead, he knew the clubs were all good. So he was just pulling as many trumps before pitching his heart losers on the diamonds. Yeah. So 5 spades will make. West is getting 2 trump tricks. The claim is about to pop up on the screen, I'm sure. $450. Not a bad result. Obviously, we're going to see that like double dummy par is something to the effect of like 6 hearts doubled down 4 or something. I don't know what, because 6 clubs is making. But I guess it's down 5. Ooh, 6 hearts doubled down 5 is not double dummy par. I guess 920 is actually double dummy par, 6 clubs making. But I don't expect most pairs to reach 6 clubs. Once again, they're off a key card in the trump queen. So 450 feels like a pretty nice result. One no by West, 10-13, first seat, not vulnerable. 2 diamonds by East. This is something like, I don't think they're playing transfers. I mean, maybe they are. Maybe they are playing transfers. Ooh, I wonder actually, is East going to bid 3 no? He is. Okay, that's an exciting bid. So East has a 14 count, opposite his partner's 10-13. They're kind of in game range. But with a solid 6-card major, he doesn't really expect that he's taking a whole lot of extra tricks in his hand with the help of roughs. And so he's basically just hoping that that his partner, if his partner has a doubleton heart, then his partner's not getting any roughs in hand. And if his partner doesn't have a doubleton heart, then he might have a doubleton outside and would correct to 4 hearts, and he could score an extra trick that way. I kind of like the 3 no, or the decision by East, transfer to hearts and bid 3 no. It doesn't look like it's going to work out very well on this hand, but was anything working out? I guess it could depend on the opening lead. Looks like north-south can come to 2 spades, a club, and a diamond. Maybe even a second diamond. I mean, maybe 4 hearts goes down 2. Because Declare can't rough his diamond loser over here in West's hand. South can rough in front. Eight tricks on the top, 6 hearts and 2 aces. Yeah, as long as they lead diamonds or spades, 4 hearts is probably going down. I mean, even on a club lead, like even if North gets off to the doubleton club lead, I think the defense is still okay. Because North is roughing the 3rd round of clubs. But I'm not, don't quote me on that. So 4 hearts could make. I mean, it's not like Declare doesn't have enough tricks if the defense isn't careful. Declare could come to 6 hearts, 2 aces, and 2 club tricks. Does Declare know that the club ace is with South because otherwise a second diamond would be on the table? Well, I think now that North has continued the 10 of diamonds, Declare probably does know. Yeah, I think that's my point. Like, sure, the defense will need to be careful, but because clubs are 5-2 and not 4-3, Declare probably can do everything, since North can rough the third round of clubs. But we'll have to see. I mean, this is the potential for a big swing if Four Hearts bid is bid and made in the other room. We might get a fairly similar auction, though. I think we saw that both East-Wests are playing this mini no-trump on one of the previous boards. Now, how careful does South need to be when Declare runs hearts? Did other people lose the sound? Oh no. I see a notification that you're watching muted, Kibbs Bobs. So maybe you have lost the sound because you turned it off. Oh, why is there a question mark beside USA versus USA? Well, after board 28, I'm going to put up a... Oh no, the screen froze? Screen froze? Not on my end. Yeah. Screen froze for 3 seconds. Uh-oh. Well, I'm sorry about that. I don't think it is my doing, but hopefully everyone's back. Hey, Camus. Yeah, South still needs to be a little bit careful, but it looks like they did defend well. 3 no trump went down 1. So some potential swing boards coming in. 4 boards to go, though. I am going to put up a poll. Because we have 2 options for the next match. Which match to watch for segment 3? So we have USA 1 versus USA 2, or we have Switzerland versus Israel. Let's great. So now chat can vote. If anyone on YouTube wants to cast a vote, you can either head over to Twitch or you can just say something in the chat and I will try and tally things up. But I think I'm going to let you all pick which match we watch. I don't know if we have any USA enthusiasts, but the 2 US squads are battling it out. I can give you some updates on scores as they currently stand to let you know. Israel has clobbered Switzerland in the second set. They're ahead by 20. And USA 2 is... So USA 1 has made a bit of a comeback in the second segment, but they're still down 10 against USA 2. Once again, matches will not be over at the conclusion of today. This is just going to be the first day of a 2-day match. So no matter who's in the lead at the end of 3 segments, we'll still have a full day's worth of matches tomorrow for those matches. Bridgebeo says, Switzerland, thank you. I will note that. Do I find it surprising that USA 2 was required by conditions of contest to choose USA 1 as their opposition? I do find it a little surprising that the conditions of contest required this, but under those rules, no. I did not find that pairing surprising at all. So, North opens a Polish club. Variety of hand types, but it has always been a weak no trump, I think, in this room. Heart by East, negative double by South, 2 hearts by West. A lot of pairs will play transfers over a bunch of these doubles, so 2 hearts shows a weaker raise to 2 hearts than a 2 diamond bid, which would have been a transfer to 2 hearts, but a little bit constructive. Double support, showing 3 spades. As South, we decide to bid 3 clubs. What? Something has gone off the rails here, North-South, right? Unless I'm not understanding. So Ewan, yeah, we had this... We had this thing earlier. In fact, teams 1 and 2 weren't even able to choose USA 1 as their opponent, despite USA 1 finishing in 8th. It was, it's required that if 2 teams from the same country make it to the quarterfinals and they're in opposite sets, so if one of them was in the top 4 and one was in the bottom 4, they're required to play in the first session. If they're both in the top 4 or both in the bottom 4, then they're required to play in the in the semifinals. So yeah, USA 1, USA 2 became a pairing immediately after the end of the round robin, and then from the remaining teams, Norway had a choice of China, Israel, or Italy. And then Switzerland had a choice of the remaining 2 after that. As we've been talking, I mean, I feel like something went haywire in the North-South auction around the 3 club bid. Because clearly North thought 3 clubs was forcing. I mean, North has a balanced 4-3-3-13 count. There's no reason that they should be bidding again unless they thought 3 clubs was forcing. South obviously did not. So once 3 hearts came, South just did their best to get to a playable spot. North, I guess, hoping for whatever reason that they actually were in a 5-3 spade fit. How is this contract? Heart lead goes to the ace, another round of hearts. Looks like down at least 1. I mean, from here, Declare is going to lose a diamond and 2 spades, at the very least, just on power. And may end up doing even worse, depending on how the play goes. So low spade to the Jack and Queen. Kind of a nice play by Cementa, maybe. We'll have to see. I mean, it hasn't really cost him. But to duck from the King Doubleton of Spades, Declare might think the Queen of Spades is still onside. And I mean, Declare has a realistic chance to make this if West started with King, Queen, Third of Spades. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, auction-wise, Declare should know the King of Spades is offside. Remember this 2 heart bid that we announced was a weak raise to 2 hearts? West has already turned up with the Ace of Hearts, the Jack of Hearts, and the Queen of Spades. If West had a 10 count, including the Spade King, then West would not have bid 2 hearts. They would have bid at least 2 diamonds, or maybe even made a limit raise if they had that available. So I don't think Declare is going to be fooled about East's decision to duck the King of Spades in this spot. which means he can pick up the spade suit. He can play a spade to the ace and then cash the 10 of spades, for example. But that still means West is going to have the master trump eventually, and East will get the diamond king. So Declare needs to be a little bit careful, but if he plays the spade to the ace and then starts running clubs, he'll be okay, I think. Maybe it's not so clear. Maybe he should play a club to the queen and then a low diamond, making sure to knock out East sentry to the long hearts. But regardless, he's going to be going down at least one. We do have a result coming through on board 27. North-south for Italy in the other room did get up to 4 spades, facing a little bit less difficulty in the auction. And so 4 spades ended up making 5, kind of similar to what happened in this room. But we're still waiting on that board 28. I mean, we could see a variety of results from East-West. I think a push is probably most likely. 3 no trump going down 1 at both tables, but I could see 4 hearts down 2 East-West. I could see 4 hearts making East-West. 4 hearts down 1, I guess, is in the picture. Was one no something fancy on 27? Diamond and no trump game forcing. They're playing some sort of relay system, I guess. Good question, though. Yeah, I did not look at the auction at all. Interesting. Declare pitches a diamond. He was going to lose that trick anyway, but I'm not entirely sure what that's accomplished. I guess he can now go ace of spades, spade. I'm a little curious what Declare's plan was if he's played a 4th round of hearts there. Oh, you were asking about 3 hearts from North in this auction, Puffin. Sorry, I missed that earlier. 3 hearts, just some artificial game force. I mean, I don't really understand it, because it seems pretty clear to me that that South was intending his 3 club bid as to play, and North took it as forcing. But yeah, it's basically just artificial. We haven't found a fit yet. Please do something intelligent. And I think South did do something intelligent over it. He tried 4 clubs. Which, was 4 clubs making? 4 clubs might even have been making. Looks like it was. Losing a heart, a diamond, and a spade. They still had an out. Still had an out to be able to play making spot on that hand. Not going to be a huge loss for being in 4 spades, going to a trick late, but some of these like 6 imp part score swings will start to add up. Currently, they've added up to a 25 imp lead for Italy. 3 boards to go. So, looking at the poll results, I think the USAs have it. We have many, many more votes for USA 1, USA 2, then Switzerland, Israel. Apologies to all of the European fans. I personally might have preferred to watch the Switzerland-Israel match, but I didn't want to bias the crowd here. I'm happy to watch whatever match people are more interested in, especially since, again, just the end of day one, we'll be able to check out whichever match is closer tomorrow. Hopefully they'll have ones that are fairly close on VuGraph at the end of the day. I realize that they have been setting up the schedule at the start of every day, which is a little bit unfortunate. I know the way VuGraph works for like the Spin Gold or the US team trials or, other of the big team events at the Nationals is they try and put matches on that are close and interesting. So to do that, they would have to wait until they have round scores from the 4th and 5th segments. But yeah, if they have to decide the matchups at the start of the day for the bulletin, then we might get some uninteresting ones in the finals tomorrow. Not in the finals, but in the final segment tomorrow. Oh, Vikitsa says he thinks for the second day of matches they're going to do it. Well, that could be good news. I hope so. I mean, that would be nice. It would be nice if we can make sure that for the 6th segment specifically, we're going to be able to watch teams that are having close matches. So Club by East just could be short. It is not this time. It is absolutely not short. It's so funny to me seeing these hands, which very clearly the system is creating swings, right? East-West are playing this 13 or 10 to 13 no trump in first seat, not vulnerable. So East's good 14 count with a 5-card club suit. He opens a club. He's planning on rebetting a no trump. This has allowed South to come in with 1 heart. Another fascinating choice, right? A lot of players would be able to bid 2-no, showing both red suits in this auction, but maybe they've discussed 2-no's something else, just because a club isn't necessarily clubs. But a club, a heart, 2-no trump, limit raise, 3 diamonds showing diamonds, 4 hearts by North. And stiff Queen of Hearts coming down is going to be good news for Declare. But it looks like with the diamond suit not breaking, Declare is going to end up losing a diamond in the end after pulling trumps. Beer card could claim the beer card here. Yes. Declare can pull a trump, ruff the 9 of diamonds. Although, okay, yeah. It's totally safe to ruff the 9 of diamonds now. There's no 5-2 split that Declare can pick up by roughing the 7. But we're not even going to see the beer card. We're just going to see Declare claim 10 tricks. And that'll be the end of it. Could ruff the 9 of diamonds. Oh, no. Wait, there's no beer because the diamonds are 5-2. You've led me astray, chat. I thought that we were claiming a beer at some point here, but it's just not possible. Yeah, West having that 5-card diamond suit. West would win the beer card. Yeah, with a higher ranking card. Well, board 29, North-South were able to stay a little bit lower in the other room. They got up to just 2 spades. diamond by north, a heart by east, double by south, 2 hearts by west, and in this room, probably because south's double showed exactly 4 spades for this north-south partnership, north didn't need to make a support double. So he passed it back around to south, who reopened with double. North tried 2 spades with his 3-card support, and that ended the auction, making just on the nose. 2 boards to go. There will be a short break to compare, and then we will be back for USA 1 versus USA 2 in the final set of the day. That will mark the halfway point in the matches, and that match has gotten a little bit closer. It's less than 10 imps between those 2 teams. Norway-China has gotten a little bit closer. 6 imps that Norway has in the lead, and Switzerland showing off how big of a mistake they made picking Israel, who has been one of my favorites since like day 2 of the tournament, is getting trounced by 20. You don't think they play support doubles? Okay, that could be another reason why North didn't make a support double in the other room. Does that mean that they do play the negative double there shows 4 or 5 spades? I'm really not familiar. So if you have some extra insight into the north-south system for the Italians in the other room, got it. So, okay. That's interesting to note. Oh no, we have a debate. Matthew says Italians don't seem to. I do not have North-South convention card in the other room pulled up, so I am unfamiliar. I'm sure this auction comes as a shock to North. A heart by West, North just makes a takeout double of hearts, thinking, sure, I have 4 spades. What could go wrong? East bids 2 clubs, not natural and non-forcing. And North didn't know what to do over that. So here we are, we're in 2 clubs. Yeah, a tricky position for North there. He decides to cash the king of spades. Has to play a club back now. Oh, you know what is worth noting, though? I assume North-South are playing low from a doubleton opening lead. Let me just make sure about this. Yes. I think. Their convention card is not as well marked as some of the others, but I believe they're playing like standard Polish style opening leads, which tends to be low from a doubleton. So Jack of Spades did get set up, but North does have 3 natural club tricks coming, and East is going to find that out very quickly when he cashes the king of clubs here. Otherwise, East would have made the contract. The Jack of Spades is set up for diamond discard. Oh, all the diamonds are also good. I guess maybe that's the more important thing to work out. That all of Declarer's hand is good. Diamonds, spades, hearts, everything but the trumps. Down 1, good to avoid disaster when you have a misfit. But maybe thinking that it was possible to trap the opponents if East had made a sneaky pass of that takeout double. So last board of the set, Italy has climbed all the way up from, I think they had 10 imps after the first set. They're now leading by 30 over Poland. Poland was the higher ranked seed, although not by much, coming out of the round robin. South opening a strong no trump in second seat. 15-17 according to their card. And one no trump is the last contract of the set for them. West getting off to what looks like the best lead for their side, setting up 3 spade tricks. So how's Declare going to do? They have 4 hearts if they guess the Jack of Hearts. They have a spade and 2 diamonds. But if they don't work out the Jack of Hearts, like if Declare misguesses the hearts and then tries a diamond finesse into West's hand, this could get a little bit bloody, albeit... Oh, uh-oh. Can we go back to the start of that trick and maybe make East play third hand high? I guess after the 9 of spades holds the first trick, Declare doesn't need to think too hard about the heart suit. The third hand high is like one of the first bridge lessons. You think Samantha needs some beginner bridge lessons? I think Samantha was just looking at this dummy, thinking that it was potentially entryless, just the ace of diamonds, and thought that there was some chance if he put up the spade king, that was just going to help Declare use his dummy entries to do something else, like take club finesses through his king queen. So unfortunately for him, it's going to cost a over trick on this one. Maybe not a big deal. I think Declare probably would have gotten the hearts right. For whatever reason, it just feels natural to play ace of hearts and low to the queen rather than cash the ace king. I don't know why. That's just my feeling about it. Well, Declare kind of playing safe a little bit. Oh, never mind. I guess West has thrown enough clubs that setting up this last diamond is going to work out favorably. So that is going to be... Wait for it. Hold on. The Jack of Spades might take this trick. No, not quite. But that's still going to be 9 tricks for South. A nice board to end the set on. So 9 tricks on that one. I think it's about time to head over to the other table, and I should probably check to see if I have anyone joining me today for commentary. That would be a good decision, right? Because I feel like a couple days ago I may have gotten ambushed with a bunch of people hopping in all at once. Oh, this could become an exciting hand, because I think 2 clubs doubled is now going to be the spot. A heart by West, take out double, same thing that happened in the other room. A no trump by East showing clubs. West bid 2 clubs, and that allowed it to go pass, and South now reopened with a double. Probably hoping that his partner would pick one of the pointed suits, since he was short in the opponent's clubs. Well, I think North knew what to do with the double of 2 clubs. Ambushed? I mean, I started out the set with no co-commentators, and then all of a sudden there were 4 people hanging out with me, which was super fun. We had a good time, but it was still a little bit more than I expected coming in. So I figure I may as well check in with at least 1 or 2 people to see if they're going to be joining me to do the USA match. Ace of Spades opening lead. Well, East's hand here is the dummy. So from North's perspective, he cannot see that if he fails to cash a spade, East might be able to, or West might be able to go Ace King of Hearts pitching a spade. He also is not looking at the diamond ace. It still feels somewhat natural to cash the king of spades. I mean, with West's 1 hard opening bid, you can imagine at least some of the time that if you don't cash the spade king, it goes away on hearts. Patrick says, as a spectator, I think you go for max 1 co-commentator. That makes sense to me. I felt like it was a little bit crowded with more than 2 of us talking in the couple of times that I've done it. But I would be willing to give it another shot. Well, North likes to just exit a club. I mean, maybe North was hoping that his partner had the singleton ace of clubs and Declare would pop up with the king, giving him 5 club tricks. This is probably still going to be okay. Bridgebeo also says 2 commentators max. Because while the spade went away, Declare is still going to have 2 diamond losers. Jessica, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Appreciate all the support. It was nice meeting you in Chicago. Okay, I may have no one joining me. That is possible. But if I do have someone joining me, then we will try and limit it to 1 person. Good guess by Declare here to pick up the king doubleton of diamonds. Although it's starting to look like... Well, the rest of the play went very quickly on that one. I was going to say it's starting to look like Declare is going down 2. North could have just pulled trumps and then tapped Declare with the king of spades. Well, last board of the set. So currently, Italy has won the segment by a handful. It's hard to imagine that Poland is going to make the 21 imp comeback need to tie this segment, which means Italy is going to have a commanding lead going into the 3rd set today. 32 imps. The other room just saw South open a no trump in 3rd seat, or 4th seat, I guess. And that's where we played the contract. Is that correct? Do I actually remember what happened? I do. That's good news. I'm on the ball today. So we might see something similar. Oh, I do not have the right convention cards pulled up for this. Apologies. So I have no clue what north-south no-trump range is, but looks like the 16 count here fits. Probably going to see the same spade opening lead. You know, if East also does not play the king of spades, I'm going to have to study this hand a little bit more. Because it feels like if we don't play the spade king, then partner's just going to have ace jack fourth of spades an awful lot of the time. Maybe an argument is that against a no-trump, your partner's supposed to be making passive leads if they can. Obviously, we look at West's hand and there's no real passive lead available other than a singleton heart. But it still feels like a big position to not put up the king at trick one, as happened in the other room. Ace of hearts, and again, this is not necessarily the most important decision. It's only worth an overtrick, but South does correctly guess the heart suit. Heart to the queen, be able to take heart finesse on the way back. The other table ended up playing out the rest of the hand, which obviously makes sense from declarer's perspective. The diamonds can still come home. I wouldn't be that surprised, though, if South just said, hey, I'm going to run the hearts, play ace-king of diamonds, and if the queen drops, great. If the queen doesn't drop, then I'll just concede. Oh, John makes a good point that if hearts are 4-1 and West has the fourth heart, then we might be able to throw West in later to lead spades into our jack. That's a fair point. I do think in general East is going to be able to get in with a club though, and probably put a spade on the table, but I get the thought. Makes sense to me. So what did we say? Italy won this segment, right? Yeah, Italy won this segment big. Let's pay out all of the Italy bettors. Congratulations on your hard-earned channel points for choosing the correct winner. Ooh. So Matt has an update for us. Oh, and Matt is correct. That USA 1, USA 2 is very close now. It is 1 imp difference. I am shocked that Norway didn't get more screen time. Norway was only available as a potential first match to watch. And I ended up deciding to choose the Switzerland match. But Norway-China is actually fairly close. It's only 10 imps between the two teams. I will pull up the standings in just a minute once we see the conclusion of play on this board. Oh, you don't play the jack there. No way you play the jack on that trick. Your whole purpose in life is to keep East off lead. No, you can't do that. I mean, if East made the lazy play of letting partner win that trick, West would have been end played into leading diamonds or spades. Oh. West was then played anyway. So it didn't matter. I'm crazy. I'm losing my mind. Yeah, West needed to like crocodile coup or something. Needed to fly the ace of clubs when the eight of clubs was led. Huh. Crazy. Go ace of clubs, low club. East could cash 2 clubs, pitching the 10 of diamonds. That is one imp, though, going the way of Poland for a little bit of sharper defense in terms of holding down over tricks. That is going to wrap up the second segment of play. So these are the standings. Currently, I think these are up to date. We don't see how many... Oh, look at this. It says after board 16 of segment 2. Nice. So hopefully this website is actually updated with all of the current boards in. That means Norway against China is actually fairly close. After Norway getting off to a bit of a lead, China battled back in the second set. It's now 9. We just saw Italy against Poland. Italy is pulling away. I guess maybe that's an understandable reason why Norway and Switzerland didn't want to face up against them. But Switzerland hasn't had all that much success in their match either. They were the 2 seed coming out of the round robin. We did see a close fight in the first set where Switzerland managed to take a small lead, but Israel had a big second set. They're up by 17. We have selected for the third match of the day, USA 1 against USA 2. I can now make that emphatic instead of a question. And that will be starting somewhat shortly. We probably don't have the tables up yet. Looks like we do not. But should be a fun match. I am much more familiar with the US systems than I am with a lot of the European systems, so maybe I'll be able to provide a little bit more insight into the bidding. Oh, while we're here, maybe we can take a look at the Wuhan Cup quarterfinal between the 2 US teams. USA 2 is currently slaughtering USA 1. They're ahead by 46. There is 1 board to play. And the teams are playing the same hands. So USA 2 is, hold on, we can figure this out. Michael and Debbie Rosenberg. Harris asked, are these 4-man teams or some have 6? I'm pretty sure almost every team was 6 players. I did notice that I think Panama and maybe Chile were 4-player teams, or maybe only one of them was, so there were some 4-handed teams. Was the site I showed that had the mid-round scoring? Exclamation point standings should get you a link. So if you just type that into the chat, then you can get a link to these results. Chile had 6. Okay, it must have been Panama then. I definitely saw a team in the round robin that had 4. In the Dorsey Trophy, looks like Denmark is having a blast up against Italy. They're up 54. The Venice Cup, Poland against Israel, is very close. So we saw Klukowski playing earlier, his wife on the Polish women's team in that event. So that could be an exciting match down the stretch. Let me see. Yeah, let me see if I can pull up the results for the other events as well. So, Venice Cup. We have Poland and Israel. We just saw that match was up on VuGraph. That is fairly close. China, almost doubling, well, more than doubling France's score. Turkey, more than doubling USA 2. Who is USA 2? It is Lynn Baker, Kate McCallum, Diza, name I will never be able to pronounce, Jill Myers, Carrie Sanborn, Janice Seaman-Molson. Okay, but Turkey is beating them handily. Norway is almost doubling Sweden. Only close match in that event so far is Poland against Israel. So I guess the VuGraph did very well to pick that one out. In the Dorsey Trophy, we have both of the US squads. So I think USA 2 and USA 1 finished in the top 4. And they will meet in the next round if they win their matches. Both of them are doing well right now. Denmark has the biggest lead out of anyone so far. 60 imps over 2 sets. That's a huge amount. Netherlands beating Poland. And then finally in the Wuhan Cup, we have, why is this a completely different color? No. Hold on. Oh, this is green? Why are all of these different colors? This looks hideous. Who designed this website? Does anyone else agree with me that they should have just had the same colors? I mean, I understand it might be like, oh, we can distinguish which event we're playing based on the color. But this looks grotesque. So in the Wuhan Cup, the mixed, Germany and Belgium, very close. USA 2 is, we just peeked in on that match. USA 2 up by a lot over USA 1. France beating China by a substantial amount, 28. And Romania has a small lead over Italy, about a game swing worth. All right. We should be starting up in soon. I believe currently it is game time for the players, which means they're gonna have to hurry up. I don't know what the deal is with time penalties, but it looks like they were handing out penalties in the round robin. I know in the US specifically, so circling back to this question about 4 or 6 person teams, the US, like the USBF, US Bridge Federation, does not allow our confederation to submit fewer than 6 person teams. If you win the US team trials to play in the Bermuda Bowl on a 4 person team, you're required to add a 3rd pair to your team. That's just the way it's set up. So even if you don't want to, there's no way you can protest this and win. You just have to add a 3rd pair. I don't know the last time a 4 person team even entered into the US team trials. Actually, maybe I do know the last time a 4 person team entered into the US team trials. It might have been mine in 2013 or 2014. I think most of the teams that enter understand that it's such a long event. You really want to have 6 people. Cran's team won the trials in 2013. I mean, Cran's team won the trials like every year. I don't know if 2013 was special. Oh, no, I remember that. You're so right. Yeah, I remember this. They ended up, I think, beating Nickel in the finals. And then, like, immediately after the round was over, they went over and was like, hey, Levin Weinstein, do you guys want to play? I'm not sure it was, like, that fast of a turnaround, but it kind of felt like that. Woolsey is often four-handed. Kit does like playing basically every hand. Kit has like the most incredible stamina of any bridge player I've ever met. I mean, he's got to be like in his 80s. Maybe he's in his late 70s, but he like plays every hand of bridge. He does like every VU graph that I've ever seen. He incessantly posts articles on bridge winners. And then outside of all of this, he's a like 10-time or something US backgammon champion. And he constantly travels to like backgammon events. How does he have time in his day to do all of these things? I think, so Showstrock brings up a good point that if you are four-handed, but you're not really in a position where you think your team is ever going to win, it's probably worthwhile to just play all of the hands. You get a lot of experience playing up against very strong players, and so that's got to be more fun than, you know, sitting out part of the time. Kit Woolsey is 80. Okay, I was close. I said like in his 80s or 70s. So just waiting on the VU graph tables to open up now, but we will hopefully be there shortly. USA 1 versus USA 2 in the Bermuda Bowl. So yeah, let's look at the teams. So on USA 2, they ended up winning, or doing better than USA 1 in the round robin. They finished third. It is Marty Fleischer playing with Chip Martell. We have Joe Grew and Brad Moss as one of the partnerships. The third partnership is Zia Mahmood and Jeff Mextroth. Very formidable team. Fleischer. So Fleischer just won the Spin Gold. I know he had Grew and Moss on the team, right? And the other pair was Thomas Bassis and Cedric Lorenzini. So I wonder if that's why Thomas is the captain, or coach. Thomas is the coach. Okay, Jan Martel captain for this team, because Fleischer and Bassis are kind of friendly. So that's possible. But this is a very strong team, obviously. I mean, having just come off of a Spin Gold win, 4 out of the 6 of the players. And then it's not like Zia and Mextroth are 2 players that you should discount. Very strong, both of them individually. They're going up against, though, USA 1, who happens to not be in bold. What is wrong with this website? Oh no, it's not even, they didn't even just bold the team that was coming from the top half of the bracket, because in the Switzerland-Israel match, no one's in bold. Is this just random? Is anyone else seeing this? Like, this is bold and this is not? I guess so, you guys are. Versace and Cementa played for Fleischer in the Spin Gold. Really? Oh. Because I know Cedric and Thomas were playing, because that was the table that I was kibitzing. because I was doing commentary on the French pair. I forget who they were playing against. But Marty walked by midway through. It was actually immediately after Thomas and Cedric had bid to the wrong slam in the 4-3 fit. And he was like, hey, just got out, how are my boys doing? and I didn't know what to tell him. I was just like, yeah, they're playing great. They're A+. Had a just small accident, nothing to worry about. Go get your coffee. It'll all be fine. But yeah, then they went on to win. Okay, USA 1. So USA 1 team, we have War Inspector sponsor Gavin Wolpert, his partner. We have John Cranyak and Vince DeMoy. And Kevin Bathurst and John Hurd is the third partnership. Quite a strong team. I am still... Where is the VU graph? Isn't it supposed to have started like 10 minutes ago? It'll be up soon. It'll be up soon. Just stay with me. So what teams have we not looked at today? We have yet to see Norway against China. Norwegian team is... Okay, thanks, Gandolius. Yeah, I didn't remember. I specifically... I did commentary for the Basis Lorenzini table for that event. So I guess... I probably saw Versace Cementa, but they were just not memorable. They never do anything interesting. No, they're great, but I just did not recall. I just had that hand stuck in the back of my mind when Marty came over, and I was a bit shell-shocked. So the Norwegian team, we do have Livgard and... Oh no, I was taught how to say this double A word earlier. It's like the O in more. So it's Livgard and aw. I think I got it. I nailed that one, 100%. I'm basically Norwegian now. Then we have Helgamo and Grud is another partnership, and Bakke and Brogland for Norway, currently leading China. Hey Sam, welcome. And there's zero chance that I'm going to guess who the Chinese partnerships are, or try and pronounce their names. Site says pairings for this round are Zia Mek against Cran Demoy. That sounds like an exciting table. And then Chip and Marty against Hurd and Bathurst. I think we've watched all of those US pairs so far, other than Chip and Marty. I don't know, chat. If we have a minute, I can put up another poll. I think we do have a minute. I will keep an eye on this table, but who to watch? Zia, Mek, Cran, Vince, or Chip, Marty. Who was it? Hurd, Bathurst. Okay. People can pick which table we're going to end up watching. I'm not sure one would be more exciting or interesting than the other. Marty Fleischer, of course, the sponsor for USA 2, but he's a very, very strong expert player in his own right. He's been playing with Chip Martell for decades, probably. Maybe not that long, but I think the last time I played in the trials, which would have been like 2015 maybe, Chip and Marty were playing, and we're already an established partnership. Where is the website that has pairings? Oh, like I could probably click on this and see. Yeah, okay, I get it. Cool. These are some old photos. These are some very old photos. I like how you kind of get your photo grandfathered in to every single bridge thing that you ever do. Like, the very first time you play in an international event, they snap a picture of you, and then they never update it, other than apparently for, like, Zia. That looks a bit more recent. Okay. Chat has voted. We're going to watch Zia, Mech, Cran, and Vince. Where am I? USA 1, USA 2. Here we go. I am told that the nameplates are going to update by the end of the round, and I'm going to put that to a test by not backing out so that we can see who's sitting where. But we are in. Currently no co-commentators, perfectly fine with me. So, North is USA 2, which means this is going to be the Zia Mech partnership. They're playing 2/1. North decides to pass. I know that both Zia and Mech are fairly aggressive, which means I wouldn't have been surprised to see North open a club. Yeah, Sam, I'm pretty sure that if you're still playing bridge at age 60 in some of these international events, they're going to continue using your photo from the juniors. Kibitz Mech? Nah, I'm just gonna do one set a day of kibitzing one person. I mean, maybe I would think about doing more of it. I'll give it a thought, but for today I'm just gonna kibitz all four hands. One hurt by East. I've also been trying to mostly kibitz the player that's sitting south, just in case someone on their own monitor wanted to like pull up the full four hands to have a look while they're watching the broadcast so that they wouldn't get things rotated around on them. And I have no idea who sits south. I think Zia was south the last time we looked at this partnership. Well, East opens heart. I guess I should pull up convention cards just to make sure I know what's happening. But West bids 3 clubs, which looks like a 3-card limit or maybe a 4-card mixed raise. That's pretty common. I think I remember that convention from playing against these guys in the past. East bidding the game with a 6-card trump suit. That was a fast trick too. King of clubs lead, insta switch to a small diamond, and declare insta plays low. I mean, North gave a clear suit preference signal for diamonds, so I think declare kind of knew that both the ace queen of diamonds were offside. This could have worked out really well for declare if North had to stick in the queen here. Now it's going to be a little tricky. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure that this contract can go down double dummy from here. Declare can, and actually probably will. Actually, I think Declare is mostly cold at this point. He's going to take a spade hook because he has to. And then when he runs all the trumps, he knows North has the diamond ace, and he's going to know North has the spade king. All he has to do is guess the distribution. Okay, like this line of play. Heart to the queen first. Oh, no! Oh, no! Wait, what? I'm trying to understand Declare's line of play. Yeah, this was a Vugraph moment. For just a second there. They got the undo in. But I mean, what was his plan? Well, North isn't exactly unplayed, right? Because a club return, Declare has to ruff in his own hand. I mean, North could have exited the ace of diamonds. It wouldn't have mattered. South still has a trump left. So it's not as if North really had a bunch of losing options here. All of them would have worked out. Yeah, if hearts were 2-2, but like if hearts were 2-2, North would have just exited a heart here. Yes. Oh my god, I'm sorry. Channel point predictions. We gotta make that happen. Who will win this segment, USA or USA? Should I give you 10 minutes? I feel like this table is going to be over at this pace of play. I'll give you 5 minutes. Your European channel points are worth nothing? I'm sorry to hear that. Man, the play on this hand went so quickly. I'm really surprised with the way East played this. I'm pretty sure East is Cran. I'm sure he saw the potential for the strip squeeze. And this whole effort of low diamond to the jack doesn't really affect that strip squeeze possibility, right? Once he got tapped in clubs at trick 3, it felt like he was kind of backed into a corner and had to play for it. I don't know, maybe this is maybe there's some plan I'm not seeing here. But the fact that he's now thinking is bad news. I mean, he probably still thinks he has chances to make. He might believe that he can pick off a doubleton spade honor in one hand, or that maybe he just pitches here, roughs and dummy, and hopes that the trumps are splitting. Yeah, okay, fair point, Sam, that if trumps are 2-2 and South had queen third of diamonds, this would work. But I mean, like, South switched to a low diamond so quickly. It is Zia. You have to give him credit. Of course, if Zia had queen third of diamonds here and his partner asked for one, he might have switched to it. That's a good point. Still, I mean, the spade hook line really needs almost nothing for it to be good. It just needs the king of spades on side. And then for you to read the end position correctly. Well, so we're starting off with a bit of a banger. This could be a big swing going the way of USA 2 if they bid and make 4 hearts in the other room. Not an easy contract to play, but all right, there it is. Cran faces his hand. I'm just guessing the nameplates, but he faces his hand, asks about the spade 10, down 1. So have I been lied to? Are we going to get nameplates for hand 2? Stay tuned. We do. And we were right. So Cran is east, Vince DeMoy is west, Jeff Maxstroth in the north, Zia Mahmood sitting south. There's a saying that Zia doesn't have to make good plays because his opponents always think he will anyway. It's a lot harder to play against a defender who can, underlead an ace, underlead a queen, and do it all in perfect tempo than it is to play against someone who just always makes the percentage play on every hand. You have to be on the lookout for a bunch of different possibilities that you otherwise wouldn't. So Zia, in the newer generation, you would think of Zach Grossack, at least on the US side, as being someone like that. Well, I know that Cran is not likely to get tilted. He's not untiltable. I have seen it happen, but it takes an awful lot of bad luck for him to be disturbed by something that has happened in the match. So he knows that he missed a chance to make 4 hearts, but he is soldiering on. Fleischer and 4 hearts at the other table. We'll have to see. I have the feeling Marty's just going to take this. It might depend on the way the defense goes. Because I think Cran had an inference that North had the diamond ace based on the suit preference signal on the diamond switch. And in that case, you're basically on the king of spades on side to make 4 hearts. But if you don't get that inference, maybe Declare would rather try to set up the diamond suit for his tricks. So East opens a heart, West bids a spade, North comes in with 2 clubs. Vulnerable against not. 7 triple 2 with a bunch of queens isn't great, but you gotta do what you gotta do. Interesting. So actually, worth noting, look at the very first hand. Because East-West have a 3-card limit raise built into their 3-club call originally, West jump to 3 hearts here does not show 3 hearts. It shows exactly a doubleton with limit raise values. Now, I don't know if Vince wanted to show his hand as a limit raise or if he just figured that 2 hearts was a little bit underselling what his hand looked like. Those jacks do not look all that appetizing. But he does get to show some values, and they get to 4 hearts. Which, not the prettiest of contracts, but as long as Declare goes right in the diamond suit, he's going to come out okay. And go right in the heart suit. He's basically on one of 2 good things happening. The Jack of Diamonds does rate to be a useful card. Declare might guess everything wrong here. We could easily see him run the Jack of Hearts immediately on this next trick. He might be planning to do that. We're starting to get into Cran tilt territory if that happens. I hope not. While I really do appreciate all 4 of the guys at this table, I am rooting for East more than anyone else. The given 7-2 club split definitely makes it odds-on to run the Jack of Hearts, and he's right in some sense that South is the one with longer trumps. Sam also rooting for the young guys. I knew you'd have my back, Sam. You think you would play unfavorable overcaller for cards in our trump suit? I think it's different than playing the unfavorable overcaller for like the Diamond Queen. The Diamond Queen is a card that they might think is a useful value. The Heart Queen is kind of irrelevant. Okay, interesting point that if North really had almost nothing outside of clubs, then maybe they would jump to the 3 level. Counter argument, North is vulnerable against Not, and jumping to the 3 level is really scary. But yeah, I could see it. Possible that East might make that read. He is giving it a bit of a look, but I think he needs to make his decision now. Oh, and he has gone right in the heart suit. Heart to the ace. Heart. He's going to be thrilled to see the queen pop up. And now he's kind of end-played into getting the... Oh, never mind. Wait, it's not over. Oh God, it is not over. I think he's going to go ace king of diamonds, right? Ace king of diamonds has to be percentage here. Yeah, Sam says maybe duck a spade before, but if we duck a spade, we can no longer even cash the diamond ace. If we're going to pick up the suit, we would then have to lead a low one. Yeah, diamond ace king picks up queen doubleton with North, I think, is the main concern. Uh-oh. Ace of diamonds. I mean, he could decide to lead a low diamond, thinking that he's going to be able to read the hand a little better. Yeah, Aaron, the problem is if we play a spade and North wins and then plays back the club queen, well, we can't do anything in this position. We just have to go king of diamonds. Yep, Cran does go with the percentage play and is going to be very disappointed with the way this hand worked out. One down. Oof. After guessing the hearts. So 2 tough hands, going down 1 both times. There is some potential for those to be pushes, but you would not be very happy about the results in this room when you could have made both of those contracts. Well, spade to the 9, then ruff, and then diamond to the 8. So you lose when North has 10 doubleton of diamonds. You lose when North has 10 singleton of diamonds. I mean, it's a sensible plan. But I think Cran's attempt made a lot of sense as well. Board 1... other table did get to four hearts and make it. So we get the ace of clubs lead. We get a trump switch, declare ruff to club, and play a spade to the jack. Wait, hold on. Then the ace of spades. Is this actually good enough? Oh, North is like end played here. Wow, if he returns a club, declare can pitch a diamond loser, ruff and dummy, and then play a spade pitching another diamond. Okay, so declare didn't need to play for the strip squeeze. A little bit of a different defense, but Fleischer did make his contract. So 10 imps going back to USA 2, and the lead changes once again. Yeah, the low hard exit helped. A little odd to not play back the jack of hearts looking at jack 10-8, but obviously South never really expected his heart cards to come into the picture unless his partner had the king or queen. East opens a no trump. I think they're playing 14 to 16. You know, I did not pull up the convention cards for these guys. Let me go ahead and do that, but I'm pretty familiar with the system that they're both playing. So we have Cran and Vince, their card. They are playing 14 to 17. Wow. They are getting up there in age. And then Zia and Mech are playing a different thing. Oh, I apparently will have one and exactly one co-commentator. Everyone in chat hear that? Only one. It has been determined. If people are interested in joining me for commentary, you can let me know. But I think it does seem sensible to only do 2 people at a time. So Craig will be joining me to do some USA versus USA battles. Cran and Vince have crazy 2-level openings. Is that true? Yeah, they have adjusted their 2-level openers a little bit. All right. I am here.
Hey.
How's it going?
Good. Looks like I missed just a couple of boards.
Yep. We are checking out the Cran Vince Zia Mech table. Tough hands back to back for East to declare in this room. Cran probably feeling a little bit sad. He could have made both of these 4-heart contracts. Marty Fleischer did make the first one in the other room.
I'll take a look and see what happened there. Was it just a random swing, or did he,
The defense was a little bit different. I mean, I was advocating Cran to play for a strip squeeze on the layout, which would have worked against North, but he tried an alternative line of play. I don't know if he missaw something, because he threw North in and then North gave him a rough slough and then he went into the tank for a long time. Maybe he just wasn't thinking the rough slough was a plausible defense, but it did end up beating the contract. So
yeah, I see. looking at the line of play at the other table now.
Well, in this one, he gets to 3 now. This looks
I
like.
see. Yeah, it looks like Marty did something good by playing that spade finesse earlier, where the rough fluff here was an effective defense.
Yep, very true.
All right, so now moving on to this hand, 3-no east. So it looks like even with the bad diamond break, as long as as long as that queen is on side, that declares in okay shape here.
Yeah, the fact that the ace queen of clubs are both on side and the ace of spades is on side,
Hmm.
he shouldn't have too much trouble, but I mean, from the start of play, it's very possible, flip north and south diamonds and clubs, and this hand becomes a lot harder. Or flip north and south hands entirely, and this hand becomes a lot harder.
It does, although the club combining card it does mean declare always has 9 tricks on power as long as he can take 4 diamonds.
Hmm.
Right, he has a spade and 3 hearts is 4, and 4 hypothetical diamonds if they're 3-2, or they break with the queen on side, and then you just force 1 club out with the ace and queen.
Sure.
And you have to do everything, of course, and when the ace of spades is offside, that may be that may be a little too much to overcome.
Right. Well, we do have the update on board 2. Thank you, Sam, for keeping us up to date on the results from the other room. Marty Fleischer and John Kraniak both took 18 tricks and heart games on 2 hands back-to-back, but USA 2 has gotten the better of that deal because one of them made and one went 2 down.
Yeah, it doesn't look like 4 hearts was on board 2. Let's see. I mean, it looks like you can take 10 tricks on some lines of play.
Yeah, you got to guess the trumps, and then you also have to guess the diamonds. And
Right.
at this table, Cran guessed the trumps correctly, but guessed the diamonds wrong. In the other room, it's suggested, I haven't looked through the line of play, that the 3-club overcall by North might have gotten Declare to guess the trumps wrong. He did, and then probably also guessed the diamonds wrong.
Yeah, ace king and another diamond does look like the normal way to play the suit, given that you have the 9 and 8.
Yep.
So here, looks like Declare is just going to knock out this diamond and
Yeah, he's still a little bit worried. I mean, obviously, from our perspective, we know all the black suits are working, but this only gives him 8 tricks. And even though the spade ace is on side, if the clubs aren't working out and the opponents just keep forcing him in hearts, then he might lose access to a club winner if he misguesses that suit.
Yeah, I think if he clears the diamonds and they return a heart, he's going to have to win and guess the club immediately.
Yep.
And we can see he can't guess wrong, but from his point of view, it's going to be kind of a scary trick.
Yeah, and then, I mean, Zia might get desperate, like going up with the club ace and switching back to spades, hoping that North can cash a couple of spade tricks. So Declare might actually come out very well here, making 10.
Right. Yeah, that actually is a very plausible defense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, certainly. Match points, I think we would not see that, but here at Imps, might as well, might as well try something desperate if there's any chance it'll get you a plus score. And there is room in North's hand for, for those cards.
Yeah, actually, I kind of wonder. Zia might win the diamond queen here and put the 9 of spades on the table, and it's kind of funnily going to hold the hand to 9 tricks. Because now that Cran has a spade trick in, he won't touch clubs. He'll just cash out.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Zia knows a heart continuation is going nowhere. West stuck in the heart queen at trick 1, and it held the trick. So Zia knows that Declare has the king of hearts remaining in hand.
Right, and there's no way, obviously, for Declare to deny South that information because whether he won the ace, king, or queen, it would be a very revealing trick no matter what.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a very good point. That South really can, almost pinpoint the rest of the high cards.
Yep.
I think that spade play also would not make a ton of sense without at least the queen and possibly the jack to go with.
Mm-hmm. I mean, nothing looks attractive to South, but he doesn't really have great options. Like, he knows that if he leads a low club, even if partner turns up with the jack, which I think is impossible given Mech's club discards, that Declare can just win the king and cash out the red suits and he'll have 9 tricks.
Yeah, I think that club play by North, is pretty good because I think South maybe would have had, like something to think about that North could have had the jack of clubs instead of one of those major suit jacks,
Mm-hmm.
and then a club, possibly, probably would have been better trick 1, but might still do his side some good now.
Yeah. Yeah, Sam, I think a spade is starting to look attractive for no other reason other than it might cut down on the over tricks.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll see what Zia does. I mean, he's probably still hoping in the back of his mind that maybe Declare's hearts are blocked. Seems unlikely.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm having some IT issues here. My browser crashed, which has both my Twitch and Bridgebase windows in it. Hang on 1 second while I try to
Sure.
get back going here.
Well, we're not going anywhere, and neither is Zia. He is.
Yeah, I'll let you call the play-by-play while I try to get this back up again here.
Should I call the play-by-play on you resetting your browser? Because that might be more interesting than the rest of this hand.
It might be. All right, here we go. I think I'm getting close here.
As Sam says, in the other room table, or in the other room, Fleischer just went after diamonds immediately before touching spades. It looks a little more scary to play a spade to the king before touching diamonds.
Yeah, I think I would like that spade play better if there was a second spade in dummy where there'd be a decent chance of it holding regardless of the location of the ace of spades. I think with a singleton and dummy, there's no chance that when South holds the ace, he's going to duck it.
Yep. Yeah, East has been getting a real workout. That's right, Kenna Joe. They've played all 3 hands so far, duplicated the contracts, and this is actually really funny. Because we've seen so many different auctions so far in basically all of the other matches. Now when USA 1 plays USA 2, everyone has the exact same auction and everyone has like the exact same play almost. So a little bit unusual.
Yeah, and I think, in a match against 2 American teams, it's less surprising because you would expect them to be playing somewhat similar methods.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so he does play that expected club and could not get it wrong. So now can he score an extra trick here in the ending? I guess not, right? Because he's just going to cash out. Dummy's 3 red suit winners, and North can come down to. Obviously, we can see double dummy. Maybe he can, but in real life, he is not going to.
Now South is getting 2 club tricks in the end position because Dummy's unplayed.
Right.
So Yeah,
Two
I
clubs in the ace.
think club to the 10, probably the expected plan to work. North throwing a couple of clubs there. Very unlikely to throw clubs from the queen, but might have thrown
Right.
clubs from the ace.
Yeah. Yeah, makes sense.
So he made one. I mean, he's taken 9 tricks in every contract so far. Maybe he should be aware of this moving on for the rest of the set, not to bid past the 3 level. Other table result is not in yet.
Yeah, so I wonder what the holdup is here. This seems like it should be a fairly routine first round of the auction. There we go.
Yeah, 1 spade by North, or one
That
heart,
is
one
not
heart, one heart by North. Look, major suits are hard. I'm suit dyslexic. Uh, this
I do not believe this is how the auction has gone.
this really
Um, I'm
no
sure
no
one
no.
pass
We're just off by 1. It's a heart
Yeah,
pass, a
a
no
no
trump
trump.
pass.
Right. I wonder at what point the operator will realize that he's off.
Yeah. So first question. I mean, North can't really reverse. The hand's just nowhere near good enough.
No, I think you just bid 2 diamonds though, because passing, even if it's semi-forcing, is just a little too scary red. You could so often have a game.
Right. Yeah. So 2
And I
diamonds
think
by
the
North.
alternative is I don't love it with 4-5 in the majors, but I know you might be tempted to open up a hand like this, and it obviously would just it would obviously just trade one problem for another, but it would it would work out pretty well here.
Yeah. So we do get to see the impossible spade. Um,
The operator still has not realized he's about to have the wrong side declaring.
yeah. Matthew
Yeah, so
arguing for
2 spades
Flannery.
2 spades showing a max raise. Yeah, I mean Flannery would obviously be effective on this hand. The question is just, is it worth the trade-off?
Yep.
Personally, I think multi is better just because it comes up so much more often. Like Flannery is great when you hold the hand, but the hand itself is just rare, and you usually have ways to handle it.
Yeah, exactly. So for people who are not aware of the impossible 2 spades, because this is a funny convention name, this happens in
Right,
these
but
auctions where a heart pass, when you bypass bidding a spade, you can't have 4-card spade support, and so you can then later. I mean, I wish we could get the actual auction on the table so that people could see what I'm
right,
talking about. But it's a heart.
yeah. So
South bids a no trump.
yeah,
North bids 2
you do have the
diamonds.
actual option, just the wrong players.
Yeah. So South bids 2 spades, which it can't be spades. So what does it mean? It means that I have really good support for your minor. So South here showing effect, like, I don't know if you want to call it a limit raise, but basically a limit raise in diamonds in this auction, given that he's limited by his 1 no bid in the first place.
Yeah, better than just raising 2 diamonds to 3.
Yep.
Yeah, so I think North has sensibly just patterned out here, accepting this implicit game try with the 2 spade bid, which is basically what it is, and now I think they're in pretty good shape to get to a high level diamond contract.
Right, and I don't know exactly how 5 diamonds plays. It's probably pretty good, but on multiple rounds of trumps, Declare could come under have some difficulty, not being able to rough out the
Yeah,
clubs.
yeah, you don't have top losers, but the hearts aren't coming in. And yeah, as you say, if they lead trump and a trump, you can pitch your spade away on the king of hearts, but you're only going to get 1 club rough there. So that would be, I think they'd be a little bit short, right? You'd get a spade and 2 hearts is 3, and 4 diamonds in your hand is 7, and a rough is 8, and the ace of clubs is 9. And you might take a 10th by eventually just driving out the long club, but I don't think you have an 11th.
Well, I think on trump Declare can make it by leading heart up towards the ace king 10, planning to stick in the 10. He could come to
Yes, that's
4
and
hearts.
right.
Maybe he's still just short. I was thinking he could get 4 hearts, 4 diamonds, and 3 black suit tricks, but it looks like not quite.
I think not. Yeah, because you would have to lose a heart to West, and then you can take your Queen of Spades, but also only by losing a trick along the way. And
Yeah.
you have the Ace of Diamonds to lose for sure, so that's 3 losers.
Yep, yep, yep.
I think even if West sticks in a heart on her, it's probably not good enough.
Yeah. Well, if West doesn't stick in a heart on her, I think it is good enough. But if West
Yeah, but if West doesn't
splits,
stick one in, I don't think you're ever putting in the 10.
yeah, right. Well, here we go. I actually didn't see the end contract after or before all of the undos.
I don't think we had one yet.
Oh, okay.
I think they realized at mid-auction that there was an issue.
You got it.
Yeah, so they do get to this 5 diamond spot. So we'll see whether East does find a trump lead. I think this is a pretty classic trump auction where you know that North has a singleton and probably the exact shape that he holds. And he could be 4-5-4-0.
Well, I mean, I think North more likely is going to be 3-5-4-1. But
That's possible, yeah.
but yeah, I mean, North basically has club shortness. East is sitting here with some club values. North clearly has some spade stuff. You don't want to lead spades. And I mean, I could see a spade lead from East. I don't think that's so crazy. But he does lead a diamond.
I think the auction has also told you that that the opponents are fairly weak in clubs, so I think that's an argument for trump lead also because you know that North is short in clubs and South didn't bid 3-0 trump, so he's weak in clubs.
Yep. Yeah, so the trump lead and a trump back is going to make things really difficult for Declare. And communication's a little bit of a problem. I mean, if Declare was able to, for example, rough some clubs or rough a club and then like lead up towards the Queen of Spades without blocking the suit, maybe he would have a little bit more hope. But the straight flush in clubs from South is not really gonna take too many tricks this hand.
Yeah, I think you'd still be a trick short, right? Because you would be able to pitch one club on a spade and one club on the king of hearts and rough one, but you'd still have that extra long one to deal with. That would be your third loser.
Yeah.
I'm curious whether Declare might have had a chance on a different lead. Like, obviously, a spade lead would just give the contract away. But if he's tried, let's say, the king of clubs, whether, I guess he could just shift to a diamond at trick 2, and it would be the same thing.
Against 5 diamonds, I mean, he's not going to be on lead at trick 2.
Oh, right. Yes, you're correct. So, yeah, so maybe that might actually be good enough.
Well, the other table is supposedly in 3-no, which means they have not duplicated the auction. Board 3 result has come in. We do have a push over there.
I'm not sure who is telling you they're in 3-0 at the other table, but they are not going to be finishing in 3-0 at the other table.
Ah, okay. Other table is not in 3-0. Oh, it was might.
3-0 was bid at one point in the auction.
Okay. Well, 3-0 always a possible contract.
Yeah, not when you go past it.
You don't think the operator's about to undo 5 times and then pass out 3-0?
We're being told that the other auction has been very slow and tortured. There is a very long tank while they figured out what to do.
Yeah, so, okay. I mean, who's playing this? Mech. Mech has to figure out, like, some potential... What happened? Did he overtook the 7 of diamonds. I was actually wondering if he had a way to make this if East had something like honor 8 third of spades. where he could have won the seven of diamonds and dummy, or the queen of diamonds and dummy, and then played the six of spades, covering whatever East played, running it, and when West has no more trumps to lead, he could then get back to his hand and run the queen of spades, set up the nine.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like it still might not have been good enough.
No, I think Declare's spots needed to be just a little bit stronger for that kind of play.
Well, I think the main issue is West can attack the hard entries, and then Declare won't be able to both ruff a club and cash the nine of spades and get back to dummy and pull trumps and do everything. So it was a good thought, but not quite there. I mean, I guess Queen Jack third of hearts, is that good enough?
I think that's definitely good enough, right?
So we would go
Good.
ace king of hearts, heart ruff. He did it. Okay.
Wow.
I mean, I think this is a sensible attempt.
That's true, because it also wins against any honor third on side.
It does.
Right, because now you'll take. Is that just not enough tricks? Because you can set up the heart tricks, the hearts then with it'll take four hearts if this loses to, let's say, Craniac's Jack fourth.
Yeah, but four hearts, four diamonds, and two black aces is not good enough.
Right, but you would lose. Oh, I see, because you would lose a heart, a diamond, and even though you get your spade trick, it's giving the opponents a third one along the way.
Hey, Jessica, welcome back.
Yeah. Hey. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, so maybe there was just never anything to it. And I wonder if he thought that also this might have just been his best 10 trick line.
I mean, no, I think he was legitimately trying to make, because he makes against Queen Jack third or Queen Jack fourth on side. When
Right, but Queen Jack third would always split, right?
I don't know. Would it? What if Declare had a doubleton? Don't you want to force him to make that play?
What do you would have declared had a doubleton what?
Heart. Oh, south is the one that's
South is
face up.
South is exposed. Yeah.
Oh, that does make a difference.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think Queen Jack fifth ducking is very reasonable because East could have a short honor. Queen Jack third, you would never play small.
Got it. Yeah, fair point. Well, with the club still blocked, even if Declare tries to make the hand from here, say running the Queen of Spades, it is not going to matter. He'll still just be down one.
Yeah, so they are playing five diamonds at the table, we're told, so it'll be probably a push, possibly three imps if they do stumble their way to down two, which I think is possible on some lines of play.
Right. So it could be another push forward. If Vince started with two clubs, Zia would have made it on a squeeze without the count. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like Declare at that point, having thrown the heart, could have tried to set up a spade trick.
I think once again, Mextra, not Zia, was declaring.
What are you okay. Yes, Mech. I'm south, okay? I am still south. I've been sitting south all day. I haven't changed seats to north. We are still commentating from south. But yes, Mexstroth was playing the hand. Who would you rather have play a hand, Zia or Mexstroth? Or is your answer just yes?
I think, yeah, it depends on the hand type, right? I think probably on balance Zia, but I think it's very close. Like Zia's I mean, they're obviously both really, really great declares. I think Zia, I think, is probably like very slightly better at some of the technical stuff, although, how can you really How can you really even like choose one over the other at that point?
Exactly, exactly. I think
I don't
yes was
know.
the correct answer.
Yeah, I think yes is the correct
We do
answer.
have some votes for Mech in chat. Yeah, BD71 asks, why does it show Mextroth and Zia playing in the
Yeah,
Bermuda Bowl? Well, because
they're
even
not
though
the
they're
senior event.
seniors, they're also non-seniors for this event.
Yeah, I believe they have played in the seniors before.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm not sure, BD, I'm not sure if you're an American or not, but the way the trials are structured, the Open is first. So if you fail to qualify for the Bermuda Bowl, you can still enter the senior trials. So there have been some years where Mexico and Zia were on an open team as they always are, but their team didn't make the Bermuda Bowl that they then just followed through into the senior event and won that.
Yeah, good point by Cow Urker that East West is going to be tempted towards a slam. East has a big hand. Whoa! East West is not going to be tempted towards slam. Hold on. No, no, no. No one panic. No one panic. We have some.
Yeah,
We have some
once again,
info.
this is not particularly close to what happened.
Um, the director said there has to be a substitute for the fifth board. So that was not the auction. We just have that. But I don't know why there was a substitute for board 5, but that's what's going on.
Iron Mages had been put on the table with the wrong orientation,
Yeah.
or just fouled in some way. But who knows?
So I assume this is board 6 rather than the new board 5 because they would have to get the graphic updated for the colors.
Yeah, it's possible to just play the rest of the segment and then do that new board 5 as the last board.
Yep. Yeah,
I don't
that's
really know
probably
what the
what'll
procedure
happen.
is.
It would be nice if we could see it. Otherwise, Chad is going to feel like I scammed them no matter who wins the prediction. What happened? Oh, do I need to hide my webcam again? Were people not watching? So VuGraph operator tells us that the director said they needed to have a substitute for board 5. They think that players may have heard information from a different table, and that's why they requested to send the board back, get a new one. This is highly ethical from whoever it was that did that.
Yeah, I wonder how that could have happened. It seems like if the tournament is, set up logistically well, that should be an impossibility.
Yeah, I mean, because everyone's playing the same boards, maybe they went out to the bathroom and someone from one of the other tables was yelling. That could
Yeah.
happen.
Yeah, if it did, I would hope that there's a fairly stiff penalty against that player.
Hopefully, yes. Well, South Open's a no trump. Second seat, they're playing 14 to 17, I think. Good 14 to 17. Double by West natural.
Yeah, as we've seen, as 14 to 17 turns into half of your 13s, you just have to be able to make penalty doubles.
Yeah. 2 diamonds transfer to hearts, 2 hearts, all pass. Not necessarily all that common to just play systems on over penalty double. Some people would prefer to have a 2 club natural run out available. But
Yeah, I think playing your system on as the partner of the doubler is actually a very bad method.
yeah. But it's simple, like if you don't have a lot of time to discuss or don't want to use the memory work, then it's
It
at
is
least
simple.
easy.
You know what else is simple? Playing that everything is natural.
No, 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 no. We've been playing Stamen and transfers for so long. Playing natural is just unnatural now. I
Yeah, I don't know. My strong preference is to play that your normal action is to pass. If you have a very weak hand, you just make a natural takeout, and I've never had a problem.
yeah.
I mean,
So
sometimes there's a problem because our hands are just terrible, but I've never, felt like I wish I had some other option available.
lots of
Anyway, we get
info
to the
coming
rules
in.
parts here.
Yeah, I was going to say board five. So someone said board five appears to be being skipped at every table. So I guess, something bad happened and whatever, they pulled the board from everyone. That makes sense. Hurd apparently played a heart to the ace for USA 1, as opposed to here where Zia played a heart to the 10, which means he might end up going 2 down on that previous 5 diamond hand, board 4. And in terms of opening leads, something that maybe not too many people are all that familiar with, Ace-King Doubleton is a special case. East-West play Rusno honors, so normally they would lead the king from Ace-King. But here, when West leads the ace and then cashes the king, it shows exactly Ace-King Doubleton. And now his partner is giving suit preference as much as possible on the second round of the suit to try and get him in to give a potential ruff.
So here's an interesting one. So I actually had a situation like this come up in a game a couple of days ago.
Mm-hmm.
So my partner and I had agreed to lead ace from ace king. He led a king, and dummy hit with queen fifth of the suit he had led. So everyone at the table knew that my partner's lead was ace king Doubleton.
Mm-hmm.
So my holding was jack nine small. And the question is, which we had a disagreement about, and I'm curious what you think. And I'm also curious, what Craniac thinks here. Do you give suit preference on the first card at your, given that everyone knows he's probably about to cast the second and then look around for his ruff? Or do you give some other signal with your first card and then the suit preference card is on the cache of the, the ace at our table, the king here, the final card cached?
I mean, to keep things simple, I would probably tend to say that I would give my natural signal on the next trick, or my natural second signal, because attitude is not necessary anymore. So I would give count if we agreed that count was our normal second signal, and I would give suit preference if we agreed that was our normal second signal.
Sorry, I'm not so on at trick one. Which signal would you be giving?
I would give whatever our signal that we would give immediately after attitude. So for most US players, I would give count.
Too. So that's what I thought that was normal. I gave count first to let him know whether he should be cashing the next one or not, and then suit preference on the following one. But we had a little disagreement about, my partner thought the first one should be attitude, which I thought was kind of weird.
Mm-hmm.
I thought here, letting him know whether it was safe to play a second or not was important. Here, Craniac played high-low, and I'm not sure what their trick one signals are.
Yeah, so we get enormous misinformation from Sam. Sam, go home, you're drunk. That after a heart to the ace, Bathurst or Hurd or whoever was playing it ended up going down 3. But
anything is possible, and the hand might have just totally collapsed for him.
Yeah, well, the scoreboard says otherwise. Says it was a push at 5 diamonds down 1.
No, see if they adjust it. Down 3 does seem like more than necessary.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like Zia got 2 extra tricks by playing a heart to the 10. It was maybe just one extra trick. But he also might have just gotten no extra tricks. And
well, he did get no extra tricks because Maxroth was playing it once again.
Oh my god. I'm still south. Okay, you're gonna have to bear with me on this.
I mean, would you like me to text the operator and see if they can switch which seats they're in mid-match to make this a little easier for you?
Please do. That would be ideal. Thank you.
I was going to say, this looks a little weird that Declare was not unblocking the King of Clubs, but I guess he actually did. Yeah, there we go.
So Declare does unblock the Club King. I mean, eventually going to pitch that spade loser away on the Club Ace and concede a trump.
Which seemed like quite a good result. Or, make 3 with his trump loser. That seems like a pretty good result in those north-south cards.
Yeah, well, the spades were blocked. East had no entry. and West switched away from the club queen. I mean, kind of perforce. East
And I
went
think, right, East played the deuce of spades, which could be a neutral signal, but West had to hope that it wasn't.
right.
I could see a little excitement here if it starts a heart, some number of clubs, it may be, North South may have to decide whether they want to look for a spade fit or from extra wants to go after them.
Yeah, I think Mexstroth is going to be seeing chocolate cake in front of him if West overcalls two or three clubs. He's
Yeah, and I think if it goes a heart, two clubs, pass, pass, South is going to reopen with double rather than with two hearts.
yep.
Yeah, I think at that point North will be pretty happy to pass and lead a singleton. And East West obviously can run to diamonds, but I'm not sure that East would. We can just put down this Ace King and hope that his partner's vulnerable overcall suit can at least handle some bad break.
Yeah.
We'll see. I've certainly made terrible predictions many times before.
All right, a heart, two clubs. I mean, the short hearts and also good club spots kind of feels like it's a little bit of an automatic pass from North going for the penalty.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But you do have the side four card spade suit and the ace, and it's not like your clubs are, say, King Jack 9/5, where they wouldn't be working on offense. The ace of clubs could still be a good offensive asset. So
Yeah, to me, I think the argument for passing if one partner doubles is number one, your hand is weak enough that you don't really have any confidence you can make 3 no trump. Like your clubs are stoppers, but they're not tricks. And
mhm.
your partner is often going to have some shape like 3-5-4-1, and then it's going to be by far your best spot.
Yeah, okay. So question before Cran makes his decision, are we saving partner in two diamonds or are we sitting for two clubs doubled?
I would sit. I think we can put down two tricks guaranteed for him. And he made a red white overcall. He's supposed to have a decent suit, as he does here. I think there's no reason. Like, we had a sixth diamond or, stronger interiors, sure. Do we have any reason to believe we can improve the contract by bidding? I don't think so.
Yep.
We have much more than partner dares to dream on this auction.
Yeah, I mean, you could also try redouble, which might bring spades
Oh
into
yeah,
the picture.
right, redouble. Yeah, redouble would be the way to try to run out here. But I don't know. I mean, what do you think the odds of improving the contract with a bid are? I think that they're fairly low, given that we know we have a pretty good dummy in two clubs.
Well, Cran agrees. I think it, it I tend to agree as well. Like, the ace king of diamonds again, as you mentioned, likely to be two tricks. And I think a big part of it is like this queen nine fourth of spades. South should really have spades for that reopening double.
Hmm.
So our side suit is not great.
Yeah, this is also a spot, remember, where North's pass could be somewhat speculative too, right? And we've seen that these low-level penny doubles have become so popular. So just because we have a singleton club doesn't mean that North is sitting over there with a monster stack against us.
Yeah.
You can imagine North with like Queen 10 fourth and a singleton heart and nowhere else to go would probably make the same pass.
Mm-hmm. So heart to the ace, queen of hearts return. Zia not really able to give a suit preference signal there, but North worked out to switch to spades anyway, just looking at the dummy.
Mhm. Right. Yeah, diamond is not exactly that attractive.
Yeah, and so now as South, I mean, Zia, I kind of imagine he's going to try and cash the spade ace. This would be a spot where it's very important to have count signals that Mech led there available. If Zia knew the spade ace was not cashing, he might play a fourth trump now.
Yeah, I think he has to be worried about West having extra spades and even a singleton diamond would be a catastrophe not to cash your spade tricks.
Yeah.
But this is okay too.
Wow. So I guess North South really do know what's going on. Pretty good players, huh? That Zia knew West was out of spades based on the spade spot card that Mech played. So this is going to set up, I'm guessing, 4 trump tricks for North. I mean, there's some potential for Declare to actually unplay him, but... Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. Now...
North is going to take...
Yeah, North gets 2 more clubs, right?
Yeah, right. So down 2 over 500. So, pretty nice result for North-South with... Well, I guess they can make a game. So, although with this 4-1 spade break, there is a lot of work to do. Yeah. I think they would bring 4 spades home just because they do have so many, so many high cards.
Yeah, I mean, they also seem to be making 4 hearts because the trumps split well. Right. So even if they miss their spade fit, they'll probably get to one of the majors.
Yeah, that's true. Although certainly you would much rather be in a 4-4 spade fit than a 6-1 heart fit.
Down 2 has been called. Oh, it is down 2. Did I miss something?
No. No, we've been saying down 2 the whole time.
I feel like I haven't been, but I'm glad that everyone else is paying attention. So...
Yeah. No, I said it was 500.
500. Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see what happens in the other room. I think very possible that it gets duplicated. Wait, who's sitting... Chip Martell's sitting west, right? Yes.
I believe that's right, yeah.
Okay, so then we probably won't see a 3-club overcall.
I would think not,
but Marty might have. Marty likes to preempt.
Yeah, Marty is a very aggressive preempter. That is true.
Yeah.
Although more so white, of course. I think red even. The most aggressive preemptors do fall into line a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And the hand is not exactly suitable for a preempt with good defense.
Yeah, I agree.
We'll see if South is tempted to come in with 2 hearts here.
Seems like a reasonable shot. You're short in spades.
The upside, obviously, of finding a good heart fit is pretty tempting.
Yeah, and maybe you need a heart lead against 3 no trump if that's where the opponents are headed.
Yeah, very true as well. On this auction, West is often gonna be about to rebid a no trump.
Yeah.
Here it'll make the auction a little easier for East-West because they can find their 5-3 heart fit without West having to decide what to do over 1 spade.
Yeah, 5-3 spade fit has been found. And now North... Oh, Ewan says the other room is already playing the replacement board 5, but we have skipped it for now. So board 5 is yet to be played in this room. I don't know if we're going to be able to get it on Vugraph. Are they playing it on Vugraph in the other room? Or is the operator just like on break for it and will enter in the result? No, they aren't. Gotcha.
Oh, I see, because the boards are just reloaded or preloaded into the system. Right, that makes sense. Yeah, so I guess we'll just have to wait and see what the result is, but we'll never know what actually happened.
Yeah, so 3 hearts by North, I mean, got alerted. Presumably they had a way to show like a better raise to 3 hearts, probably some cubid, 2 spades, for example.
Or 2 no trump, remember, which we've seen has become so popular.
Sure, yep, 2 no trump. They are also Italian, despite being American. So they would never play 2 no's natural.
Right.
Well, Zia getting off to maybe not the best lead for his side. Diamond.
I'm not sure that it would have even mattered, right?
I think they have 2 hearts and the ace of clubs, and that queen of diamonds is coming up for a trick.
Oh, right. Yes, you are correct.
Yeah, now Declarer doesn't know that he has no guess here. He can just duck this around to the 9, which will hold. but he might be in the tank for a couple of minutes about which diamond to play because he realizes that if he gets this wrong, he's not making it. Very unfortunate lead. Yeah, very unfortunate lead for myself since I'm sitting south. Cran does duck it around.
I think also one thing he's thinking about is suppose you play low and North plays, um, yeah. Well, I guess like yeah, like sort of are you like on what layouts are you planning to like take a diamond finesse depending on how this trick goes?
I think always.
Yeah.
Like either south, because the 4 is the lowest outstanding spot, so it's either singleton or it's from 3 small, or if I've misguessed, then there's no solution to the problem.
Well, it could be from 3 small could include 10 third.
Well, yeah, it has to be, right, like if I play the jack and it loses, then I have to take the finesse on the second round, because I can't pick up any holding that...
Oh, right, because when it was 7-5-4, then the 10 will just pop up when you do it anyway.
Right, yeah.
Well, yes, yeah, and I guess the question is though, you could play, and you could play small, and if the, well, yeah, I guess, yeah, never mind. Yeah, you're right. I'm just not thinking too deeply about this combination. Clearly,
I mean, it's just a guess, you know. South has queen third or 10 third or queen 10 third, in which case it doesn't matter. And Sam agrees with Cran that South is more likely to lead it away from 10 third than queen third. I guess we'll never know because Zia had both of them. But yeah, Ewan suggests 2 rounds of spades and then a diamond to the ace. The diamond spot card is going to mark either 4-1 diamonds or 3-2. So yeah, if diamonds are 4-1, then to kind of be a little bit safe about the hand, you can pull 2 trumps and then test the diamonds, see if they're breaking. And once they do, you can pull the 3rd round of trumps. It is just an under trick some of the time, I guess, if they get a ruff.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he's thinking about now. I feel like don't you just have to start trumps because that lead is so often going to be a singleton?
I mean, he honestly might be thinking about the first 2 boards where he went down. I said that Cran was a hard guy to tilt, but after a couple of bad boards in a row, I mean, it's been a while. Although there might be a lot of stuff going on in the room, like maybe the director is in there talking to them about the board 5 that was pulled. I have no idea.
Yeah. Although I would think that they would not do it in the middle of a live hand.
Hopefully not. Although, I mean, these events have not historically been known to run smoothly.
That's true, although the WBF directing crew is really first rate.
Yeah. Yeah, I did see, what's his name? Canadian Matt is on the directing crew.
Canadian Matt, which
I don't think his first name is Canadian and last name is Matt, but I think his name is Matt, and I think he's from Canada, or at least used to be.
Huh. So there's a Matt who lives in the Pacific Northwest, but he lives, I think, in the Seattle area.
Oh, okay. It's probably him.
He was a Canadian.
He must have migrated.
Is it Matt Coldnow? He's the one I'm thinking of?
Possibly, yeah. We'll see. Yes, Coldnow. That's the one. Canadian Matt.
Perfect. I didn't know he was originally Canadian. I believe he now lives in the U.S. Northwest.
Matt Smith from British Columbia. Oh, hold on.
Matt Smith is British Columbia, and that makes sense. Yeah.
Is that the one I'm thinking of?
Probably. Yeah.
Great.
Yeah. I think he was the one who used to be the head director for the Spin Gold and Vanderbilt.
Yeah, that's the guy. Yeah, so
He is a really excellent director, I agree.
Yeah, so you and
Very nice guy, too.
Gold Star for pointing out Declare's extra chance in the diamond suit, 2 rounds of trumps, and now if South had led a singleton diamond and happened to have only 2 spades, Cran would play the king of diamonds, ruff a diamond setting up the suit, and then eventually get back to his hand to pull the last trump and cash the 5th diamond. But now that the diamonds have split, he can just pull the last trump. He's probably facing his hand and claiming right now. And 10 tricks. Does the gold star come with a cookie? Uh, yeah. I'll mail you some sugar cookies. I hope sugar cookies are okay.
I wonder what the national cookie of Morocco is.
Do countries have a national cookie? I don't even know what the national cookie of the U.S. is.
Probably chocolate chip, right? Isn't that like the most iconic American cookie?
Yeah, I guess.
There's a traditional shortbread cookie called the silly cookie. That feels like it might be entirely appropriate.
Is that the cookie from Morocco?
Yeah.
The silly cookie. Speaking of silly, we have had a lot of distributional hands today, I feel. North has 6-4 in the majors. I mean, he'll start with a heart.
Chocolate chip with this that actually could be because I believe the Toll House, famous for Nestle's Toll House cookies, was in Massachusetts.
Mm-hmm. So heart and no trump.
In Massachusetts.
What do we do as North over in no trump here?
I don't know. I kind of like 3 hearts is just like straightforward. 2 hearts is possible, I guess. I don't think anything else is really in the picture for me. Like 2 spades seems kind of pointless.
Yeah, you don't have a spade fit, so that kind of is a little bit of a turn off from 2 spades.
I mean, Sam, I like 3 no trump on hands of this type, but I think this one is a little too extreme for my taste. But it could work. I mean, you're putting down 6.5 tricks in dummy.
He did say 3 hearts, not 3 no.
Oh, 3 hearts. Yeah, 3 hearts. Yeah, two hearts also seems totally fine. We're white, so the cost of missing a game isn't really that big.
We didn't miss a game, but we also haven't made this yet.
Right. When we miss a game, the cost is fairly low.
Yeah, this looks like a very difficult hand to play because Declare is limited in entries. I mean, I guess the plan is effectively to just force 2 diamond entries.
I was actually wondering if this was going to happen. He played too fast. I was going to say on a low club lead, maybe you play low and West wins the ace, and now you have no diamond loser.
That would be amusing, yes.
With only 1 entry to dummy, you probably can't do it, but if you had a second dummy entry, so you wouldn't have to,
Yeah.
You wouldn't have to worry about managing the hand later. I think it would be an attractive play.
Yeah, well, Declare is now basically on Trump split. I mean, he would have been on Trump splitting and 1 of 2 diamond honors on and 1 of 2 spade honors on. With the trumps breaking badly.
As Sam points out, when a spot is missing, that is not really possible because West will know that North is following. Although he could be following with the Jack. Well, I guess not, right? When he leaves the 5, that's not possible. The North is following with the Jack.
Yep.
Playing 3rd, 5th. Anyway.
Yeah, good call, Sam. Way to keep Craig on his toes. Although these are the kinds of things that can earn you a swing if you come up with like a clever idea like this, and it does put the dependers to a guess.
Yeah, certainly. Hands of that type certainly exist, even if this isn't one of them.
Mm-hmm.
And they are super fun when they come up.
Yeah.
Here, Declare is losing a trump and probably 3 spades, right? Because he doesn't have a way to lead spades twice from the board. He can cross to a diamond and pitch 1 on a club, but the diamonds don't split, so he can't pitch 1 there, and he's eventually going to get end played in his hand.
Yeah, well, it might be even faster than that because Declare might just lose the next four tricks. Um, it might go Diamond Ruff, Spade Spade, Diamond Ruff, promoting
There's no
a.
reason not to finish the Queen of Hearts. Oh, sorry, he's not in. Yeah, yeah, right.
Yeah, he just never gets in.
Diamond, spade, spade, diamond promoting that Trump back. You're right.
Yeah, I mean, Mech could have kind of avoided this and effectively played for down one, but he's hoping that the defenders make a mistake and that the diamonds split. Um,
Right.
although even the diamond splitting wouldn't help him here, right? He would get one spade discard on the club, one spade discard on the fourth diamond, but still have two spade losers. It feels like maybe he should have pulled the third trump and just played for down one.
Yeah, not you know, look, Maxworth is better at seeing into these hands than I am, but it doesn't seem like there was any reason to avoid it, and maybe he was worried about East getting in, cashing one, and then tapping him, and now he might, might lose some extras because he's fully tapped out at that point.
Yeah, he doesn't have to cash the club queen. I mean, the whole play would be to use both diamond entries to lead spades up toward the queen jack. With the 3-3 spade split, he would be perfectly fine. If diamonds are 3-3, then you like Mech's line. Because you think that this is a better chance for down one. I'm not gonna argue. I'm not gonna argue.
Yeah, I think, one of my general principles is when a world class declarer takes a line of play, if it looks strange to me, it's because I'm missing something, not because he is.
Yeah, yeah.
And meanwhile, West here does have, yeah,
Well,
does have
here
a
we
bit of a
go.
problem, I guess, because he doesn't, you know, I think he probably thinks that there's a decent chance that East Trump trick is just, the the singleton queen remaining or something, where North's line of play was, you know, because I think West, maybe reasoning that if North had the opportunity to catch the Queen of Hearts here in this position and guarantee only one Trump loser, he would have.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he might think that East has two naturals, right? It's very possible North had
Right,
like
right.
Ace
That's
King
what
Jack
too, yeah.
sixth. Um,
Right, that would be very consistent with what North has done here too. Yeah, you're right.
yep. So Cran roughs with the Jack of Hearts, and now he's gonna play back the Seven of Spades to get his partner to give him another
Is he
diamond
really
rough.
going to play King of Spades, Spade to to restrict West defensive options?
Yeah, it would be nice, but I mean, Cran doesn't know that Vince has the spade ace. Vince's suit preference with the six of diamonds here um, should ask
I
for
think he has
spades.
to know. I think he has to know that West has something in spades, though, because Declare is already coming up against the limit for two heart rebid, and if he had as much as Ace Jack of Spades, then he almost certainly would have, taken the high road.
Okay.
But
I
even Ace
mean,
Jack of Spades, that's still okay if West has the queen because Declare is going to be unplayed. Like Declare
well,
can't
no.
have.
If North has the ace jack of spades, I guess we can play the king of spades, and when North ducks, you exit a heart. Yes, but you couldn't play the king of spades and then exit a club. Then
Well, that's true.
declare. Yeah.
I was going to say exiting a heart here for that reason also works because it's just going to beat the contract anytime West has as much of the queen of spades.
Yep. Yeah, this works. So queen of spades exit. West can win the ace.
I am surprised
Uh,
that he's on that track.
this has all
I
been
think,
very shaky.
yeah, because East has to know that Ace Queen Jack of Spades, like even Ace Queen of Spades, isn't really possible from North. He would have had a three heart rebid. Yeah, so Declare is going to be down one now, regardless of which black suit East exits with.
Yep.
Since Declare on a club, he'd be able to win the queen, pitch a spade, and lead a spade toward the jack.
Yeah. Not the biggest blunder. But this is an over trick, and those things do matter. This has been a relatively low scoring set, all things
Under trick,
considered.
but yeah.
Yeah, under trick. Um, but we're about halfway done. I mean, this is board 9, but technically only the 8th board that has been played in this room. Board 5 will get rescored at some point.
Wow. There's no way he's thinking here, right? Because that 9 of spades is exposed. If West had 10, 8 remaining, he would always have played the 10.
Yeah, that's West definitely would return the 10.
Yeah, I don't think that's a
Wow.
spot where you would able to grow through him.
This,
Yeah, another wild one, huh?
yeah, this is surprising. Okay, yes, once again we get just all of these distributional hands showing up at once today. I think it's been that way in most of the matches. We had like a 9 card suit earlier. 9
So
solid.
what do you do? So let's say it goes past and South opens an O trump. What do you do with the West hand? Do you show it as both majors, even though, your longest suit is neither of them? Do you show it as a major minor and hope to get away with it? I don't know, like, I think you have to do something. It's not at all clear to me what.
I have the suspicion that West might pass a no trump systemically.
I would be much more inclined to do that if I had a void in one of the majors where I could be fairly confident in making a takeout bid later. With clubs, that's pretty unlikely.
Yeah, but in their system, his only choice really. I mean, you could bid 2 clubs showing the majors, but no.
I think that's what I would do.
Oh, really?
I guess, as much as I hate it, I think is what I would choose.
Yeah, I guess I like that a little bit more than bidding 2 of a major, showing a major minor 2 suitor. I guess we're about to find out.
Yeah, I do too, and also, well, all right. In some auctions, you might be able to, possibly like double 2 diamonds or something to show diamonds. Unlikely, but you never know.
How to manufacture a 2 club preempt 101 by East. You pass in first seed and get your partner to show majors over a no trump. The thing is, I mean, if West showed majors, East might give 2 clubs a look, but would certainly pull to 2 hearts.
Yeah, his hand is just too good in the majors to make that pass.
Yeah.
I think if you were like 2-1-3-7, he would definitely pass.
Yep. Maybe East can show majors.
Yeah, so East fortunately is being saved from himself by the fact that 2 clubs is not possible and 3 clubs is insane. All right, never mind.
Okay, but
3 clubs is a bit much.
Okay, but hold on, because the auction's not over.
No, because North South is about to start doubling.
Well, is Zia going to double 3 clubs?
I think at match points, yes. Here, he might just be happy that this auction has come up fairly well for him.
Yeah, so I guess the auction is over. I didn't, I was thinking maybe it wasn't. Is this even going down?
At match points, I would certainly take a shot at that 3 clubs and, just not worry about it being the occasional, whatever it is, 670, I think.
I mean, they need to get spades on the table, right, to beat this. Not now, but when they get in, I guess North is going to work it out, right?
I mean, so South, what I think the natural lead is a trump. Well, all right, so he does well by, not because I think one of the winning lines of defense is going to be to find a spade rough from North. So
it's the only defense.
Out of the play, yeah.
Yeah. Actually, it might not. No, it's. Yeah, they have to separate their trump tricks, otherwise there's no way to beat this.
Right, because they only have one spade and three clubs on top, so they have to take a fourth club if they're going to go plus.
You know what? I bet the 10 of clubs from East might have worked. South probably would have put up the king and then would have no idea what to switch to, but North winning that club trick allows him to find the spade switch. As a passed hand, do East-West play double is 4-card major, longer minor? Yes. But since West was not a passed hand, there was no way for West to show his hand over no trump. I mean, unless he makes this insane major suit bid with 2 clubs. You know, were you here?
Even playing that double as I prefer to, I think I would still rather show it as both majors, in preference to guessing on the next round which 4-card major I have when I actually have both of them.
Yeah, sorry, Puffin Basher. YouTube is there's a bit of a longer stream delay than on Twitch. Spade. I mean, Zia knows that East is out of spades, but Mech dumped the jack of clubs. Oh no. Okay, Zia finds the spade continuation.
Better. I think the jack of clubs is better because the queen, I think that, like, from Declare's line of play, North was known to hold the queen, so playing playing the queen there might have been harder for Zia.
Okay, fair point. But there was a hand the other day where Zia overcalled all red over a no trump with 4-5 in the majors, and it was very bad. So I think Mech ended up going for like 8 or 1100. But yeah, 4-4 in the major is not really what you want to be doing. I understand the inclination to bid, though, when you have a void somewhere. USA 1 picking up some imps. Board 8. The other table kind of did well in the auction. They stopped in 3 spades, given the diamond position. But after that fateful diamond lead from Zia at this table, 4 spades did make.
Yeah, I think the general one problem is, like, there's a lot of situations where bidding on a given round of the auction is dangerous, but you know that if you don't, you're going to regret not having done it, and bidding on the next round is going to be even more dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
So, on that class of hands, you just have to close your eyes and hope for the best.
Sure. Well, South opened to club. West, always the jokester, comes in with a heart on his 4-card heart suit.
It's totally normal to me.
Negative double from North. And East, East has a pretty good hand. He has 5-card heart support, obviously, and some distribution, jumps to 4 hearts. South has a bit of a problem. 4 spades might feel somewhat natural, but Queen Doubleton of Hearts does not look like a great holding.
It doesn't, but I think you still have to bid it, because partner also very, very often is going to have a singleton heart here, right? Like, we can see the opponents have a 9-card fit, and sure, Zia knows that some of the time partner will have a Doubleton heart, but most of the time he doesn't.
Yeah, John asks, was that the hand when Zia showed 4-4? 4-4. Okay, can we get off the 4-4 in the majors as the normal distribution that we need for a 2-suited overcall when we're vulnerable? Normally we want 5-5 for that bid. Yes, that was the hand where Zia showed both majors, though, and Mech saved in 4 hearts.
No, this doesn't look like it's going to be great for the defense here. Do they have any way to beat this?
If your question is, can they save the over trick, I think the answer is yes.
Yeah, I don't see a 10th trick and a 12th trick here, rather, even double dummy.
Well, yeah, I kind of paused on the auction here, but Cran, I think, making some very sensible choices. the club void, as well as the fact that he had a bunch of spades, made it sound as if like the hand was just fitting really well for his side. He figured that five hearts was going to be at least a cheap save and might even make against four spades. And I mean, it's kind of true that if he had doubled, maybe four spades would go down if partner found the club lead, giving him a ruff, cross to partner's ace, another club ruff, then he gets the ace of diamonds. But he wasn't confident about it. Five hearts, probably going to pay off. I'm thinking about scenarios where Declare somehow misguesses this hand just because the opponents have doubled him.
I mean, there's no real possible misguess, though, with the Queen of Hearts and King of Diamonds both on side. And here, just safety playing a little bit, taking this early diamond finesse, but he'll cross back to a heart, the queen will pop up, and there won't be anything left to the play here.
Yeah, now there's really nothing that can be done for the defense. So, Trump's 2-2. Declare does not get to ruff all of his spades. Maybe he should have been playing in five diamonds instead, in the 4 forfeit. But yeah, this will end up making 650. Big result for USA 1. And if the other table doesn't duplicate this, USA 1 is going to jump back into the lead, conditional on a couple of the boards that have just come through. Who was it who wanted to watch this match? What are the scores in the other matches? I guess we should keep everyone apprised of some of the other results in the Bermuda Bowl, at least. So,
What's that gas ball?
Big spoiler. China has slaughtered Norway in this segment so far. They're only halfway in, but China is winning the set 61-25. And they've taken a commanding lead in the match. They're now up by 27 imps. Still a lot of bridge to be played, but that's not something that anyone expected. Norway had their choice of opponents, and looks like they chose wrong. And
so they were up 9 imps going into this segment, but now that lead is reversed by quite a bit. Is that what happened?
Yeah. Poland and Italy have been playing to a dead draw in this set. So Italy still has a large lead over Poland, 31 imps. Israel against Switzerland. Switzerland has picked up a couple, but Israel still leads in that match by 14. Those are the midway score updates.
Rob, where are you seeing those? Because I am not finding them.
I can exclamation point standings for you.
That'd be great, yeah, because I'm just looking on the results page, and the links only take me to the end of the second quarter.
Yep. Yeah, so that link should get you there. Okay, that is an exciting result. Big if true. On board 9, Showstrock says China made 3 spades doubled, but Norway was in 3 clubs.
Board 9 is it possible it's a different board 9? Because that doesn't seem possible.
Board 10 maybe? Board 10 maybe.
Oh, 2 spades by West down 3. I could see that it may be happening on some terrible takeout double auction where like West doubled hearts and East tried 2 spades instead of 3 clubs, and then got to normal 3 clubs, doubled at the other table. Yeah, that actually all seems quite possible.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, so we get a diamond by North, 2 spades by South. Let me figure out what 2 spades is. We'll be with you shortly. I'm sure I'll figure this out. Limit raise and diamonds. There we go. So 2 spades, limit raise and diamonds.
Makes sense.
I mean, maybe a little aggressive. The singleton king of hearts, not necessarily full value. only a 9 count.
Yeah. I mean, if the alternative, I mean, it also depends a bit on the ranges, but if they play a diamond past three diamonds is, um, a hand that wants partner to pass with a two no trump rebid, then you're kind of trapped into making this call.
3 diamonds is apparently wide ranging. So they don't have a good definition for it. It is anything up through a mixed raise. So it's all preamps and all mixed raises.
I say, yeah. So I think, given that you're not going to want to show this the same way you would show a three count, I think you have to break the tie. This is probably the best action.
Sam says Chip Martell bid 2 clubs majors on board 10.
All right, I have one person in my camp here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you don't love this bid, but if partner puts the hand on a no trump track, your hand is pretty good, and if partner signs off in three diamonds, you're thrilled. Here, North, of course, has his in between hand, but I think he's probably going to give up. We'll see.
I mean, there's not a lot of space between 2 spades and 3 diamonds for North to do anything sensible.
That's a problem. I think 2 hearts here showing a limit raise, giving partner the ability to bid 2 spades with some meaning would have worked better on this hand.
Yeah. Well, Mac does find some sort of life. He tries 2-no, and this could... I think he might actually get to 3 diamonds on this, is assuming South's able to make a free bid of 3 clubs. Although with the alert, maybe they have some sort of system that South is going to have to show over this. It's funny, like Singleton King, I mean, they might end up in a spot where Zia's like trying to decide if he's showing his Singleton King or if he just wants to say like, no, I have a minimum with no shortness. Looks like he was backed into some sort of 3 diamond bid. How is 3 diamonds going to do if they end up here? East is going to lead the ace king of spades, get the queen from partner, and cash 3 rounds of that suit. King of diamonds is offside.
I think that's it at that point. West may just try a 4th spade, hoping something interesting happens.
Yeah. Yeah, so looks like just 4 tricks for the defense. A little bit of a tame board. Board 10.
Nicely done.
Yeah, so supposedly some big action. Board 10 in the other room. 3 diamonds north-south undoubled on that one, despite the 5-0 trump split.
Sorry, which board?
Board 10.
5-0. Oh, wow. Yeah, I imagine there's going to be a lot of different results on that board.
Yeah, it looks like West is hopeful that his king of clubs is going to take a trick. So I think this makes sense rather than putting 4th spade through. You think this is down 1? Oh, you think 3 diamonds is down 1?
Really?
Not this 3 diamonds. Sam is still like in the other room.
3 diamonds. And yeah, I was gonna say 3 diamonds here. I think even at the club, this is a flat 110.
Probably. On this hand, you do understand North's hearts are good, right? We can just rough a heart and claim. In fact, I'm certain that's what Declare is doing right now.
Yeah.
I still think you need to get some more rest over there, bud.
Me?
No. our chat.
Oh, I see. Yeah. So, See if North South have a week 2 diamonds available. I'm not sure if they do or not. Probably.
They do not.
They do not. They're a multi-pair.
Yep. Yeah, so North could open 3 diamonds if he chooses to do so.
Yeah, that would not be to my taste.
Yeah, 6-3-2-2, not great shape.
Kind of a weakish trump suit.
Yeah, so, I mean, the question is just, what happens... I mean, maybe North will open 3 diamonds. I don't think it's, too insane to do so. But especially when you're playing multi, sometimes your partner effectively plays you for 6 most of the time. Mm-hmm. You don't get overboard.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, if it does go pass and South opens a club... I mean, West has the best hand at the table.
Yeah, I think, playing 14 to 16, I would certainly open the South hand to no trump. Playing 15 to 17 is probably just a little too extreme.
Actually, that's a good call. Wait, I think they're 14 to 17ers.
Yeah, so it sort of depends on whether it's 14 plus or, or most 14s.
That is a good point. I didn't even, consider the no trump opener, but looking at Zia, it just has to be a no, right? There's no reason.
I think in third seed, it's a pretty attractive action.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure quite what the holdup would be here.
Well, board 10 in the other room, we do have a result. 3 diamonds by North went down 3, not doubled, but, maybe Martel was worried they would run to 4 clubs. So that's a big 9 imps going the way of USA 2. But board 11 could be a pickup for USA 1.
Board 11, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, Sam, I think everyone would open North's hand 2 diamonds if we had it available. We just do not this time.
Yeah, it's a very down the middle week 2, but I think a little scary as a week 3.
Right. So I think we're narrowing in on the range of shapes that Vince is going to overcall showing the majors over a no trump. So he won't do it with 4-4, but he will with 6-5. With TBD about what he would do with 5-5 or 5-4.
And nicely predicted by us that South did choose to open a no trump.
Yeah. Yeah, third seat, 1 no trump openers are just really good. They get all up in the opponent's business. So 1 no, 2 clubs, 3 no.
Obviously, opening no trump can make the bidding difficult on a lot of shape type hands where you need to get to a high level contract, but once partner passes, that's no longer consideration.
Yeah, so I was going to say I expect West to balance with double, basically showing a good hand. And now he's kind of content no matter what his partner does. If his partner sits, hopefully ace, king of hearts, and a heart will set up the suit with a spade entry. And if his partner pulls, I mean, he has extra shape. I expect Cran to pull. What do you think?
Yeah, and I think with 4 spades, it's a little much to sit, although... if his partner has a strong hand with the majors, he might think that he has enough to inconvenience North South in the minors that it's worth passing.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, South may not be done either. He knows that he's opened a light no trump opposite a passing partner, and the West has a strong lead. He may know he's off the entire heart suit as he is.
Yep.
Yeah, so Cran does pass, figuring that whatever's going on, he's got some help, where partner is weaker and shorter. Yeah, and as I thought he might, Zia cannot stand for this.
Right, yeah. 3-no doubled was going to be a massacre.
Even with the hearts. Yeah, even with the hearts sort of locked, since South has the Jack double tin, West is going to take the first 7 tricks in his own hand.
Yep. Mech doesn't believe him. Okay, serious question though. Do you think you're more likely to have more clubs or more diamonds playing with Zia?
Yeah, right. I think, you have, assuming the South never has a singleton, which I think is a reasonable assumption, you always have at most eight clubs and at least eight diamonds. So I like Mixed with Full.
Sam says more diamonds. You think partner is very unlikely to be 1/6 in the minors?
I think we have to assume that that's impossible, and I believe it is.
Sure.
So,
Um,
if partner and partner doesn't have to have a six club either. He probably does, but couldn't he be 3-2-3-5 with the major two problem? I think that's absolutely in the picture.
okay, what is going on? Because West is under a lot of pressure and East hasn't done anything. Yeah, West passes this out. This is bad news for
Yeah, so
USA One.
this turned a very good East-West result into a very bad one.
Yeah, so what should have gone differently? I mean, obviously the game is on 2-2 spades, right? So it's not as if the game is cold by any stretch. But still,
I mean, I guess double dummy, we can see that East could have doubled here, which, you know, maybe would have helped, although, that obviously when you're actually looking at the hand is really scary. I don't know. You know, should East be bidding four spades just on the power of his 6-5-3 deuce, knowing West has a good hand? Maybe, but that's obviously a very scary action too.
yeah, well, this is going down one. So East-West are going to get a plus score.
Yeah, although they can have certainly a much bigger plus score available.
Right.
In spades, they just lose one trump and the two minor suit aces. West hand is otherwise solid.
Yeah, hard to say. I mean, the no trump opener once again, kind of as pointed out, can throw a wrench into East-West's auction. If South had opened a club and West had started with two clubs and then later showed a good hand, East would know that West was very distributional. But here, West could have just had like a big hand with maybe 5-5 or even 5-4 in the majors. A more balanced hand type. And so then four small spades doesn't look like necessarily the kind of trump support you want to be bidding to the four level
And
with.
no, I think it's very hard at that point. Both East West made pretty reasonable judgments that added up to, to playing in a spot that they're not going to be very happy about. But I don't think anyone did anything like, that you would classify as an error. They just made some, guesses in tough spots that didn't work out well.
Yeah. And with board 11 coming through in the other room, four spades in the south, which East-West never got into the auction. Again, these no trump openers, which kind of preempt the opponents out of their fits. That's 11 imps to USA1. The match is all tied up.
Not sure how they went down 3, because it certainly looks like they have 9 tricks on top. Well, I guess sorry, or 8 tricks with the spades breaking badly. Maybe he's got a bunch of club roughs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess
So,
you're right.
Vince,
like
having seen the power of the third seat one no trump opener on the previous deal, decides to try it himself. Obviously, this hand is kind of well within their 14 to 17 range.
Yeah, it doesn't really look like 14, but I counted it twice and it is.
Yeah.
So how are they going to do here? So they have 7 tricks on top, 5 clubs, and the ace king of spades. A little bit of transportation trouble because clubs are West's only entry, but if you catch the ace of spades, it leaves the suit wide open with the diamonds offside. There doesn't feel like they're going to do that well in 3 no trump here.
I agree.
We have a stronger take on that assertion from Sam in the chat.
Yeah, not the most ideal contract.
No, maybe East would have been a little wiser to invite rather than force to game, but if he does catch a little bit of a better fit from West, then this would be a pretty good spot. Like I
Yeah,
think the club fit is very good, but the rest of the hand is not.
you know, Declare might think that he makes this on a spade lead. Well, if South has the Jack 9 doubleton of spades, he can pick up two diamond trick or spades, diamonds, he can pick up two diamond tricks. So he'll win the king of spades and he'll probably play a diamond to the 10. And when it goes
Yeah, I
small
think
9 10, oh, small 9 10 Jack is not going to be good news for him.
yeah,
But
yeah. The nine will give him a second of hope, but yeah, I think that's. It's also you're just going to make it on 3-3 with the diamond jack on side also.
you don't have entries for that. But yeah, you do need to
Well, I
next.
guess you don't have immediate entries, but the defense is eventually going to have to lead something, right? You just strand the ace of spades and hope that something good happens where they have to get you back in your hand later.
I mean, you'll probably need the King of Hearts entry if that's the case, but I think Declare's plan, if this forced out an honor, was to just win the Ace of Spades and then bang the Queen of Diamonds, hoping for the Jack Doubleton to drop. Although,
Well, then will that be good enough though? Because you're going to lose two spades and two diamonds and the ace of hearts even on that layout.
oh, true,
So
true,
that
true, true. You're gonna need some fortunate blockage in the spade suit, I guess. Nine of Spades needs to come into play. And you're going to need
yeah.
the defense to not be able to cash two hearts. I mean, as said, this might not be the best contract that East West could have
No,
reached.
no, it is not. Yeah, so the defense now has four more tricks ready to go, and Declare does not have anywhere close to nine.
Nope.
You're just gonna cash these clubs, lead the king of hearts, hope something good happens, and it won't.
Yeah, so does defense need to be a little bit careful? I mean, they have transportation and spades, at least for the time being.
Yeah.
But
I think not really, right? South just pitches two hearts here, and that's that.
yeah, that's a good point. North can pitch two diamonds or a diamond and a spade. Martel Fleischer are in three hearts on board 12 in the other room. So that was the one where North South got to their diamond fit and stopped low enough to play at the 3 level and make that contract. I imagine what happened is West made a little bit of a light takeout double at some point in the auction, and that got them into their 3 heart spot.
Yeah, so it doesn't look like that's going to make. They can hold it to down one, the one a couple of imps, down two is a push.
Right. So match not going to be tied for all that long.
All right, so here the defenders now know their hands are good. Yep, they just faced them. All right, so
With that result, I mean, you can't be too happy as East-West. The opponents obviously don't have much of anything going their way. So if you had just been able to stay a little bit lower, end up in either a no trump or maybe even some number of clubs, you could have potentially gotten a plus score.
yeah, I think the alternative for this pair was for East to invite probably via two spades and West decline, and they would at least be a level lower for minus 50. But I don't think there was any realistic chance of a 14 to 16 pair going plus in this deal.
Well, they aren't 14 to 16, they're 15 to 17. Well, I mean,
Oh, they are.
Yeah, they're like good 14 to 17.
I see.
So yeah, West hand. I mean, he was just in third seed and decided to upgrade into his no trump range, mostly because he's third seed, not vulnerable. And then you can't really blame East with the 3 kings and 5 card suit for game forcing opposite that range.
No, not at all. South has a full 17 here.
Yeah, are you surprised that no one's playing 14 to 16 anymore?
A little bit. I mean, it has become enormously popular among a lot of the top American pairs.
Yeah, I haven't seen it all that much from from pairs in this tournament so far.
I think we saw at least one pair yesterday that was playing a slightly variable no trump where it was 14 to 16 sometimes and 15 to 17 other times.
Mm-hmm.
Do not recall which pair that was.
Okay, cool. Cool sort of conventional piece of wisdom here that when your partner makes a transfer, especially a Texas transfer, and they double the bid, if you don't have a control in that suit, sometimes it can be helpful to put the doubler on lead. So that's what Zia's doing here. He's passing and letting his partner play four hearts, trying to protect whatever his partner's diamond holding is.
Yeah, and really like passing and letting his partner choose, right? Because Maxwell could redouble to, say that despite how it looks, he still wants Zia to declare it.
Right. But so now East is going to be on lead.
Looking at third is thrilled to have the opportunity to declare.
Yeah, I mean, not really what East wanted. He doubled four diamonds, hoping his partner could lead one at trick one.
That's okay, though, right? I mean, from East's point of view, that part of it didn't work, but he gets to lead through dummy instead of having the lead come up to dummy, so that's probably good for his side.
Yep. Yeah, also true. So, spade opening lead.
Yeah, here this will not be too taxing. I'll knock out the trump, eventually pitch a club on a diamond, and knock out the ace of diamonds for making 5, I believe.
Yep. He might get a second spade as well right now.
Yeah, but it doesn't help him because he can't pitch all of the diamonds from the north hand, so the defense is still going to get the 2 red suit aces even if they don't take it now.
Yeah.
And I guess he can try to sneak a diamond through East and then take pitches on 2 black cards, but I think this East is too smart for that.
Probably. He probably will stick the beer card on the table, though.
He is going to try it now, but I would be very surprised if it works.
Yeah,
especially after that pitch.
Matt points out that the East-West no-trump range on their convention card is a little bit wider than maybe expected.
Like 13 to 17 or something?
It's 13 plus to 17. Yeah. Here we go. I have the feeling that diamond pitch from the south hand might give the show away.
I mentioned that earlier. That I think had South not pitched that diamond, it would be maybe a little tempting for East to duck, but here I don't think it's possible.
He's giving it a look. I mean, he probably knows that his only way to beat the contract is if partner is king doubleton of diamonds from here. But really, why would declare play the hand this way?
Yeah, right. This line of play would make no sense whatsoever.
He's probably just pausing to make sure that he counts out the tricks, that if he doesn't hop ace, declare does have enough discards.
Yeah, and I think just, in general, it's never a bad idea at a key trick just to take stock and make sure you didn't miss anything important earlier.
Yep.
There's no time pressure here whatsoever, so just take a second, double check that you didn't miss anything dumb before you concede a vulnerable major suit game.
Sometimes you can start reading into signals that weren't really there, right? On the third round of trumps, West pitched the 10 of spades, which we all know is his highest one, and he could have signaled with any of his spades. But I think West isn't really thinking too hard about the hand. He's not trying to tell his partner, please lead diamonds using his spade suit. But that might be what East is thinking about. He's really thinking here.
It is true, although if that's what's going on, there's still just no way that we're catching 3 diamond tricks, right? Declare would always be taking a club finesse if that's the case.
Yep.
Then I think maybe he's a little worried that partner could have singleton king of diamond.
Yeah, but again, why would declare then pitch a diamond from the dummy, giving you the possibility of going ace king jack?
Right. No. Yes. None of this really makes any sense opposite one of the best declarers in the world.
Yep.
Certainly, if you're playing in like, some weaker event, then yeah, maybe you have to be a little worried that Declare has just had a blind spot, but that's obviously something that Craniac is not going to be catering to.
Yep. So he does correctly go up with the ace of diamonds, preventing the second over trick. Still 650 in. And with board 12 coming through, we still do have a tie match, 4 boards to go in the set, although that has just changed. Board 13, 4 diamonds went down 1 in this room, undoubled. The other table, after a 2 diamond preempt and a 3 diamond raise by South, West had no issue showing both majors 4 diamonds, got East to 4 spades. As we said, not necessarily the greatest contract, but with Trump's 2-2, that contract came home. 11 imps breaking the tie, going the way of USA 2. 3 boards to play in the set, and this is the last board at our table.
On the auction in that room, where it starts at 2 diamond, weak 2 bid from North, it is a pretty good contract because, now you're often going to find King Queen of Spades in the South hand.
Mm-hmm.
Although maybe that's not good enough because if it's King Queen third, you don't have a way to get to dummy to lead him a second time, except by roughing a heart, which might get over-roughed.
Yeah, you might need like stiff 10 or something with North, but right. Yeah.
Unless it had the most important virtue of a contract, which is it did make in real life.
Yep.
So here, I think despite having quite a few Trump losers, they're getting to a pretty good spot.
Yeah.
They haven't made it yet, obviously, but it's certainly where you want to be at Imps.
Yeah, so West opened to no Trump, which is like 11 to 19 or something, and East just decided to Texas transfer with his 6-card major, Singleton. But Ace and King outside, not so obvious that that's the bid you want to make.
No, but what alternative is there? And you can transfer and raise to 3, but that 6 Trump is usually an important card, and partner, isn't necessarily going to be playing you for quite this kind of hand. Like, he's going to know you have 6 Trumps, but, might you not just have a flatter hand when you're making that sequence instead of this one?
Yep.
I think it's close either way. But.
Yeah, definitely. John.
So interesting. Yeah.
John was saying Declare might be able to guess clubs, but Declare can also set up the long diamond. This diamond opening lead makes things a little tricky.
I mean, you're short on entries to do that, right? You need to rough 3 diamonds, which means you need to get to dummy 4 times. 3 times to rough them, and so I guess you can rough a diamond, spade to the queen, rough a diamond, spade to the ace, rough a diamond, and then but now you're getting a little uncomfortably short in trumps also.
Well, I mean, so Declare can rough a diamond now, but Declare just needs to be careful to start playing trumps as soon as possible, because with the opponent's diamonds 4-3, he can't afford to let them separate their trump tricks.
Right, but also if you plan to rough 3 diamonds, now you had to use your spades as entries, and now the defense might be able to draw trumps and cash a spade.
Oh, no.
Never mind.
Yeah. Declare is going to pull 2 rounds of trumps, and every time he's in the west hand, he's gonna rough a diamond. Every time he's in the east hand, he's going to play trump. So
right.
He has plenty of time, as long as the trumps split and the diamonds split, to take this line of play and make it.
Right.
Defense is kind of powerless. I mean, I don't know what Zia's going to try. Like, Zia might try the Queen of Clubs. I think the Queen of Clubs would be a nice attempt, because if West had King 9 fourth of clubs, then Declare would legitimately be on a club guess. Zia knows the trump layout, so if Declare elects to run the Queen of Clubs around to the ace, Zia can get in with the King of Hearts and play another club through, setting up partner's jack. I kind of like that plan. I guess alternative, Zia could also switch to a low club, right? Or, This is the difficulty. When Declare opens a no trump, you don't know where their high cards are. Zia might switch to spades, hoping to set up spade tricks.
Yeah, although he is looking at that king third of spades and dummy, so he knows there aren't going to be too many of those. Like, if, once he knows that Max Smith has strong hearts, West could have weaker spades, but not that much weaker.
Yeah. Okay, good point. So then I kind of like the plan of either low club, right? Because you're effectively playing partner for Jack 9, 8 in the club suit. Partner can overtake your King of Hearts and put a club back. Or you could switch to the Queen and hope it gives Declare a little bit of a guess. Here, that'll just make...
I think I like a low one better, but I'm not totally convinced myself that that's right.
Yeah.
But I do agree with you at this point. The defense has any hope, it's got to be there.
I mean, I could see an argument for playing any suit that's not hearts here. Like, maybe you play a diamond and you hope that Declare gets nervous now that he's been tapped a couple times and doesn't play a second trump. And then you can ruff a diamond.
I think that has to be what Zia's thinking about here is, given that Declare is trying to rough diamonds, how can we make sure he does it at a point when I'm over-ruffing?
Mm-hmm.
So, maybe that's an argument for just, like, playing a spade now to sort of, let Declare continue with this line of play that he looks like he's excited about.
Yep.
Assuming the West does have at least the ace of spades, which I think he absolutely has to, despite it being, he does play a club.
Yep, so low club, I mean, this is going to make Declare's life a lot easier. Now he doesn't have to worry about the diamond splitting or any sort of bad trump division. He can just play a second heart.
Yeah, but as you say, I think a very sensible play by South to try to, try to get aside a fourth trick.
Yep.
So nicely done for East West here to get to this, game with no trump spots.
Yep.
Or no trump honors, rather.
So that's the last board at that table. We're moving over to the other room now with Martel Fleischer playing up against Hurd and Bathurst on board 14, where West ended up opening a no trump in the room that we were watching in third seed and getting all the way up to 3 now. South opened the hand at this table, ending up in 2 spades in their 4 forfeit. And Sam has claimed that 2 spades is making. I trust Sam with my life, so I believe that 4 spades is also making.
Yeah, I think with that heart king on side and hearts 3-3, the diamond queen is on side, so you don't need to rough those. Yeah, I think 2 spades does look pretty cold. Yeah, I think, you and I would open the South hand without giving it a thought. Obviously, again, Zia from, a different generation. I think it's probably just a little bit too light for their methods.
Mm-hmm.
Particularly, obviously, opening on 6-5-4 is also not very appealing. Like, you're going to make a light opening. There is something to be said for keeping it, to at least a suit that you like.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
But, just in many of my partnerships, and I know many viewers, we just have the agreement that this hand is on our range, so you just do it.
Mm-hmm. Declare is going to get in a little bit of trouble when it goes ace of spades spade here. I mean, he can...
I mean, the jack of diamonds is a winner, right? That helps. So...
Yeah, but...
Well, I think you have to go up with the queen, cash it to avoid losing it. If a heart finesse loses, they play a third one, and then just take a heart finesse and close your eyes.
Yeah, but I think you can't set up the 4th heart. I think you need to win in hand, ruff a club, cash the jack of diamonds, pitching a heart, and then take a heart finesse.
Oh, yes, you're correct.
You need to... Oh, okay, this is better. That was a really nice play by Bathurst. He unblocked the 10 of spades, so now he can win the 7 in dummy, which is going to allow him to take a heart finesse immediately. so that if the heart finesse
Mm.
is not working, he doesn't go down a pile. Yes, Sam, this is exactly an entry shifting trump squeeze. It is that is 100% what's happening here.
Yeah, you're right. That was cute. And I guess if Martel had followed with a nine of spades, he could play the queen and the jack on the same trick with the same effect.
No, he couldn't. Because remember,
Why
we
not?
need to separate our trumps. We need to be able to rough something in hand, like a diamond. So he would still have to. I guess the nine of spades would be like a refusal. Kind of funny. These are.
So what do you do now? Do you play? So you play small. You play jack of diamonds, rough a club, and take a heart finesse. Now that you're out of trumps.
Yeah. You, you are so hopeful for the exquisite end position of entry shifting trump squeeze. Not today. Not today. Okay, I should, while we are paused and waiting on this trick, I mean, Declare has a couple of options from here. That club pitch from East, I guess maybe the end position is a little more interesting, so I should stay with it. Because now Declare could effectively go Jack of Diamonds, pitch a heart, Diamond Rough, Club Rough. No, this is... Yeah, I'm not sure I understand. It feels like Declare should just be taking a heart finesse at some point. Cashing the Jack of Diamonds
No,
felt
but
like...
I think he has to play to untangle his trumps though. He has to play diamond rough, club rough, and only now take the heart finesse. You're better off doing this first because West can't pitch enough hearts to stop you from taking any heart tricks anyway.
No,
I
I
think
mean,
that
he
this
can
will
take a
start.
heart finesse now.
Uh, oh yeah, that's true. And then play Ace of Hearts, club rough, diamond rough. That's true.
Yeah.
I know, but if the heart finesse loses and West, but if a heart finesse loses and West plays a trump, then you've lost the ability to take both trumps.
Yep.
So, yeah, and I think I'm not sure. Yeah, this is a variation I hadn't anticipated, but I think untangling your trumps first and then taking the heart finesse has to be better because it guarantees that you take those two trump tricks.
This is actually kind of clever, right? If East had the...
I don't know. Camel believes he actually roughed it, so we'll see whether there's an undo here.
I don't think he did. I think that...
I don't think he did either, but
Well, because East would have to find a clever defense if he had King Jack third of hearts of leading a heart honor back to beat the contract.
yeah, but he could, right? I think, but he was just cold if he roughed it, and now he has a chance to go down because of this pitch. So I don't think that's right.
Oh, he is down. Oh, I'm sorry.
But he wasn't down. But he wasn't down if he had roughed it.
Okay. I'm really not all that caught up. Two boards to
Yeah,
go.
no, it was an operator error. He roughed that trick, roughed a club, and took the heart finesse.
Okay, I'm gonna stick with the table action because maybe that's a better plan. I was looking at the results from the other matches, but I am not going to give any comments until the end of this set. So two boards to go. And what were the last couple of boards? So that was a push. 3-no trump, a little bit over-eager by East-West in the other room. Maybe a bit of a system fix for them, getting a little too high, but their teammates kind of saved them, playing in two spades and making that tricky part score.
Yeah, I think the last two boards are two normal major suit games. So I'd be surprised if there's any imps exchange on the next two, more than an overtrick or something.
Mm-hmm.
But you never know. I think the last board where East did make that nice Texas bid could be a swing. But I think one way or another they're going to get to that game. Like West had a pretty good hand.
Sam says Declare could have taken 9 tricks on the last board. That. There's no way, right?
I mean, I'll take a look at the double dummy analysis. I certainly did not see a way.
Don't they just have 2 clubs, 2 spades, and a heart to lose?
Yeah, so at the point when Declare did lead that deuce of diamonds off dummy, let's see if Deep Finesse had a way. Yeah, Deep Finesse says it was just in at that point. Yeah, Sam, that's for 8 tricks, not for 9.
Yeah.
Right? East West already had 4 tricks in, and the 9 of spades was then going to be a winner.
So winding down action on day 1 of the quarterfinals. North-South do get to 4 hearts. A fairly similar auction here. At this table, North electing to transfer to hearts with 2 diamonds and then jump to 4. East making the same lead directing double, but once again finding himself on lead.
Yeah, I think maybe, and in a true 15-17 context or whatever, North is deciding that his hand is worth giving partner just a little bit of a nudge of encouragement here.
Yep.
Seems totally reasonable to me.
Wait, what happened score-wise? Oh, okay. We're getting a result on board 5. I just saw the score jump. No one be alarmed. I was alarmed, but no one else be alarmed that board 5 has been scored at one table, but not the other.
Right.
Oh, you know why? It's because they finished early, and so they were able to play board 5.
Right. So
Got
I think
it.
here they'll play it again, at the conclusion of board 16, and then we will not see the board, but we'll eventually see an imp score.
Yeah, I'm gonna check to see if it's actually updated on the tournament website. It is. Whoa. Oh my. Okay, no spoilers.
No spoilers, because I'm not even sure what you're looking at here.
Yeah.
All right, so that is a fairly routine push with an easy 650, and now I think the more likely swing board is this one where East-West have not, have not automatically gotten to 4 hearts.
Yeah, this was kind of just an interesting hand evaluation from East. Kraniak in the other room that over partners no trump opener, which I kind of expect West to make as well in this room. Looks like a no trump to me. East might not just blast game.
Yeah, we'll say I think West probably will open a no trump despite the flaws. Like the hand just looks like a no trump, and opening a diamond or rebidding 2 clubs is certainly not an ideal sequence when you have extras.
Yeah.
It's sort of a flat hand.
So there it is. There's the one no trump opener. And we'll see how East decides to treat his hand. Oh man, I have to go back to the site. I should bookmark the convention cards so that I can get there faster. But I want to look at what East-West's range is for their no trump opening, since I do not have that pulled up.
Yeah, I'm actually not sure, weirdly, even though...
Okay, they're 14 to 16.
I've played very few boards against this East-West, even though they've been playing together for so many years.
Yeah, they're 14 to 16. So a little bit of a different problem from East in this room, because in the other room, West was, whatever to 17, I think is about
right.
the number.
Yeah, I think West probably will accept between the vulnerability and his aces, knowing that he has an 8-card fit. Oh, I take it back.
Yeah, the small doubleton heart is a little bit of a weakness. I mean, you're right about the aces, but on trump leads, he might be worried that he doesn't get a spade ruff in his hand. So
this will be a nice swing to the USA 1 team for getting to 4 hearts instead of languishing in 3 as this pair is. So I think that'll be 10 imps, assuming the same number of tricks is scored.
Yeah.
Yeah, so quite a. I mean, we'll see what happened on this board 5, where obviously those 12 imps are certainly not in the bank. It could just be some totally normal 3-no trump since it's currently being compared against a pass out. So the match score is really 31-19, but 41-19 after this board.
Yep. Other direction, 31-30, right?
I'm sorry. You're right. I had the wrong table up. Right, so it'll be 1 imp to Fleischer on the set, pending the result of that board.
Yeah, and I do have the results of the entire set.
In real life, because of the delay, they've actually finished that board.
Yes. Yeah, Nova Poker Player, you don't actually have to guess the Queen of Clubs on this. The other table kind of demonstrated that line of play, where they could set up the 5th round of diamonds. West has just enough entries to be able to do it and pull trumps. But in 3 hearts, Chip Martell as West didn't really need to go after diamond roughs. He can just start pulling trumps himself. I don't know. Did he go after diamond roughs? Maybe he did.
Sort of, right? He roughed a diamond to trick 2, played a trump in South 1, and played a club immediately.
Got it. Michael says, in the Venice Cup, Turkey has a big lead over USA 2. Yeah, we looked at some of those scores in the interim, and USA 2 did not seem to have, or be doing all that well.
Now, did USA 1 qualify? They did not.
No, that was the only US team that didn't qualify for the knockouts.
Really? Well, 7 for 8 was pretty good.
Yeah, that Queen of Spades play was a little bit suspect, wasn't it?
I was looking at the scores because this hand and a par score didn't seem that interesting, so I did not see it.
Either way, that is 10 imps going the way of USA 1 for bidding to that somewhat thin game in terms of high cards, but they have nice fitting hands, and bringing it home with the nice plan of setting up the diamond suit. I am going to show off the final results of this knockout segment. So these are the scores after the end of day 1. China, who was winning big over Norway, dropped a little bit, but they still had a nice 3rd set. They're ahead by 10. Italy has been ahead of Poland for the entirety of the day. They're up by 24. USA 1 and USA 2 are going to be on VooGraph all day tomorrow. Good news for US fans, because that match is incredibly close, 76-77, with USA 2 in the lead, and USA 2 winning that segment. So I'm going to pay out the channel points to USA 2 bettors. Congrats. And then Israel. Who called Israel as the dark horse? I think that would be me. That was me. Israel clobbering Switzerland. Once again, big blunder by Switzerland to choose them over Italy, although it looks like Italy was also a tough draw going up against Poland, but they're ahead by 43. So that is going to wrap up coverage today for the first day of quarterfinal action. We're going to come back tomorrow once again, 10 a.m.-ish GMT +1. I'm just going to start saying that it's 5 a.m. Eastern.
Marrakesh Standard Time?
Yeah, Marrakesh Standard Time. So 5 a.m. Eastern, I will be back once again bringing you the second day coverage of the Bermuda Bowl quarterfinals match. Thank you, Craig, for joining me. Are you planning on coming back tomorrow?
Unfortunately, I'm on the West Coast, and my housemates are returning this evening, so I think they will be quite annoyed with me if I'm yakking it up with you at 7:30 in the morning our time.
Got it. Okay. Well, then maybe
So I
I
think I'll join
am.
you as a yeah, I'll join you as a kibitzer, but not a voice commentator. I'm afraid.
Great. Then maybe I will be in the business of looking for commentators to join me
Yeah,
tomorrow.
I
Um,
think you got some nice options.
yep. All right. Well, thanks everyone. Hope everyone
Cool.
has
All
a
right, yeah,
great day.
I'll see you virtually tomorrow.